Distinguished speakers and dear participants, for 103 years, Green Crescent has been tackling with alcohol, tobacco, substance, gambling and technology addictions with all its power to build a good and healthy life. Today, Green Crescent has a strong presence in the field of intervention with 108 Green Crescent counseling centers in 81 provinces of Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, in addition to its addiction prevention activities, especially for children and young people. It continues to carry out effective and widespread work on addictions through its intervention activities. Playing a pioneering role in tackling with addictions at national and international level, Green Crescent also contributes to the development and dissemination of scientific knowledge in this field through international congresses and symposia. Today, leading scientists, representatives of institutions and organizations in the field of addiction from different countries of the world are meeting at the International Alcohol Addiction Congress hosted by Turkish Green Crescent. In the two-day Congress, many valuable speakers will discuss current practices and research practices, prevention, intervention and advocacy activities, new emerging risks and dangers, new perspectives and experiences acquired, lessons learned, innovative policy action plan, and intervention program recommendations in tackling alcohol addiction. On behalf of Turkish Green Crescent, we would like to thank our participants for their interest. Before our sessions begin, we'd like to make a few announcements. Our first announcement is that our Congress will be organized in Turkish and English languages, and there will be a language switch button on the screen. Thus, you will be able to follow the Congress according to the languages you want. Our second announcement is that there will be alternative presentations and sharing from our country Green Crescent during lunch breaks. You can follow these activities during your lunch break if you wish. Also, we'd like to remind you of the fact that you'll be able to collect your participation certificates after the program. Participation certificates will be accessible via the Certificate of Participation button on the Congress website. Those who register for the Congress and follow the broadcast via Zoom will be able to create an e-participation document with their registered email address. Now I'd like to give the floor Professor Dr. Mücahit Öztürk, President of Turkish Green Crescent. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, on behalf of Turkish Green Crescent, I would like to welcome you all to our International Congress on Alcohol Addiction. As the speakers and as the audience of this Congress, I would like to extend our gratitude to everyone on behalf of Turkish Green Crescent family. As you know, with the pandemic, our online meetings have started to increase in number. Of course, we attach great importance to our face-to-face interactions. However, now this facilitates us to ensure participation from all over the world. So, the online meetings and congresses are now so valuable in order to ensure higher participation. Turkish Green Crescent organization tackles with addictions, and it is one of the oldest NGOs in the world tackling with addictions. We were established in 1920, 103 years ago, and we started to tackle with alcohol addiction. However, down the road, many developments have taken place regarding the public health, and we have extended our field of tackling, so it started to include tobacco and tobacco products, then substances, and also finally the behavioral addictions such as gaming and gambling on the internet. Our objective, our goal is to conduct evidence-based and knowledge-based research in order to find evidence-based intervention methods. And also we want to continue our preventive and advocacy activities. Today, Turkish Green Crescent organization is not confined only to advocacy and prevention, but also it provides psychosocial support and rehabilitation in terms of tackling with addictions, and we have made an important progress in this. We have an accumulation of knowledge and experience for the last 103 years, which we always try to share at any platform we attend regarding addiction. What we have done, how we do it, our principles in working, we have all conveyed and shared our knowledge and experience, and this actually received an echo, and in a very short period of time, in 97 countries today, there are Green Crescent organizations. And this collaboration is actually now a big family. We have joint goals, we have joint objectives, and also we are conducting joint works. And in doing all these works and studies, there is one thing which we always highlight, and that is we need to take into consideration social dynamics, values, and the faiths and beliefs of that very culture when we try to tackle with addictions. Since the very first day, Turkish Red Crescent organization has never changed its mandate or its goal. Wherever it is, we are there to tackle with the addiction, and we want to solve the problems of people, and we want to relieve them if they have any wound that stem from addictions. And within our capacity, we have always wanted to become a role model NGO. So we are exerting all our endeavors to this end. As we all know, there are 5 types of addictions as defined by WHO, and these are among the main social and public health problems of today's society. So it is not only a public health problem, but also it is a social problem, especially in terms of the impacts and the widespread use. Alcohol addiction is a serious mental health problem having impact on people, and it's a public health problem as well. We can safely say that. The impacts of alcohol addiction are not limited to the very personal life of an individual. It also has impacts on people around him or her, or their relatives, their families, people with whom they live, and in a wider perspective, very shortly it can become a problem of the society. So we can associate alcohol addiction with any type of violence, any traffic accident, or loss of work. So it has reflections and repercussions on a wider social sphere. Furthermore, developing a common policy in tackling with the addiction and countries working together to solve this problem, and also awareness-raising activities within our respective societies, and also sharing our knowledge and experience in this field, they all help us and contribute to us in terms of developing new ways of intervention. So with this Congress, our aim is to bring together so many valuable scientists who are field experts in alcohol addiction, and they will be sharing all their research, all their findings, results with us, and also we will be able to listen to the most recent developments and the most recent methods in tackling with alcohol addiction. And this is so valuable for us. As I've already mentioned, we have scientists participating from a wide range of countries, so this is so valuable. As I already mentioned, alcohol has some negative consequences on human body, and they are debated mostly from the perspective of health. Unfortunately, there is no decrease in the amount of alcohol consumed per person, and this is a health problem, and this actually presents alcohol addiction as a health problem. Definitely, on the prevention side and on the therapeutic side, we are playing an active role, and by doing so we can mobilize some social dynamics, we can raise awareness within our societies, thanks to which on a longer term we can give shape to, or we should give shape to, alcohol policies. As you know, regarding tobacco and tobacco products, there is a framework convention, and add to that, in many countries regarding tobacco consumption, there are really positive developments recently, and at international level a similar path should be walked actually regarding alcohol as well. Distinguished participants, actually we meet on this online platform in order to further discuss what we can do differently in order to become more successful, what we can do more in terms of therapy, treatment, and advocacy. And here we are going to discuss most recent developments, and also in terms of creating a more active and more effective policy, we will try to set a ground. And I hope that this Congress will contribute to the academia and also all the individuals working in this field. This will ensure transfer of knowledge, actually. So I would like to thank distinguished scientists for their participation, for their remarks. And I also would like to extend our gratitude to everyone who participates in this Congress for being with us in our endeavor to find a solution for this problem on behalf of Turkish Green Crescent organization. And I do believe that with this collaboration, with all these joint efforts, both in short and long run, we will be able to take very significant step. So once again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you. We would like to thank Professor Dr. Mücahit Öztürk, the President of Turkish Green Crescent, for his valuable speech. Our program will continue with the second opening speech, and I'd like to give the floor to Associate Professor Dr. Mehmet Erdem Alagüney, the Director General of Public Health of the Ministry of Health from Turkey. Distinguished participants, I would like to salute you all with my best regards. In our country, one of our main stakeholders in tackling with addictions is Turkish Green Crescent Organization, and Turkish Green Crescent Organization is organizing this event. I would like to thank them, and I would like to salute you all and thank you for participating in this. Alcohol is a toxic and psychoactive substance with the capacity, with a potential to create addiction. It is a toxic substance having impact on central nervous system. It manipulates the mind and it has temporary changes on perception and cognition, and it creates addiction in the end. So addiction, the term addiction was first used for alcohol. Alcohol has a capacity to create addiction, and any substance with the capacity to create addiction does not have a tolerable or a safe level of usage. Alcohol is one of the main 3 risk factors that cause death, and every year more than 3 million people die because of alcohol, and many other millions also suffer from illnesses and injuries. And alcohol in itself is responsible for 5% of all the mortality burdens in the world. Unfortunately, approximately 13% of young deaths, and this is mainly because of traffic accidents and suicides because of alcohol addiction. Gastrointestinal diseases, cardiovascular failures, congenital abnormalities, plus many other addictions are because of alcohol. Alcohol addiction gives way to emergence of communicable and non-communicable diseases, and it has a negative impact on their treatment. Domestic problems, social problems, employment problems, health problems, so many social problems are because of alcohol. So all these harms are not only specific to the one who uses alcohol. It has repercussions on the families, relatives, and on wider term, society itself. And driving under the influence of alcohol is a main threat to traffic safety. So it is a risk for anyone on the road, not only the one who is driving under influence. So the risk of mortal accidents of a person who is driving under influence of alcohol is 10 times more than sober people. And there is no safe limit of alcohol because it has an impact on your attention, your reaction time, reflexes when driving, and it has an anesthesia impact on your central nervous system. It distorts your mind skeleton coordination, and this is a must for driving. And also use of alcohol is a risk factor for accidents that take place in your workplaces or at home. There is one more thing that everyone should note. There is a permeability between and among addictive substances, because if you have addiction of alcohol, then it is a transition substance to start another addiction like substances or tobacco. And similarly, in our addiction treatment and rehabilitation centers, when we look at the records of our patients, almost all of the people with drug addiction, mainly they start with tobacco, then alcohol, and then drugs. On the other hand, young people who do not use alcohol or tobacco are less tend to try drugs. In the past, maybe because of the alcohol lobbies, they suggest that there is an association between a limited use of alcohol and cardiovascular health in a positive manner. However, many cohort studies today suggest that there is no safe limit of using alcohol. It is counterproductive. WHO today recommends that trainings regarding alcohol addiction should be given to wider masses, restrictions of alcohol consumption, programs to stop people driving under influence of alcohol, increasing the taxes on alcohol, and promotion of non-alcohol all around the media. These are all recommended. So in our country, we made an amendment in the regulations and we created a legal basis for this, and we are conducting all our activities accordingly, as is the case for WHO Framework Convention for prevention of usage of tobacco. We are supporting similar efforts for alcohol as well. So we believe that this concept should always be in the agenda. So having said that, I'd like to salute you all and I wish you a productive Congress. Thank you. We would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Mehmet Erdem Alagüney, the Director General for Public Health from Turkish Health Ministry. Now we will have a short break, after which we will have our keynoters. Thank you.
Esteemed participants, welcome back to the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction. Today's program consists of 3 sessions and 2 keynote speeches. Each session will last 1 hour. Your questions will be answered at the end of the sessions under the supervision of session chairs. You can send your questions to us through the chat section. In addition, during the lunch breaks, there will be presentations by our country green crescents, including Nigeria, Nepal, Pakistan, and Comoros on alcohol use, alcohol addiction, and alcohol control policies in their countries. Dear participants, International Congress on Alcohol Addiction continues with the first keynote speech. This speech will focus on global alcohol control policies. Professor Sally Casswell, Chair of Global Alcohol Policy Alliance and Professor at Massey University, will deliver a speech chaired by Dr. Peter Rice, who is the President of European Alcohol Policy Alliance and Koob Scottish Health Action on Alcohol Problems. Professor Sally Casswell will be with us with her speech titled Implementing Effective Alcohol Policy to Reduce Harm, Challenges and Opportunities. We welcome our esteemed session chair and our distinguished speaker. Now I would like to leave the floor to our session chair, Dr. Peter Rice, to chair the session, which will last approximately 1 hour. The floor is yours, Dr. Rice.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's a real honor to be chairing this first keynote speech of the Green Crescent Congress. I'm speaking to you from the western edge of Europe, where it's still dark, from Glasgow in Scotland. And I'm really pleased to have the pleasure to introduce Professor Sally Casswell from Massey University in New Zealand. Professor Casswell has made a substantial contribution to global alcohol policy issues in her research role from New Zealand. As a member of the WHO expert panel on dependence, and as one of the authors, I think you'll be hearing perhaps from at least 3 of the authors of a very important book, Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity, which is into its 3rd edition now. And for people new to this field, for students who are joining this Congress, it really is, I think, the starting point if you want to understand this field. So if you Google Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity PDF, you will find a free copy online. That's important too. And it, as I say, really, I could not recommend the book highly enough as a starting point for understanding issues on alcohol policy globally. So That's just one of the many reasons it's such a pleasure always to hear from Sally. I'm really interested to hear what she has to say, and I'll take no more time and pass over to Professor Casswell.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Peter, for that very kind introduction, and thank you to the organisers of the International Congress for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm speaking on effective alcohol policy, and I'm talking about some of the challenges that we face and some of the opportunities. When I looked through my PowerPoint this afternoon, I thought, oh dear, rather more challenges than opportunities, I'm afraid. But we'll see how we go. Perhaps in the questions and in the discussion, we'll be able to take a more optimistic line. So first of all, just a quick overview of what I intend to say. I'm going to say a little bit about harms. I'm sure the audience here knows a lot, but just a few points I think are relevant to our discussion. Trends in the consumption of alcohol products, a little bit about Turkey's situation. And again, I know that people in the Congress will know far more than I do about this. And then turning to what are the effective alcohol control policies? What does the evidence tell us? Why do we have a lack of effective policies in many countries and a lack of protective global instruments to support the uptake of a good policy at the national level? If we had that good policy in place, what would it look like? What is our public health vision for a reasonable, safer environment around alcohol? A fairer environment around alcohol where citizens are protected, their health and well-being is protected rather than privileging of the profit-making corporations. And then, as I said, some words about the challenges we're facing in terms of trying to achieve this public health vision, and a few words about the opportunities as I see them. And lastly, a comment about why the public health field continues to talk about the need for a legally binding response at the intergovernmental level, something like a framework convention, which we have for tobacco. But we at this stage, we have no international, legally binding international agreement around alcohol. It's the only psychoactive substance which this is true for. So firstly, the harms, and I think it's very relevant to acknowledge that these are very diffuse. The harms from alcohol are very diffuse. It's a little bit different from the tobacco situation where there are some very key diseases caused by tobacco consumption, and they're dealt with in the medical world. But for alcohol, there are more than 200 conditions adversely affected by alcohol. This includes diseases and also injury. The harms are dose dependent, but it is important to acknowledge that some harms start from very low levels of consumption, and the best known of these is probably breast cancer. Mortality, premature mortality, again, something that's different from tobacco in that tobacco kills people later in life, but alcohol, because of its effect as an intoxicant and injury producing violence and homicide, what we see are the impacts on young adults, high levels of death among those aged 20 to 39 years. And of course, these are the people who are very productive in economic terms in a country. And very importantly, the considerable harm that's incurred by those other than the drinker. Again, drawing a comparison with tobacco, where passive smoking is an element, but in alcohol, it seems to be very much more important. So the people who are in the environment and the family around a very heavy drinker, they're experiencing gender-based violence, homicide, child maltreatment, FASD. Now, this is a lifelong disability which it can't be cured, it can only be managed, injury, public order, and so on. And some of the recent research is actually suggesting that in the disability-adjusted years of life lost, it may be that the harm to others from alcohol is roughly equivalent to the harm to the drinker. So this suggests how important it is to focus on this issue when we're trying to explain to people why we have concerns around alcohol and the alcohol products and the need to put in place effective policies. And I think another important issue is, which again perhaps hasn't had enough attention, is the fact that alcohol does cause inequities in the sense that people living in disadvantage experience more harms from alcohol, a per litre of alcohol, than do people who are not living in disadvantage. And to some extent, this reflects the patterns of consumption, higher intake on a drinking occasion, but that doesn't explain all of it, and we're not entirely sure the full reasons for this difference. Another example of alcohol's role in promoting inequity is the way in which alcohol has been used in colonization of indigenous peoples around the world. Alcohol was used often in the context of buying land from people. Very often alcohol was used in a way which was not ethical, not appropriate, and also now in those indigenous peoples who are living still with the process of colonization, loss of land, loss of language, loss of culture, heavy drinking and considerable harm being experienced from that. So what are the trends we see in terms of alcohol per capita consumption? This is the estimates of the amount that adults drink per capita. The data is not very up to date, partly because of COVID. We're still waiting for more up-to-date data to come out of the World Health Organization. But I think this slide gives you a good sense of what's happening in the different regions. So the yellow line at the top is Europe, and you can see that it's very much higher per capita consumption than the other regions, but has been declining since 2005. Now, I know that technically Türkiye is part of Europe in the WHO regional sense, but I think it's also valuable to look at the EMRO line, which is the line at the bottom in a dark color. And you can see there that overall the per capita consumption there is less than 1 litre per head. And that is roughly where Turkey lies. But when we come to look at a different way of looking at the data, and we have the estimates of the alcohol per capita among the drinkers, we get a very different picture. Again, over the same time period and from WHO data. But one of the things I was very struck by was the what appears to be a very significant increase in the amounts consumed per drinker in the EMRO region. And there are trends going up in other regions, the Western Pacific region, the Southeast Asian region, but the EMRO one looks very, very steep. And it means that in the most recent year, we have 2016, 21 litres per head of population, per head of drinker in those data. And if we turn just briefly to Turkey's alcohol market, history material shows us that we have seen increasing volume of alcohol drinks being drunk in 2022. Very positive growth from the industry's point of view. A boom in new product development as players seek to grab the attention of consumers, and the position of supermarkets improving as consumers are clearly buying alcohol products from there. And one of the things that's very relevant here is that we know from the research that in a context of increasing alcohol consumption, one of the things that does protect abstention or non-drinking is adherence to a religion and the cultural aspects that go along with adherence to religion. And particularly, this seems to be the case when there is significant proportions of Muslim people in the population. And we see here that, just as a small example, I looked up the most similar countries to Turkey and learning very much as I went. And we see here that those similar countries with high levels of Muslim population are similar to Turkey, which stands at around 2 litres per head. But Albania, where the proportion is lower, is significantly higher. And then we see, in keeping with the previous slide, that Turkey's per drinker amount is more than 28 litres per head of population. Now turning to this issue of what policies might be effective in reducing alcohol per capita and also heavy drinking. And Peter has already mentioned this book, Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity, which was the result of 3 years of hard work by 10 international scientists. It was published in 2003, and as Peter said, it's available without charge online and has been published in a number of languages. What we did in this study was we used a rating system for levels of effectiveness and for the strength of the evidence available for each of the policy domains and the interventions within those policy domains. And we categorized them as best practice, good practice, or neither. And what we found, and this will come as no surprise to any of you because it's well in line with the recommendations from the World Health Organization, from United Nations focus on non-communicable diseases, we found that best practice is to restrict availability, to prohibit marketing, to use taxes to control affordability, and drink driving countermeasures, particularly random breath testing. What we also found in doing this study was that there was more data available than the previous edition. We found more data available on harm to others from drinking. We found more data available on this issue of inequity from alcohol products. And we found more data on effective policies coming from coming from low and middle income countries. But what we didn't find, which I think is relevant to this setting, is that there's not a lot of information from low consumption countries. And this does seem to be a gap in the research, which it would be very interesting to try and see filled in the future. I want to turn now to the International Alcohol Control Study and international collaboration that we're coordinating from Aotearoa, New Zealand. The goal of this study is to monitor alcohol policy status, to allow countries to benchmark themselves against other similar countries, and also to monitor change in their policy status over time. And again, in line with what the research suggests we should focus on, we measure the 4 most effective policy domains of availability, affordability, marketing, and drink driving countermeasures. And what we did as a result of this first round of data collection from 12 diverse countries was we created a IAC alcohol policy index, give us an overall figure of the status, the stringency, the goodness of alcohol policy in a country. And this includes, what we have in this index is 2 aspects of alcohol policy. We have what we call the stringency. This is the legislation and regulation, what's actually written in the books. And then we have measures of impact. So it's how does that legislation and regulation actually translate into what's going on in the alcohol environment. So For example, you might have legislation which says you cannot have more alcohol outlets per head of population than a certain number. But what's the reality? What is the reality? What if you have tax in place? That's one thing, but how does that translate into measures of affordability of alcohol on the ground? So that's the kind of measures we're looking for in this data collection. And when we created this index, we took into account the evidence of effectiveness based on the sort of research that I was talking about a few moments ago. And in the first iteration, Türkiye was one of the countries involved, and I was very grateful to Dr. Perihan Torun, who was our lead investigator in Türkiye on this project. And you will see from this data that Türkiye, in fact, had a very good index score, higher than any of the other countries, and probably that won't surprise you. And we found a strong correlation between the scores of the Alcohol Policy Index and APC, or alcohol per capita, litres of pure alcohol per capita. Then we went on, and we also found in the countries which were able to collect survey data, as all of those first 12 countries did, we were able to look at the relationship between alcohol consumption, their reporting of their policy relevant behaviours, their socioeconomic status. And this is just one example, which I think is useful in terms of that earlier issue I was highlighting around inequities. So what we find is that in countries with less stringent alcohol policy environments, you can see there that the people in the sample with not very much, very few years of education were much more likely to be consuming high levels of alcohol in a drinking occasion, which we know is a risk for a number of adverse effects of alcohol. And as you go towards more years of education, then you see, on average, lower levels of alcohol being consumed in a drinking occasion. But what this graph also shows is that as you go through countries with more robust, more stringent alcohol policy environments, that gap disappears. We don't see the same difference in terms of educational years of education in relation to the alcohol consumed in a drinking occasion. But the IAC data, we've continued on collecting these data, and we've worked in the last couple of years with 22 different countries, a range of low and middle income, upper middle income and high income countries. And we find that this data really suggests there is a lack of good policy at the national level. So when the maximum score in the index is 25, you can see that the average in these countries is well below that. So there is a lot of room for improvement in terms of putting in place good alcohol policy. And at the global level, we see something very similar. It's been described as a blind spot in the global health space. Alcohol is a blind spot. So we see that in 2005, at the World Health Organization, the focus on tobacco had meant that they were able to endorse a framework convention on tobacco control. But at the same time in that year, we had the first alcohol resolution for many years, and it was obviously not a legally, but it was just simply a very simple resolution. 5 years later, we got the alcohol global strategy, but again, monitoring has shown that that has been followed by very little progress in terms of good policy at the national level. And finally, just this year, in May, the World Health Assembly agreed to the Global Alcohol Action Plan, but again, a non-binding agreement. And I just wanted to speculate for a few moments on the reason why we have this slow response, in case it gives us some ideas of ways in which we need to frame our arguments and make our statements in the future. I've already mentioned that I think one key issue is that the harms are more diffuse, and we need to ensure that we've got not only medical allies, but allies working in social areas where the harm from alcohol and harm to other than the drinker are well established. Alcohol's got a much longer history of use than tobacco, but I think it's important that and this means that it's very much embedded in many cultural settings, but it's important we remember that this was traditionally produced alcohol and traditionally used alcohol going back in time. And this is a very different situation from the current one with a commercial product, which is marketed for use in almost any kind of setting. There's high penetration of alcohol use, particularly in secular countries, and that means that a lot of policymakers come from those countries. The issue of global trade and marketing is huge. Alcohol is now produced by extremely large and powerful corporations, and it is globally traded, and this is very important to governments. And the marketing is also cross-border and global. And the power of the industry, the power of these corporations, and the level to which they have penetrated into the alcohol policy space is much higher than tobacco was at the time that the Framework Convention was passed. So these are all issues we are, of course, very aware of. So I just wanted to say a few words about if we did have this good policy in place, the effective policy that research teaches us is worth putting there. What would a public health, what would the environment look like? What would a safe and fair environment look like? It would definitely be an environment without alcohol marketing, including digital and cross-border marketing. And what we believe is that this would be very important in protecting abstention, protecting non-drinkers. For those people that decided they wish to drink, there would be a safer supply of alcohol products. And this would be comprehensive licensing of outlets with good community input to those decisions, good careful trading hours, looking at issues like late night trading, controls on the density, controls on where alcohol outlets were located. And one of the key issues we see coming up again and again now is that very often there is an oversupply in disadvantaged neighborhoods. And of course, age controls, efficient mechanisms to ensure that alcohol is not sold to underage people. Affordability would be regularly monitored and kept low by taxation, and the taxation would have to be aligned with both inflation and income. What we're seeing around the world is that it has become much easier to afford to buy alcohol because the taxation has not been adjusted in line with income increases. And finally, the effective drink driving countermeasures. The approach will be to use deterrence to ensure that drink driving doesn't happen, and that's the best mechanism for doing that is the random breath testing. Now, what are the challenges to achieving this vision? Obviously, I've already alluded to the fact that the corporates' promotion for profit undermines control policies, and we have to acknowledge that there is only one goal for shareholders and the management of these big corporations, and that is to sell as much alcohol as possible. And it is dependent, they do depend for much of their sales and profits on heavy use of alcohol. The corporations are commonly now embedded in the policy space at both national and global level, and there are few governmental checks and balances to ensure that they're not able to influence policy development. And I just showed this illustration at the bottom of the slide, which is just one example of where Pernod Ricard, a very big corporation supplying alcohol, wine and spirits, is in partnership with UNITAR, one of the UN agencies, in creating and promoting training programs to prevent drink driving, which is not one of the most cost-effective strategies in this area. Digital marketing has become an incredibly important challenge that we face. There are many, many different ways in which digital marketing is being used to expand the prevalence of alcohol, and it also contributes to heavier drinking. And social media has become a very, very important part of this, and influencers have become a very important part of this. I just wanted to draw your attention to esports, in case you're not fully aware of those. They are now surpassing traditional sports in terms of the viewership, and the alcohol industry has put a big investment here in terms of their ads being streamed in esports games, and lots of branded content and player merchandise and so on. And the esports audience, which is disproportionately young males, provides a very good return on investment. And I looked up and I saw that, in fact, Turkey is about 18th in the world in terms of revenue from esports. And a lot of young people in Turkey are, in fact, doing very, very well in terms of these competitions. And then we have to be very clear that digital marketing is now using artificial intelligence, which is creating huge benefits for the marketers. The amount of data that's now collected from people, from all of the work that we do in the digital environment, all of this data is now being used to target individuals and lookalike audiences and to shape their behavior based on what is known about them, their emotional state at any particular time, their habits, what they're interested in viewing, what their alcohol preferences are, and so on. And the use of artificial intelligence in this marketing context, it enables continual experimentation, and the marketing is continually revised. And of course, they have a very strong outcome, a strong success, which is the alcohol purchased and then consumed. And in much digital marketing now, there's actually a buy button attached to the marketing. And unfortunately, this means that the business model that's operating in the digital marketing context depends on targeting the most responsive people in terms of harmful products, which means the more vulnerable consumers, which is exactly what we don't want if we're trying to achieve a public health vision. And finally, digital marketing is ephemeral and dark, and this means that it's very hard. By ephemeral, there's no record over time kept. It's momentary. Dark in the sense that only the people being targeted see the marketing. So it's not available to talk to policymakers about what is going on. Most of us are not aware of the marketing, alcohol marketing going on in the digital environment. Makes it very hard to monitor and enforce. So what we're seeing now is just the beginnings of what I think will be a really important development, which is the use of AI for good, the use of AI to monitor alcohol marketing in the digital environment. And at a recent conference, we saw we heard from a Vietnamese NGO, which is using AI to monitor alcohol marketing and providing that information to their relevant Ministry of Information and Communications. I think we're on the very beginning stages of this, but it's going to be a very important learning experience for all countries that do actually want to protect their citizens from the kind of marketing that's happening in the digital space. Another challenge, I'm afraid, trade and investment agreements. There are many of these around the world. They support the corporates and impede governments putting in place cost-effective policies, because they say that if government changes their policy, in a way that impacts on the corporate's profits, that can be challenged by the corporates. And this really creates a chilling effect. And this is another reason why we're arguing for a much stronger response in terms of a legally binding treaty at the global level. Because what we see in the research that's been done is that the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in discussions at the level of the World Trade Organization has made a difference in protecting tobacco policies. Whereas in the period of time studied, there was no mention of the WHO alcohol strategy, a non-binding document. The economic framing that's very commonly the way in which governments think about alcohol products and their distribution and marketing, this is a real problem. And within government, different sectors of government have quite different foci here. And the health sector is not always the most powerful in this context. And there's a real, among the trade and industry and the finance and so on, there's often a real lack of awareness and prioritization of the external costs. And these are the kind of issues that governments consider when they're thinking about policy. Obviously, in terms of the pros, they think about the taxation revenue if they own shares in industry. In many low and middle income countries in the world now, the alcohol industry is funding infrastructure in really quite a big way, funding hospitals, sporting events, all sorts of things. You name it, disaster relief, it's being funded. Exports of alcohol products can be very important for governments. Agriculture, the products needed to produce alcohol are often an important part of the agricultural context. And of course, very importantly, retail sales, and often the arguments are around any controls will have impacts on employment and will also destroy the positive aspects of entertainment centres and tourism and so on. And these cons for government don't tend to be related as easily, but there are enormous costs to the justice system, to the health system, to prisons, to police, absenteeism, other forms of productivity impairment, the costs of monitoring and enforcing the good policies that could be put in place, the licensing systems. Often there are legal challenges by the industry against those, which cost a lot of money. And as I've mentioned earlier, the premature mortality, particularly of productive people in the community. And a last one, I think, I did warn you there were a lot of challenges. Secularization, we know, as I've said before, that those countries that have high levels of religious belief in the population have tended to maintain less drinking. And we can see that secularization contributes to a loss of abstinence, and to the extent that that continues on, we will see a loss of abstinence unless something is done to try to prevent that. Now we turn to opportunities, and there are some really positive signs. I think the context of the Global Alcohol Action Plan has meant that there has been more focus, willingness to take action to support countries. The WHO's safer intervention is a really important one, focused mainly on these most effective policies. And WHO is, with funding from the Norwegian government, is supporting a number of countries to work in this area and to really try to improve its policies, the policies they choose from the safer selection. And then Reset Alcohol is interesting because it's the first time that there has been significant funding from a philanthropic source. Whereas tobacco has had philanthropic funding for a very long time, there hasn't been any for alcohol, but Reset Alcohol, and this is administered by an NGO in the US called Vital Strategies. This is also working in country, providing technical support, also providing financial support, and focusing initially on taxation, on encouraging countries to increase their rates of taxation. in order to reduce affordability. So there is support for national level policy implementation, happening for the first time for a long time, if ever. There are opportunities in the global environment, and you'll know about the Sustainable Development Goals, and there is one specific to drugs and also alcohol. But of course, alcohol products also contribute to preventing the achievement of other SDGs, such as reducing poverty and inequalities, gender equality and water security, and more. So theoretically, at least, there should be an increased attention to the benefits of good policy around alcohol in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. There's the Global Alcohol Action Plan, which went through the World Health Assembly earlier this year. It does call for a 20% decrease in alcohol consumption. It does call for milestone reports, and the first report will be in 2025. There is, for the first time, a program within the World Health Organization looking at economic and commercial determinants of health, and this does include a focus on alcohol. And there will be a global conference, the first global conference on economic and commercial determinants of health in 2025. Now, the Global Alcohol Action Plan goes until 2030, and so for the public health community, I think one of the big questions is, what then? How do we keep alcohol on the global health agenda? I think part of that is going to be through this ongoing monitoring of what are the trends in consumption in harm, but also in policy status in different countries. But putting resolutions, brave countries standing up and putting resolutions forward whenever possible in the global health environment is going to be a very important part of this, an important element. I would say another set of opportunities is the growing global civil society organizations, and there are many of these. And well, Mavendi is a very important, large one, well-funded. NCD, Non-Communicable Disease Alliance, that's also operating at the international level. But I'm going to say a few words about the Global Alcohol Policy Alliance, or GAPA, because I'm currently chairing that board. The GAPA mission is to reduce alcohol-related harm by promoting science-based policies independent of commercial interests. And GAPA is a network of networks. So currently we have these regional alliances as members of GAPA. And then within the regional alliances, there are always a number of national alliances contributing to those. And so we have regional alliances reasonably well spread around the world, and we're hoping that this will expand in the future. And then another really important element of our work is to promote advocacy, promote discussion, particularly between researchers, advocates, and policy officials. And we've just finished the Global Alcohol Policy Conference in Cape Town, South Africa, in October this year. We had more than 500 participants. It was a very, I think, a very successful conference overall. So my final comment is around the Framework Convention on Alcohol Control. The conference was, the theme of the conference was People Before Profits, mobilizing towards a Framework Convention on Alcohol Control. And there is, this is argued on the grounds that we need pro-health intergovernmental support to support both national governments and also civil society organizations. And what this will do, it will create greater recognition. I mean, and not just the Framework Convention itself when we get there, but the debate and the arguments on the way there will promote greater recognition of the urgency of alcohol as a major problem. It will accelerate the implementation of effective policies and create accountability for putting in place these effective policies. it will create stronger norms on the role of industry interference and the need to put in place responses, countermeasures to this. It will counterbalance the effect of trade agreements in the way the FCTC has, and it will enable and support the regulation of cross-border issues such as digital marketing. And we would hope that it will replicate the successes of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control for alcohol control. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks so much, Sally. That was, I think, just a great overview that I think will, if you like, prepare the ground for the rest of the 2 days of the conference. And so you won't be surprised that we had a number of questions and points coming in as you spoke. So I think I'm going to pick out 3 of them. One question is about the how quickly can we see the effect of policies? How quickly can we reasonably expect to see good policy making a difference? Which, of course, is important for the politics. You know, we may have governments in power for 2, 3, 4 years, and they want to see things happening. So, could you say a bit about that? About what the duration that it is going to take to see the effects of, and that may be different for different policies.
Yeah, I think this is a really good question, and you, as you say, Peter, it's absolutely the case that governments want to see fast action. And you know, interestingly, the Reset program, which is, as I said, funded for the first time by philanthropic sources, they also want to see very quick action and very quick results. So I think what we see from the research is that taxation, increasing taxation in a way that reduces affordability, has a very fast impact. So do some of the other effective policies, like reducing trading hours, for example. That can have very quick short-term effects. When we turn to something like bans on marketing, I think we would expect it to take much longer. What we understand about marketing is, yes, marketing does have an immediate impact on purchase and consumption by some, but it also has a much longer term cumulative impact. And it's more about the normalization of alcohol products in the society. And I think we would expect that it will have an impact, but we wouldn't expect to see an impact on alcohol consumption in the same way that we would see an immediate impact from taxation.
Yes, and certainly I've seen that in my work in Scotland when we took action on price, that one of our key measures were deaths from liver disease, and they actually fell very quickly. So in fact, many doctors were surprised about that. They said, well, it takes 20 years for someone to get liver disease, but in fact, whether they live or die actually depends on the drinking in the last year. And if you reduce that, those rates of liver disease deaths really fall very quickly. And you also mentioned restriction on hours having an early effect, often on violence or trouble in city centres. So there are a couple of things that work quite quickly, and some that we need to wait for the effect, like on marketing. A couple of questions on artificial intelligence, Sally. So we're going to find out how much you know about this, about what really can we expect from artificial intelligence, and actually how does that get used? I remember the Vietnamese presentation in Cape Town. Do you want to give a little bit more detail on how AI might help us here?
Well, yes, in the sense that I think they're two quite different things. I mean, as I said before, the artificial intelligence is being used by the marketers to create marketing which is very targeted at particularly vulnerable people in vulnerable times. But when it's being used in the context of trying to monitor and pick up marketing that is in contravention of the legislation or regulations in place. This in Vietnam, you'll remember, Peter, that the original issue that they were looking at was the International Code of Marketing on Breast Milk Substitute, and they developed this AI approach to monitor in the digital environment, but only in the current context. It's in quite a limited set of venues, if you like, within the digital environment. But they are able to use artificial intelligence to scan and identify breast milk substitute products and now tobacco and alcohol products. And in the case of alcohol in Vietnam, currently their legislation is around having to have warning labels on the advertisements, and so they're able to assess whether or not that is actually happening. So I can't tell you. I'm not a computer scientist. I can't give you any more detail than that. But I know that they're, and I think what we will see in the future will be it has to expand, and it has to be much more responsive to what individuals are actually seeing, rather than looking at what companies are putting out. But I can't really tell you any more than that.
Okay, but I think that's important, that AI can help to scan the territory and find out what's happening, because as you said earlier, one of the issues is it's not like TV advertising or billboards on the street where everyone sees the content. These are very personalized things. I know that's a challenge now for researchers, for how do researchers actually find out what a 20-year-old is seeing on their telephone. Yeah. Okay. We have an interesting question on, and you did touch on this in the presentation, but it would be interesting to hear you say a bit more, Sally, about that there are several countries where people with higher education levels, with higher wealth, actually drink more heavily than people with less education, less wealth, yet the harms are greater in the low income group. Do you have any thoughts on, I guess, firstly, how do you deal with that as a campaigning issue? How do you deal with that as a political issue? I can recall, again, in Scotland, we had a medical associations campaign, and one of the responses was, well, none of you doctors are living in poverty. You're trying to, come in as well-paid professionals and tell poor people what to do when you're amongst the heaviest drinkers in the population yourself. So I very distinctly remember that point being made. So how do you deal with that as an advocacy issue?
Well, good question. I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer it, but I think we've faced these questions, particularly around taxation, haven't we? And the fact that tax is regressive in the sense that if you're not earning very much money, then putting tax up and the price of things increase, and it is taking a larger share of your income. However, the argument is always made that when you look at the health benefits of that tax, the benefits are much bigger in the people who are less advantaged and more likely to experience harm. So I think we just have to continue to make those arguments. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have these we wouldn't have this inequity in income, and certainly not to the extent we have now. And then we wouldn't need to make these arguments. But I think at the present time and I think also the other element that probably we will talk about more in the future is the harm to others, and the fact that it isn't just the drinker, him or herself, but it is the people in the family. It is the issue of fetal alcohol syndrome, which is, I think, not recognised sufficiently, and it is, and as women become more likely to be drinkers, this will become more of an issue, and it is the issue of child maltreatment, and we do need to be very conscious that the drinking is not just affecting the drinker themselves, but it is affecting much broader parts of the community.
Yeah, so the people whose lives are precarious anyway, from low income or poor housing, alcohol is more likely to tip things over into difficulties for them than people who are more protected, perhaps. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, last question is a short one, but it I think goes to the heart of the problem. Is what are the obstacles to a framework convention on alcohol control?
Well, most of the efforts that have been put towards, there was an attempt very recently, prior to the alcohol action plan being passed. There was an attempt initiated by a number of countries to ask the WHO Director General to investigate the feasibility and the necessity of a framework convention on alcohol control. And what you see repeatedly is that it is the lower and middle income countries that are supportive of this. It is the countries which are really, the major targets from the alcohol industry, to try and reduce abstention and increase the number of drinkers and increase the drinking in those countries. And because that's, as you saw, Europe, for example, at very high levels, but going down. So the focus for the industry is to focus on different parts of the country, including the very low consumption countries. And so I think what we see is quite a division. And those countries which are receiving a lot of money from exporting alcohol or are very supportive of the big corporations are always the ones that vote against and stop something like an investigation for a framework convention going ahead. And it's quite clear that, well, I don't know about it's quite clear, but my understanding from the development of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was that it really did take a coalition of middle-income countries supported by a very strong civil society movement before those higher-income countries and exporters were forced to accept what and allow a legally binding instrument to be put in place. So I think what we have to see is more and more countries, like countries in Africa, countries in Southeast Asia, and perhaps some of the low consumption countries, some of the MRO countries might perhaps get involved. And if there was a sufficient movement from these countries, then we might start to see some progress. But it has to come from the member states of the WHO.
Yes, and that I think is such an important point. It's easy, I think, for people to forget that about the World Health Organization, that it's run by the governments, it's run by the member states, and often within those member states, it's not the health ministry who have the greatest power. And certainly that issue of the major corporations embedded, I think, in countries is a thing we see very strongly in Western Europe and European Union, where so many of the biggest producers are based. And so when countries like Ireland or Scotland make moves, there are legal challenges and so on. Now we actually tend to win those legal challenges, but it can take quite a lot of time and effort and expense. I think for Ireland, for instance, are currently going through a labelling exercise which is being challenged. Now they think they're going to win it. I think they probably will win, but it's going to take a lot of time. So I think your case, Sally, is that actually the low and middle income countries really are central here to any progress on a legally binding instrument. Yeah. And Turkey is part of that. Yeah. Okay, so I think I think perhaps we'll let you go there. We've covered a lot of territory, and that was the nature of your talk. Really, was to give such an overview that I think sets the framework for the rest of the 2 days. So I think everyone on screen, and actually, it'd be nice to see a few faces. If people wanted to switch their camera on, we could wave and say hello to you. So we're. I think we move into a break now for 15 minutes, and then we're back for the first session. So thanks again to Professor Sally Casswell for our first keynote address, which is, I think, has set the tone for what I'm sure is going to be a very productive and interesting next 2 days. So thanks again, Sally, and I'm sure we're all very grateful to you.
We would like to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Sally Casswell, and our session chair, Dr. Peter Rice, for their valuable speech. We'll meet again for our first session after a 15-minute break.
Esteemed participants, I would like to start the first session of the Congress, and in this session we will be discussing about the new perspectives and experiences developed in the treatment of alcohol addiction, and the moderator of this session will be Selin Birgül Baran, and the distinguished speakers of the session will be as follows: Dr. Manuel Cardoso, Deputy Director General, Initiative to Intervene in Addictive Behaviors and Addictions; Dr. Antoni Gual, Emeritus Researcher, Clinical Hospital of Barcelona; and Professor Dr. Berna Diclenur Uluğ from Hacettepe University. We would like to welcome our esteemed session chair and 3 distinguished speakers. In our session, which will last approximately 75 minutes, Mr. Manuel Cardoso will deliver a speech titled "How Should Harmful Use of Alcohol Be Addressed as a Public Health Problem?" Dr. Antoni Gual will deliver a speech titled "Repetitive Transcranial Magnetic Stimulation in Treatment of Alcohol Use Disorders," and Professor Dr. Berna Diclenur Uluğ will be with us with her speech titled "Dealing with the Problem of Comorbidity in Addictions." Now I would like to give the floor to the session chair. Esteemed participants, I would like to welcome you all to the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction. The first speaker will be Manuel Cardoso, and I would like to give the floor to him. He has very significant studies on alcohol addiction, and he will first discuss with us about the alcohol addiction as a public health problem. I would like to give the floor to him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Firstly, I want to thank you for the invitation. I will present this how to address harmful use of alcohol, and in fact, if it works, the summary, I will try to present the problem, how to assess it in a balanced approach between supply and demand. And then I will talk about WHO best buys, and to finish, I will present the Portuguese national plan for reduction of addictive behaviors and dependencies. You know, in fact, in the whole, 3 million people die every year due to alcohol consumptions. 740,000 people, or new cases of cancer each year. It's another high number to show us how the problem is big. In fact, 30% or more than 30% 30% of oral cavity cancer and oropharyngeus, esophagus, also more than 20 liver cancers and larynx, and also colorectal and breast cancer are related clearly with alcohol consumption. But not only alcohol is not only cancer is a problem related with alcohol. In fact, 100% of fetal alcohol syndrome are related with alcohol. The same with alcohol use disorders, 100%. But more than that, 27% injuries are caused by road accidents. 27%. 18% of violence, interpersonal violence, 18% of suicides, and even 13% of epilepsy cases are related with alcohol. The same with 48% of liver cirrhosis, 26% of oral cavity cancer, 26% of pancreatitis, 20% of tuberculosis, 11% for colorectal cancer, 5% of breast cancer, and 7% of high blood pressure. These are the percentage related to alcohol consumption in the whole WHO data. But in each country, these relations could be different. For instance, in Portugal, road traffic accidents represent 37% and not 27, or liver cirrhosis, 68 or more or less. In fact, if we look at the percentage of all the deaths, 30% or around 30% are related with injuries, 21% related with digestive disease, and 19% with cardiovascular disease. This is really too much. Even cancer, 12%, and including infectious disease. And look at that alcohol use disorders in that represent only 5%. But as important as this is when we look at the graph about the age groups, many of these deaths are in young people. And that means that the life expectancy and the alleles are in a great and a huge problem because of that. More than 1,030 million years lost because of alcohol consumption. That's why we have in our perspective to look at this in this balanced approach between supply field, looking at production of alcohol beverages, availability, accessibility, and marketing. And on the other hand, demand field, and we have to think about all kinds of intervention we can do related to people who use alcohol, but also looking at the life cycle and the context where people moved. And when we see what WHO global strategy to reduce the harmful use of alcohol tell us, in the field of demand reduction, it's important to look at health services response. It's the first action we have taken to relate and help and give some treatment and prevention not only to those who have problems related to harmful use of alcohol, but also the others with alcohol use alcohol use disorders related and other conditions. You have to think that also the health area need to monitorize all the problems related with alcohol consumption, to inform communities and citizens, and including the other areas of government, to really give them the knowledge and the information to decide how to address this problem. Then community action. We need to involve community. It's important to think that our culture make difference in the way we drink alcohol. For instance, in Europe, that is the highest alcohol consumer, we have your country, Turkey, where the per capita consumption is lower than in the rest of Europe, mainly because of religion. But in my country, is the opposite. Drinking alcohol is to tolerate, and everyone could drink a lot without any problem. Another action we have to take related to this demand reduction is countermeasure related to drink and drive policies. We all know that alcohol seriously affect the person's judgment and their coordination and other motor functions. So it's important to have some rules related with the blood concentration, alcohol blood concentration, and how to make maybe some breast tests to know the concentration of alcohol, and to have rules related to these driving, drink and driving policies. It's important to look at this to reduce alcohol related harm. And also the negative consequences of drinking and alcohol intoxication. It's important to have measures to deal with those who are intoxicated, who drink too much, in a way to give them the opportunity to not have the bad results, a bad situation that the intoxication could give to him, including have some environmental decisions to give the opportunity to drink without facilitate violence or any kind of behavior related to alcohol consumption. This is the four main actions, or we may have, or related to this demand reduction. On the other hand, supply in the supply reduction, the first action or the first intervention member states or countries may have is some kind of pricing policies. It's clear that consumers, but more heavy drinkers and young people are sensitive to change of alcohol prices. This is important. We may have taxes or related clearly with alcohol beverages, but also minimum unit price if if needed, many opportunities to reduce the accessibility and availability to alcohol beverages. Then marketing. We all know that marketing affects everyone. That's why we have marketing and advising and notices in our societies is to induce citizens to use more and more alcohol. And it's very important to have rules related to marketing and advertising related with young people in the first place. In our point of view, the best will be to ban advertising and marketing in our society. And of course, availability of alcohol. The easiness to access alcohol is important to give citizens the possibility or the induction to use alcohol. If it's easy to access alcohol, in that case, you will consume more and use more. So availability is of the utmost importance to citizens. And related with supply reduction, important is also the illicit alcohol. It's important and because the quality of the product and also because it's important to record every alcohol that people consume. So this is the four main actions you can take. Pricing policies, regulate marketing and advertising, the availability, the easy access to alcoholic beverages, and try to have only regulate alcohol. These three of these main actions are those that WHO call the best buys. First, the increase taxes on alcohol beverages. With taxes, we increase the costs, and as I said before, this reduces the access to alcohol. Advertising, as I said, the best will be to ban advertising, mostly related with young people. And third, availability. So these are the three best buys for WHO. Pricing policies, mostly with taxes or minimum unit price, reducing or enact and enforce bans or comprehensive restrictions on advertising, and restrictions on the physical availability. And now let me try to show you a little bit what is the national Portuguese plan for the reduction of addictive behaviors and dependencies. First, to show you the scope of this idea of behaviors and dependencies, we are talking about psychoactive substances, licits or illicits, alcohol, tobacco, medicines, or drugs and new psychoactive substances, also gaming and gambling, and the problematic use of internet, social networks, YouTubers, and so. And let me show you the vision, trying to have healthier societies or communities, our community. And this main principles, and I have in the center the citizen. But the idea is that we look at the citizen, not to the drug they use or the alcohol they use, but what they need, what the citizens need, and what are their behavior in general. With the principles of humanism and pragmatism, equality and equity, participation. It's important to have citizens participating in the decisions. When you look at this, territoriality is that community needs to assess the gaps between the offers we have to them and the problems they have, and subsidiarity and quality and innovation. In fact, a citizen-centered approach is the way we look at this. And when we look at the citizen, we look also at the moment of life he is living. It's important to look at the citizens even before he was born, and then in the childhood, adolescence, young adults or including elderly. And then the contexts where they move: family, community, schools, sports, workplace, and others. As you can see, recreational, virtual. And looking at the citizen, what we want is in three main pillars. First, empower the citizen to deal with addictive behaviors and dependencies. Take care of those in need and protect all citizens. Thinking about empowering, the first main objective is to reinforce literacy on addictive behaviors and dependencies, provide information, knowledge, and competences to take informed decisions. This is the idea, empowering to take informed decision. But we also have some more or most vulnerable population who need more training and information specific for them. And the third objective related with this empowerment is to create external environment conditions for lower risk behaviors. It's important to have these external conditions. Too difficult a little bit the access to substances or to gaming, to these kind of behaviors. But some of these people will be or will have problematic behaviors, and in that case we need to take care of them. And two objectives related to this: firstly, to have access, to give them the possibility to access all additive service with equity and equality, no matter the status of the individual, and then to try to ensure availability and quality services for all of them. And then to protect, firstly, reduce and manage the risk of exposure to the use of psychoactive substances and other potential addictive practices. And the second, increase safety and reduce criminality, mostly related with illicit drugs or alcohol and so. So the question is related to this. We have to protect citizens as a whole. And at the same time monitoring what happened in all areas, mostly with increase the capacity of early detection and warning, accelerate process of regulation. And to help us to deal with all this, it's important to manage knowledge, research, promote capacity of stakeholders, disseminate information, and including the international cooperation. Yeah, this is the way we are trying to access alcohol, harmful use of alcohol, also all other addictive behaviors and dependencies. In this balanced approach between supply and demand, and looking at the proposals the WHO gives us. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank Dr. Manuel Cardoso for I'd like to thank you, Dr. Manuel Cardoso, for all your presentation.
Thank you so much. The translation comes too late, but yes, was and is my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much.
Distinguished participants, the second speaker has a video presentation, a psychiatrist from Barcelona, Spain. He's an emeritus researcher, and he will talk about transcranial magnetic stimulation in treatment of alcohol-related diseases.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be virtually with you. I wish I could be in Istanbul, but nevertheless, I'll try to do my best to share with you our experience in the treatment of alcohol use disorders with transcranial magnetic stimulation. I'm going to share my screen with you so that you all can follow my slides. And here it is. I'm going to talk about repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation in the treatment of alcohol use disorders. That's an emerging field which is producing interesting results, and I would like to share with you. In the following minutes, I'll try to talk about the anatomical basis, the brain circuitry that is behind addiction and that allows us to use RTMS. I'll try to explain more briefly how we think RTMS works in this brain circuitry. And then I will discuss the evidence we have on the efficacy of those new treatments for alcohol use disorders, and also say a few words on what should come next. Let me start with a classical study from Nora Volkov from the NIDA that comes from 2004, so a while ago. And the question was, is there a brain circuitry for addiction? So do we have an anatomical basis for that? And in her classical neuroimaging studies, she already identified the area of reward, or the nucleus accumbens ventromedial, and the area of cognitive control, which is in the prefrontal cortex, basically the area of motivation, the area that takes the decision of using or not using drugs, that is basically situated in the orbitofrontal cortex. Her model was clearly a model. You can see on the left the normal brain, on the right the addictive brain. And her proposal was that addiction circuitry has a basis where when addiction develops, the prefrontal cortex is less able to to act controlling the orbitofrontal cortex, which in the end means less ability to stop the desire of using drugs. And at the same time, the reward circuitry is acting on this orbitofrontal cortex and also weakening the prefrontal cortex ability to stop the desire. That's the classical assumption that almost 20 years ago Volkov developed, and what we've seen in recent years is that this idea has become a bit more complex and a bit more simple at the same time. The brain, we know now that it's organized in functional networks, so specific brain areas have less relevance and the functional networks are the relevant ones. And I say this is more complex, but it's also more simplified because then there are just 2 of the 7 brain functional networks that are really relevant in addiction. One is the salience network, so the one that is in the cortex that's crucial for cognitive control, response, and inhibition. So that our ability not to use a drug or something that we would like to use. And the other relevant network is the ventromedial network, which is exactly what is related to the reward circuitry, and so dopamine. This leads to, if we have those 2 networks, there are 2 ways through which rTMS could be used. On one hand, we can stimulate the salience network, so increasing our cognitive control. On the other hand, we could create inhibition in the ventromedial network, which is the reward circuitry. What I will be presenting today is focusing on the first of those 2 strategies. We don't have yet relevant information concerning the inhibition of the ventromedial network, but we do have quite a few studies showing that we can stimulate the salience network to increase the cognitive control on addictive behaviors. And to give you a preliminary basis for that, I'm going to share with you 3 interesting studies that show how this circuitry is not just an invention from Volkov. We've been able in the last few years to show that those circuits really exist, and this has been demonstrated at least by those 3 studies. I'm going to start with the first one, the one from Marco Diana and Antoni Gual. That's the first one that showed how stimulating this circuit was able to reduce the use of cocaine in rats. And what they did is that they used optogenetic modulation. And with this optogenetic modulation, they mimicked what transcranial magnetic stimulation does and showed in rats that it was possible to reduce cocaine use, and then it was extrapolated later on to humans. The second study is a very sophisticated, elegant, and complicated study from the group of Siciliano, where they are able to show very nicely how this cortical brainstem circuit is there, and it can predict and govern compulsive control, compulsive alcohol drinking. What they did is in a group of rats, they gave them alcohol and they created, depending on the rat's response, 3 groups of rats: low drinkers, high drinkers, and compulsive drinkers. Through a series of studies, they were able to identify those 3 groups, and the difference was that low drinkers were never very fond of drinking. Alcohol, high drinkers were those who learned to drink a lot, and compulsive drinkers were those who kept on drinking even though they were placed in aversive situations, which means giving them electrical shocks or quinine. Those 3 groups of rats then were studied on the pathways, the brain connections, and what they found is that this connection from dorsolateral prefrontal cortex to reward circuitry, those 3 groups were completely different in the sense that the connections to the periaqueductal gray were much more inhibited in the compulsive group, as you can see on the right. What does this mean? Well, in the end, this means that the circuit that grows from the prefrontal cortex to the reward circuitry, when it is inhibited, it leads to much more compulsive drinking, showing not only that this circuitry exists, but also that this circuitry is very relevant for the development of addiction. And in the future, we could even think of ways of using it as a biological marker of risk, which is a very exciting option. And finally, the third study I wanted to show you is a, let's say, classical and anatomical study from the neurological perspective. They follow up all a large bibliography on brain injuries that led to the disruption of addiction in several patients. Once they were able to get all those studies, they found that when brain injury stopped addiction, it was always positive. It had always positive connectivity to the dorsal cingulate, so the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the insula, or it had negative connectivity to the medial prefrontal and temporal cortex. So it was going to help to stop the use of alcohol or other addictions. So here we have a final proof that when there is brain damage in the circuit, addictions are changed, which proves again that this is a main relevant circuitry for the treatment of addictions. Having said that, how do we influence the circuitry with rTMS? Well, what we use is an electromagnetic coil against the scalp that produces repetitive trains of magnetic pulses. This in turn induces a magnetic field that we target to specific brain regions, mostly dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and this induces temporarily electrical currents that modulate cortical excitability. And most important, the way that you don't use a single pulse but repetitive pulses is able to produce clinically significant and lasting neuroplastical changes. So we do change the connectivity of those brain regions. This is an area where the literature is growing a lot. Here I can show you how since 1994, 1995, the number of studies on addictions in general and alcohol in particular have developed a lot. And this started really in the field of alcohol with the first study in 2010 published in Addiction, where in a very simple design, stimulating the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex 10 sessions, we were able to show a significant reduction in craving at 1 month. Obviously, that first study led to criticisms because we must admit that sitting in an armchair with the coil and the neuronavigator is a perfect placebo solution. So the authors already stated at that moment that much more evidence was needed. But over the years, evidence is piling up. Here you have the review from Makani to 2017, which concerning alcohol, it already included 8 studies, almost 200 subjects, and were able to show that at that time rTMS was level 2 class B evidence because even though the evidence was there, it was not enough and more research was needed. It's very interesting in this sense, the work from Alexandria Coles. She did one of the studies that I like, because you can see here a lot of studies that show a reduction on alcohol use or in craving, and some negative studies, most of them sham control. And if you look at the third column, the number of sessions, you will see that most of the negative studies are from single sessions. To me, it's very clear that you need at least 10, 15 sessions to induce the neuroplasticity we were talking about in the previous slide. So that's one of the first take-home messages. And let me move to the last part of my presentation now. I will focus in two recent studies, one positive and one negative, because I think this shows the strengths and the weaknesses of this new method of treatment and also the way forward. What should we do in order to get positive results? This first study comes from India, and it's a sham-controlled trial over the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex in patients with alcohol dependence. It's a sham-controlled single-blind randomized controlled trial. It included 60 patients, 30 active, 30 sham. They all had been detoxified from alcohol. And the treatment was for 2 weeks, so 10 sessions, 5 sessions every week from Monday to Friday, receiving a total of 8,000 pulses on high frequency on the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and let me emphasize the left. And the main outcome was, again, craving. In this study, the results were negative, no differences with sham and active treatment. So you may conclude that rTMS is not effective for alcohol use disorders according to this study. But let me show you now one study coming from the Netherlands, which is quite similar from the group of Martin Belgers and Ash Schellekens. They did also a sham-controlled, single-blind randomized controlled trial, did a few less patients, 34, 2 weeks of treatment again, but followed up after 3 months and 1 year follow-up, which makes it very interesting. They did 10 sessions, 30,000 pulses, a bit more, and on the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. And the main outcome was again craving, but they also took into account alcohol use as a secondary outcome. And here you have the design they used, and interestingly, the number of people reaching the end was 100%, so the follow-up was extremely good. And as I said, they did the follow-up for 2 weeks, but then for until the year. And let me show you the results at day 90, so at 3 months. In this study, they show a significant reduction of craving when it's measured with the visual analog scale, exactly the same when craving is measured with the OCDS-5, and exactly the same when it is measured with the alcohol use questionnaire. So a consistent reduction of craving in favor of the real rTMS group. Not only this, but when they look at 1 year outcomes, they found that the patients receiving real rTMS compared to sham, they had used half the number of grams in the whole year of alcohol. The number of grams per day was again double in the sham group. The time to relapse was again double in the real rTMS, so they were sober double time than the sham group, the control group. The total number of abstinence were again double, 70 versus 29 in the experimental group. And finally, the total number of happy drinking days was again double in the sham group compared to the experimental group. So very nice positive results in favor of rTMS. Those very similar studies show completely different results, and we can learn a lot from this. What are the big differences between those two studies? Well, first, the target. The Indian study targets left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, while the Belgers study is targeting the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Second, the number of pulses, 8,000 against 30,000. You need a lot of pulses to create changes in neuroplasticity that last. And finally, the measurement of alcohol, which was not measured in the Indian study, and it was measured with the TLFB, the timeline follow-back questionnaire in the study from Holland, and it was here very clearly in favor of the RTMS. So we have a few data here that suggest that if we want to use RTMS, we need to do it in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex in the right one, because if you go to the left, largely most of the studies are negative. It's also clear that studies on healthy control show that stimulation of the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex strengthens top-down control of aversive stimuli. We also know that the neurotoxic effects of alcohol seem more pronounced in the right hemisphere. So RTMS stimulation of the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex may have restorative effects on cognitive control, creating a better control of addiction. Finally, we also know that stimulating the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex strengthens connectivity between frontoparietal regions and the striatum, while the opposite is true for the left stimulation. So the right dorsolateral prefrontal cortex should be our target. And the final aspect I want to mention is the need to be precise. Initially, RTMS has been delivered with not much precision using the EEG classical system. Nowadays, in our clinic, we use always a neuronavigator, which is using a standard fMRI to identify with more precision the areas that need to be stimulated. This ideally could be done using an fMRI-guided stimulation, but obviously this is extremely expensive and quite complicated and just available for research in very big hospitals. But there is a very precise way forward, which is mixing neuronavigator and fMRI, which means that you get first the fMRI, then you identify the exact points in the fMRI of the patient you need to stimulate, you put them in the neuronavigator, and you get the precision without the problems of doing it simultaneously with fMRI, and that's the way we're moving ahead in depression. And probably in alcohol is going to happen the same in a few years. So let me finish by saying that we have relevant evidence that neuromodulation can be a useful treatment for alcohol use disorders, opening a new era, because you know that the use of drugs has very limited impact in the patients. The data are very interesting, but still, as you can see, preliminary. So don't go away thinking that you can use it regularly in all your patients. We're not yet there, but the absence of side effects is very encouraging. Take into account that those RTMS techniques have been used for more than 20 years now in the field of depression, and the lack of side effects is something that we can state very clearly on now. Increasing precision should result in improved outcomes, and that's where we're working now, and we expect new developments in the next future, as long as using theta burst, which is an intensive way of producing treatments in a more easy way for the patients. And finally, let me finish by saying that even though we can take advantage of those new tools, those new machines, that RTMS looks like a very interesting treatment, those are simply tools. We need to keep into account that we are in front of human beings that need to be treated with a humanistic, motivational, and patient-centered approach. Otherwise, it's impossible that we help them to overcome problems so complex as addiction. And this is it. I thank you very much for your attention. And as I said in the beginning, I'm sorry not to be able to be present with you here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And the third speaker is Professor Dr. Berna Uluğ, and she is the head of the psychiatry department at Hacettepe University and also coordinator at the Addictions Center. And I would like to give the floor to Professor Berna now.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much.
Size ve sizin şahsınızda
I would like to extend my gratitude to Green Crescent for organization of this nice event and for your kind invitation. And I would like to offer my gratitude to our young psychiatrist, Özkan Yalçınkaya, for helping me out with the preparation of this presentation. I would like to thank the former speakers as well. In Cardoso's presentation, he was mentioning about protection of the vulnerable groups, and in my presentation, I will be talking about the vulnerable groups, and Dr. Antoni also talked about my content. The psychiatric comorbidities in addictions are actually a rule rather than an exception. Everyone working with the addictions will know that. In my talk, I will give you examples from two cases first, so that you will have an understanding. Then we will be talking about the treatment. I would like to talk about this case. I have been following this patient for 5 years now. He is 39 years old and he started university in 2019, and he actually quit, and now he is a 5th grade. During the first years of the university, when he was still young, he had a breakup in his romantic relation, and that's how he quit the school. And he started drinking heavily. And this patient had a personality disorder, an irritable temperament, and anxiety disorder diagnosis. And the mother says the alcohol use disorder was never diagnosed and treated in my son. During the 5-year follow-up, what did I see? I saw stress sensitivity and also emotional dependency in intimate relations, impaired emotional regulation, and using alcohol as a self-medication. And then, as mentioned by Antoni Gual, entering a cycle of addiction, being unable to stop drinking, drinking all the time, and developing a withdrawal syndrome, and then impaired anger management and more disturbed anxiety. Tolerance, disinhibition, impulsivity. Is a very smart guy indeed, an intelligent one, and when he's sober, he did really great things and he became successful. As the mother says, he's very compassionate when he is not drinking and he's able to regulate himself very well. But that is the existing potential of the person, and his intelligence, his passion collapse during the times of drinking. Therefore, in order to calm himself down, he drinks all the time. And for these patients, we had an integrated treatment of 5 years, psychotherapy, psychoeducation, working with the family, listening to the family, and also pharmacotherapy. We prescribed antidepressant and actually we controlled it with naltrexonal, and he was metabolizing the drugs very quickly, and we had long-acting SC pellet implementation for 1 year, and the patient abstained from drinking for 1 year. There are various publications on this subject. In this group of patients, long-acting naltrexone works very well. We have the subcutaneous pellet form, and you may see the studies conducted in the States and in our country, especially in the parenteral forms, in subcutaneous forms. The drug is found to be more effective because adherence to drugs is problematic for this group of patients. Therefore, long-acting has a very significant and positive impact for protection of the patient. I will now give the example of another patient. This patient's alcohol use disorder treatment was neglected for long years, and actually the process went better when we considered it from the perspective of the alcohol use disorder. Here we have another case, and we see that the psychiatric condition was actually ignored in this patient. This is a patient of 44 years old, male, married with 1 child, and works as a lawyer. When he came to me, his alcohol use disorder was in the past, and over the last year, he was using lustral very often, and he had his hallucinations, and his mental condition was distorted. And this patient had a history of sexual abuse, and that was found during the earlier psychotherapies, and the addiction was said to be related to this problem, and this person would say he cannot stop drinking alcohol, and that's why he started smoking weed. And we found that when he is abstinent from both substance use, he had a very severe depression, and he had times of hypomania, and that's why we started lithium for this patient, and for the last 3 years patient has been on lithium, and he had a much better progress. He is not on substance anymore, and he moved abroad a few years ago, and with the lithium treatment his condition was improved significantly. After these 2 cases, I would like to give you some further details. We know that alcohol use disorder and depressive conditions are very common as comorbidities. In the last year, the patient has 2.3 times more likeliness to have a major depressive disorder diagnosis. We know that the alcohol has depressant effects on the central nervous system, and depression and alcohol issues are intertwined. For the women, it is more prevalent, and we should be especially careful about this group of patients. And that has a shared pathway in pathophysiology, and therefore what is emphasized here is that both need to be cured, the antidepressants should be used because the antidepressants do not cure alcohol use disorder on its own. That's why it should be used in combination with AUD medications. And psychosocial treatments are highly important. For example, behavioral activation therapy is shown to be effective in both conditions. As for bipolar affective disorder, we know from DSM-5 the depressive conditions have been disengaged from one another because it's very prevalent. For example, in bipolar populations, AUD rates are around 35%. And for this group of patients, there are problems with adherence to medication. So what happens when they merge? Everything gets worse. There is attempt of suicide, aggression, psychiatric comorbidities, exacerbating periodically, and dysfunctionality and adverse prognosis. For this patients, two groups of medications should be used together, and the randomized studies on the matter are not very common. That's why you see less evidence-based treatments, and the treatment guidelines show to us that the AUD-related medications need to be added to the treatment regimen. And also, it is very common to see together with psychotic disorders. And what is the reason here? As a vulnerable population, they have a shared genetic liability. In this group of patients, cognitive development is impaired. Therefore, the environment needs to be considered as well. Cardoso also mentioned about the empowerment of the environment and the circle. So the vulnerable groups need to be worked with particularly. So self-medication is highly important to such patients. If they have less reward mechanism, that also creates another tendency. And this is again might be related to the regulation of the nervous system. And also substance-induced psychosis need to be differentiated. And in terms of treatments, we prescribe the addictive medication, and in majority of those studies, positive outcomes have been reported. As we always say, Pirazapine is very important for the cases, but it is difficult to implement medication. That's why sometimes we may switch to long-acting medications so that we will be able to control AUD. For the patients with a psychotic disorder, pharmacotherapy is not enough on its own. Group therapies, motivational therapies, and the therapies that reward the patient based on some conditions are highly important. Also, we know that attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder should not be turned a blind eye. These two conditions might be seen together often, therefore we need to target both during the treatment. There is an important fact here. If ADHD is treated, it may have effect on both conditions, and also naltrexone might help to reduce the abuse potential of stimulants in individuals with ADHD. Therefore, using them both in combination might be really helpful. Personality disorders is another subject. I would like to conclude with the following so that we will have time for the Q&A session. Personality disorders might cluster with AUD. However, there is one important thing here.
Aslında az önce gördüğümüz her iki hastada da entegre tedaviler çok önemli.
For both the cases we have seen, integrated therapies are highly important, and what matters here is to be sensitive to the other diagnosis and to follow the patients along with their histories. If they have any stress intolerance or anxiety, that should be identified and the treatment should be adopted accordingly. Because a personality disorder diagnosis might set an obstacle for treatment of AUD. Therefore, combination therapies should be used along with the medication in order to make progress with the patients. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Berna. We have 10 minutes for the Q&A. The first question: is there any correlation between alcohol drinking burden with the culture of the country? Dr. Cardoso and Dr. Berna, what do you think about this? Is there any correlation between the culture of the country and the burden? I couldn't get the question well. Any relationship between the disease burden of the countries associated with alcohol take and the culture of the country, maybe as a public health problem? It's a So is there any more burden, psychiatric and physical diseases in countries where alcohol is a culture? I can give the floor to Manuel Cardoso.
Okay, yes, I think so. You see, firstly, I think it's important to mention that if alcohol, the use of alcohol is common and accepted in the community, many more people drink alcohol or alcoholic beverages. So starting using and go and drink a lot, it's easier. So in fact, we always have some kind of relation between those who drinks and also the harmful use of drink and dependence, and so it's easy to understand that the culture and the acceptance of the community is important to make these differences, including to implement measures. You know, in fact, when we look at what happened with alcohol and also with illicit drugs, who use this kind of substances use it mostly because it's people like it. They are looking for pleasure, not to suffer. Nobody drinks to suffer or to be dependent or something like that. They drink and they use drugs for pleasure. In any case, or some cases, to reduce the suffering they may have because of other issues or other problems they have in their life. So it's difficult to deal with this behavior. At the same time, we are doing something we like, and someone is telling us not to do it because it's bad to your health, for instance. So, in fact, when we accept all this behavior, it's difficult. How to discuss in our country? How do you discuss with Ministry of Agriculture to reduce the production of wine? Or the Minister of Finance to increase the taxes? Or, I don't know, it's very difficult. And in the end, we have to look to the community where everyone used to drink and drink for pleasure. In the end, they will say, what we are asking for, it's not as good as you say, maybe. So it's more difficult. But let me only one last message. We have here two kind of acceptance of the use of substances. Alcohol is licit, and illicit are illicit. And of course, we have to deal with this in one, and we have a community being against and pushing us to prohibit more and more and more. On the other hand, we have a community saying the opposite. Less as drink or smoke or behave differently. It's very difficult. And when we look at these professors that we have with us, like that work, I'm public health, I'm medical doctor, but from public health. I'm not a psychiatrist at Gual or Celine or Berna, but in fact, what you are doing is trying to help people, the citizens themselves, who have problems. And in some way, many politicians think that this is the way to solve the problem. Of course, it's not. It's one way. It's important. It's crucial to help these people who need this kind of help. But on the other hand, prevention, having actions before that, trying that people could, in the case of alcohol, drink something, but not too much. Not in a case, and WHO says today that we have no safer level to drink alcohol. So yes, culture, it's of utmost importance. And we can, between our two countries, we can say this clearly. We have I think, 2 liters per capita consumption by year, and we have 12. So it's different.
Thank you.
I want to make an intervention regarding the burden of disease. This is really important. Manuel Cardoso talked about availability and affordability. In Turkey, I've been a psychiatrist for a long time. We have started to see alcohol use disorder and substance use disorder too frequently because their accessibility has increased. Yes, the disease burden is increasing because the comorbid patients are now too many in number. This is what I can tell you from our culture's perspective. Dr. Berna, we have a last question for you. Efficacy of behavioral therapy in comorbidity cases, post-traumatic stress disorder, and what about EMDR therapy? Personally, I do not believe in this, but this is a personal answer. I have not studied it, and I do not see any evidence-based publication about it. But evidence-based cognitive therapies in both diseases, or motivational therapies in both diseases, they have already been shown. So behavioral activation therapies, they are much more common to us, and they have already been proven to be effective. So what I want to highlight, actually not the patient, but the society, vulnerable cases. So it is really important to prevent it before it starts, as Cardoso already said. If we can identify it at the beginning, and if we can strengthen that part in terms of prevention, that could be really good. But in later cases, I have already shown 2 cases which have already been recovered, even though they were at the later stages. So we can have good prognosis. But definitely pharmacotherapies plus psychotherapy should go hand in hand, and we should also monitor the patient. Thank you. We would like to thank all our speakers, and this is the end of our session. We have our time has come to the end, so we would like to thank you, and now we will go to the lunch break, but then our sessions will continue. We would like to thank our moderator and distinguished speakers for this nice session. Now we have come to the end of our first session and the first half of the first day of our Congress. Now we will have 1 hour lunch break, but during the lunch break we will have alternative presentations, video presentations. Pujan Sharma from Nepal, Dr. Siyat Abdurrahman from Pakistan, Dr. Tajuddin Abiola from Nigeria, and Muhammad Ahmed from Comoros. So this will be the alternative session which will take place during the lunch break. In an hour we will come back for the second session. Thank you.
Dear participants, we are here again with the second session of the Congress. This session will address the current practices on alcohol addiction and alcohol control. Our session chair is Professor Peyami Çelikcan, Dean of Communication Department at İstinye University and Chair of the Green Crescent Scientific Committee. Our speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Professor Sawitri Assanangkornchai, who is the Director of Center for Alcohol Studies and Center for Addiction Studies under the support of the Thai National Promotion Foundation, and Professor of Psychiatry at Prince of Songkla University. Dr. Ebru Aldemir, Faculty Member at the İzmir Tınaztepe University, and Professor Dr. Hakan Coşkunol, founder of the Ege University Child and Adolescent Substance Abuse Center and Green Crescent Scientific Committee member. We welcome our 3 distinguished speakers. In this session, which will last approximately 1 hour, Professor Sawitri Assanangkornchai will deliver a speech entitled Policy Strategies to Tackle Alcohol Consumption and Related Harm in Thailand, while Ebru Aldemir will deliver a speech entitled New and Current Treatment Options in Alcohol Addiction, and Professor Hakan Coşkunol will deliver a presentation entitled The Impact of Cultural Structure on Alcohol Use Problems. We would like to welcome our session chair and 3 distinguished speakers. Now I leave the floor to the session chair, Professor Peyami Çelikcan, to conduct this session. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Furkan Yürek. You already introduced our distinguished speakers for this session. Dear participants, we organize this Congress every year on different topics. Today, this year, the topic focused on alcohol addiction. So it is an international academic event. During the 6 different sessions, we will discuss about the problems dealing with the alcohol consumption, addiction, regulations, policy strategies, etc. Starting from Thailand to the United States of America, from Colombia to Belgium, from South Africa to Jordan and Canada. So other than Turkey's case, we will also focus on different countries' experiences in alcohol control, alcohol consumption control. Alcohol use, consumption, and addiction is a very complicated issue because of identifying if someone is addictive to alcohol or not is not an easy task for everybody, for the users as well. There are, of course, some symptoms, but people usually do not aware of these symptoms, and alcohol consumptions have been always accepted as a part of the social life. Of course, different from culture to culture, but in general, people accepted alcohol consumption as a part of social life. Because of that, to raise an awareness about alcohol consumption is always difficult for the governmental authorities and NGOs like Turkish Green Crescent, Yeşilay in general. In this session, we have a speaker from Thailand. Dr. Sawitri Assanangkornchai will share their experiences in alcohol consumption. The title of her presentation is Policy Strategies to Tackle Alcohol Consumption and Related Harm in Thailand. So I give the floor to Dr. Sawitri, but because of the time difference, our differences, the presentation of Dr. Sawitri recorded on video. She's already connected live at the moment and will be here at the end of until the end of the session, and will be with us with live question and answer session. But we will follow her presentation on video right now. So I give the floor to the video record of Dr. Sawitri.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to give a talk about alcohol policy in Thailand at this conference. I would like to thank the Turkish Green Crescent Society for inviting me to participate in this international conference. I am the director of the Center for Alcohol Studies and a professor of psychiatry at Prince of Songkhla University in Thailand. The view presented here is all my own and does not represent my university. I have no other conflict of interest. Thailand controls alcohol through 3 legislative instruments, which are the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act, enacted in 2008, the Excise Act, and the Road Traffic Act. We have also developed the National Alcohol Control Plans, which are now in their second phase of implementation. My talk today will cover 7 policy areas under the National Alcohol Control Action Plan Phase 2 for 2022 to 2027. In developing alcohol policy, Thailand has adopted several global evidence-based alcohol control strategies, which I think you all are familiar with, including the global strategy to reduce the harmful use of alcohol, the Safer Initiative, and the Global Alcohol Action Plan. We also follow the NCD Global Action Plan and the UN Sustainable Development Goal. The National Action Plan Phase 2 has 4 main objectives: to control and reduce alcohol consumption, to prevent new drinkers and limit the number of drinkers, to reduce risk from drinking, for example, risk behaviors after drinking, such as drink driving, and to limit the severity of harm from drinking. The first policy area I would like to talk about is taxation and price regulation. The current alcohol taxation structure includes 4 components that are the customs duty, which is for imported alcohol, the excise tax, the value-added tax, and the last component, which is typical for Thailand, the earmark tax. The government put a 17.5% earmark tax on alcohol and tobacco. This revenue goes to 5 social and health-related agencies, including the Community Development Fund, the Public Broadcasting Service, Sports Development Fund, Older Persons Fund, and 2% goes to the Thai Health Promotion Foundation to be used for health promotion. With this system, Thailand's alcohol taxes are already considered high relative to other countries. However, there has been no tax rate adjustment after 2017, making alcoholic beverage prices based on the Consumer Price Index rather stable after 2017. The second area is the regulations of the physical availability of alcohol. Thailand puts a lot of controls on time, place, person, and methods of alcohol sales and drinking. For example, we allow alcohol sales only from 11 to 14 hours and 17 to 24 hours, and prohibit sales on 5 major Buddhist holidays. There are several settings where alcohol cannot be sold and consumed. For example, in government facilities, education, religious, and health facilities, bus and railway stations, public parks, and gas stations. Sales on an automatic vending machine and online sales are also prohibited. Furthermore, the alcohol law prohibits sale to minors under 20 years of age. However, despite the relatively strict legal codes, Thailand has no law regarding outlet density. The current licensing system is rather permissible and relatively low permit fee, making the alcohol outlet density in Thailand rather high at around 85 to 90 permits per 10,000 people and rather stable over the years. So the National Action Plan sets a goal to reduce the outlet density and emphasizes the need to develop a mechanism to restrict access to alcohol. Area 3, Marketing Control. Under the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act of 2008, there are 2 sections related to the control of alcohol marketing. Article 30 restricts methods of sales and promotions by hawking, providing discounts, lucky draws, or free samples and services. Article 32 bans advertisements that show properties or induce other people to drink. The alcohol ad can only be for giving information or social creative knowledge. However, legal gaps currently exist with regard to online surrogate marketing of alcoholic beverages, using drinking water or soda as a brand extension method, and providing sponsorship and CSR to maintain brand awareness and loyalty. Area 4, screening and treatment. Under the Alcohol Act, people with alcohol use disorders, public or private organizations that aim to treat or rehabilitate alcohol use disorders can request support for treatment and rehabilitation from the government. The screening and treatment are covered under the Universal Health Coverage Scheme. Healthcare providers are mandated to deliver screening and breed interventions using the WHO Assist for individuals 20 years old and over at least once a year. During the pandemic period, when access to healthcare settings was difficult, the Center for Alcohol Studies granted the development of a community-based program for screening and healthcare for individuals with alcohol use disorders at home or in the village facility. Area 5, road traffic injury is a big problem in Thailand with a very high mortality rate at 26.7 per 100,000 population in 2022, or almost 20,000 deaths per year on average. And drink driving is the second highest risk factor after helmet non-use. The blood alcohol concentration of drivers in Thailand was set at 50 milligram% for general people and 20 milligram% for minors, drivers with temporary driving licenses, and drivers whose licenses were revoked or suspended. However, we have seen several gaps in controlling drink driving. For example, we don't have a law to rule commercial or social host liability. Random breath testing is not regularly conducted, and no systematic compensation system for those who suffer from drink driving injuries or death. Area 6, around 70% of Thai people are non-drinkers, so the social norm should be alcohol abstinence. The Stop Drinking Network is a civil society organization supported by the Thai Health Promotion Foundation, actively promoting non-drinking social movements by creating alcohol-free environments and no alcohol sponsorship activities. The Stop Drink during the Buddhist Lent period campaign is an important activity conducted every year to encourage people to stop or reduce drinking for 3 months during the Lent period. Other activities that they have been successful in creating an alcohol-free environment include cultural festivals such as funeral ceremonies, boat racing, elephant fair, and youth activities. Now I will move to the outcomes of the policy implementation. The National Action Plan Phase 2 sets 5 key indicators to assess outcomes of policy. I will go through these indicators one by one. The first indicator is the annual per capita consumption, or APC, measured in liters of pure recorded ethanol per adult population aged 15 and over. The APC is around 6 to 8 liters per capita per year, with some increase in 2022 to 7.6. The National Action Plan sets the goal to decrease APC to 5.3 liters by 2027. From this graph, it can be seen that before we had the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act in 2008, the APC gradually increased by 0.18 liters per year. However, after 2008, although there has been marked economic growth and Thailand has been targeted as an emerging market for alcohol, the APC stay quite stable with a non-significant increase of only 0.02 liters per capita per year. The data from the WHO show that alcohol consumption varies by region, with the lowest APC in the Southeast Asian country. However, this region has become an alcoholic emerging market where big alcohol industries want to invest. The consumption trend is predicted to increase substantially. So, if Thailand could maintain the APC trend as it is currently, we could say that this indicates some success of our policy. The second and third indicators are the preference of current drinking among the general population aged 15 and over and adolescents 15 to 19 years old. The preference among the adult population has stayed quite stable, around 28 to 33% over the past 2 decades, while the preference among adolescents tended to decrease. This again may reflect the success of the policy in maintaining the drinking preference to not increasing despite the economic growth and modernization of the country. The fourth indicator is the preference of binge drinking among the adult population aged 15 and over. The latest national survey in 2021 reveals that binge drinking preference was 10%, but of this, only 2.4% were regular binge drinkers who drank heavily every week, while 8% occasionally binged. The last indicator is alcohol attributable morbidity and mortality. Here I show you only the alcohol attributable deaths, which have been quite stable until 2020 at the rate of around 31 to 33 deaths per 100,000 population per year, but tended to increase to 37 in 2021. On average, alcohol is related to 4% of all deaths in Thailand. Classified by disease category, injury makes the highest alcohol attributable deaths in both males and females, followed by diseases of the digestive system and cancers. In conclusion, I would say that our alcohol policy includes both best buys and good buys policy strategies as recommended by the global strategies. We have seen some success of the policy implementation, especially in maintaining consumption and related harm at a stable rate over the years, despite the rapid changes in economic growth and globalization of the country. However, there's still room for improvement, especially in terms of policy implementation and public involvement. At the end, I would like to thank you, all of you, for your attention, and I welcome questions and comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sawitri. We watched the recorded video without any technical problem. Dr. Sawitri shared some data and information about the policy strategies in Thailand. Her presentation focused on 5 headings: taxation on alcohol products, availability of alcohol products, marketing, which is very important issue in alcohol consumption, marketing of alcohol products, screening and treatment is also an important part of this control, and the non-drinking norm, the data she shared was so important. It gives us an opportunity to compare all these findings with our Turkish experiences. Dr. Sawitri is also connected live with us, and I would like to ask Dr. Sawitri if she has anything extra to add to her presentation.
Well, I would like to thank the host, the Turkish Green Crescent Society, for inviting me to give this talk and participate in this conference. I listened to the earlier sessions and found that they are quite interesting. So I think the idea of giving the conference virtual like this is very good, and I will try to do this in Thailand as well. And I hope that we can invite some of you to give your presentations and share your knowledge with us in our conference as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sawitri. We will be with you again at the end of the session for the question and answer part of it. The second speaker is Dr. Ebru Aldemir, again from Ege University. We have 2 actually speakers from the same region, from Izmir. Dr. Ebru Aldemir also studies on addictions. Her interest areas are addiction and related disorders, interviewing techniques, and neurocognitive functions. Her presentation, title of her presentation is New and Current Treatment Option in Alcohol Addiction. Probably this is going to be focused on Turkish experience. The floor is yours, Ebru Hoca.
Teşekkürler hocam. Herkese merhabalar.
Thank you, Professor. Hello all.
Alkol bağımlılığında yeni ve güncel tedavi seçenekleri.
And I will talk to you about the new options for treatment in alcohol dependence. Hopefully, I will wrap up in 15 minutes. I will talk about biological treatments in alcohol use disorder and the latest situation of the treatment guidelines, and I will talk about the latest clinical studies and meta-analysis. So we're talking about many clinical presentations in terms of biological treatments in AUD. And I would like to talk about the treatment of alcohol withdrawal and the maintenance therapy, because clinically these are the most important subjects. So considering the numbers from WHO, 2.2 3.3 million people die due to harmful use of alcohol, and we know that 5.9% of all deaths occur from alcohol. As for alcohol withdrawal syndrome, we know nearly 50% of the people with AUD experience alcohol withdrawal syndrome, and 3 to 5% of the patients developing alcohol withdrawal syndrome have delirium, and this is a good summary of the alcohol withdrawal, and their clinical presentations may differ, and this table shows which days are the most important ones. For example, alcohol withdrawal seizures start on the very first day, and they disappear within the next 3 days. And also, hallucinosis due to alcohol withdrawal peak at around the 3rd day and disappear around the 5th day. Alcohol delirium tremens or major withdrawal peak at the 4th day and last until the 5th day, and the symptoms like tremors, irritability, and insomnia start on the 1st day and persist for another 10 days. And it is more prevalent along with delirium. And also minor alcohol withdrawal or the shakes start on the 1st day. Speaking of alcohol withdrawal treatment, there are medications licensed across the world and in Turkey: benzodiazepine, barbiturates, propofol, and others are also used commonly. As for the benzodiazepine treatment regimes, we can use it in 3 different ways. First one is symptom-oriented regimen, and this is for the patients who do not have a severe withdrawal, and benzodiazepine is administered in accordance with the needs. Loading dose regimen is administered in presence of severe symptoms, and the patient is sedated while he is hospitalized, and it is administered at a dose of 0.5 to 1 milligram, and the purpose is to keep the patient operable. As for the fixed program regimen, this is mostly administered 3 to 4 times, 60 to 80 milligrams of benzodiazepine is administered. We mostly choose diazepam, but in case of any problem with the liver, we mostly go for lorazepam or equivalent doses. After benzodiazepine, we have barbiturates, and they open the chlorine and ion pathways. And when benzodiazepine is also added, the efficacy is increased, and it is administered around 65 to 260 milligram every 15 to 30 minutes. Propofol is administered in bolus form or as a permanent infusion, at a dose of 0.3 and 1.25 milligram per kilogram. And baclofen is a GABA-B receptor agonist, and it is again administered for 10 days. While carrying out alcohol withdrawal syndrome treatment, we have to be mindful about the supportive treatments, and we mostly administer thiamine, 300 milligram per day. And in case of Wernicke encephalopathy or Wernicke-Korsakoff, it is 600 to 1500 milligram. And as for the fluid treatment, it's 5% dextrose, 5% Ringer lactate without dextrose, or 20% dextrose. Potassium, magnesium, antiemetic and antihypertensive treatment may also be needed. Therefore, the patient should be followed very closely. As I said before, I will talk about the clinical studies. A retrospective study found that benzodiazepine has a similar efficacy. As for the novel algorithms, benzodiazepines have been found to have some disadvantages too. Therefore, the other options might be practical to us. Benzodiazepines have abuse tendency, and also it may have significant interactions with alcohol, opioids, and other CNS depressants, and benzodiazepine use may increase craving, early relapse to alcohol use, and increased alcohol consumption. So these are the different options which were compared with benzodiazepine. What can be those options? The options are carbamazepine, gabapentin, tiagabine, valproic acid, and vigabatrin. And especially glutamate and calcium channel regulators, gabapentin and levigabatrin concentrations look like an alternative for severe withdrawal, especially. The speaker's sound is really poor, so they block the reuptake of GABA and inhibits the catabolism of GABA and increases the GABA concentrations. As for the guidelines regarding the benzodiazepines and other medications, as you know, the classification is made in accordance with the level of evidence, and a suggestion rate is given between 1 to 5. In terms of the level of evidence, the studies with level A evidence are the ones with 2 and more double-blind parallel group, placebo-controlled, randomized studies. Level B is the medications with 1 or more randomized controlled and placebo-controlled studies. Level C are the ones with one randomized controlled trial. As for the recommendation grades, the category A evidence and good risk-benefit ratio are graded 1, and the drugs with category A evidence and moderate risk-benefit ratio are graded 2, and the others are 1, 2, 3, and 5. 3, 4, and 5. So benzodiazepines have a level of evidence of A, and in terms of recommendation, it is 1. Therefore, it has a better advantage, as shown by the studies. Diazepam, clometiazole has an evidence of B and recommendation of 2, but it is not available in Turkey, although there is an indication for its use in case of alcohol withdrawal. Carbamazepine has a level of evidence of B and recommendation of 2 for the withdrawal, and C and 4 for delirium and seizures. As for the maintenance therapy, after treating the withdrawal syndrome, we may have multiple purposes. The first one is to decrease the craving. Therefore, it is our initial purpose to decrease the dependence and to maintain the soberness of the people and to decrease heavy drinking. So it is a harm reduction process for the patients who have not been able to achieve quitting. Can you please wrap up in a few minutes? So we're now discussing about the evidence-based medication plans, and they will be even more important. Aksamprosat, naltrexone, nalmefen, and disulfiram are the ones licensed in Turkey. Aksamprosat has been licensed for a long time in Turkey, and it is effective to decrease alcohol use disorder. And this is for the patients who are willing to use pharmacotherapies and who do not have any hypercalcemia. And it is suggested to start as soon as possible. Naltrexone is also certified to be used for alcohol addiction and decreases the craving. In the treatment guidelines, it is suggested in case of decreasing the heavy drinking, and this is very effective, and it allows to drink in a controlled manner. And these are the meta-analysis indicating the efficacy and safety of naltrexone and acamprosat. If we should compare, the impact starts more quickly in naltrexone, and effect on the craving is available in naltrexone while it's not available in acamprosat. Naltrexone decreases the rewarding, and that's how it controls the craving. Nalmefen is licensed in Turkey, but it is also licensed in Europe, but it is not licensed in the States yet. especially for the people who have a high risk of drinking. We know about the e-sense 1, 2, and sense studies. It also is proven to be effective. It can be used regularly on a daily basis without any interruption. And the usage is tolerable, and it is mostly used for the patients who do not require any immediate response. Disulfiram. This is aversion-based pharmacotherapy, and when it is used along with the alcohol, the clinical negative signs occur, and it facilitates the abstention of the patient. Of course, we need to warn the patients and tell them about the possible effects. Can you please wrap up? Please wrap up in 1 minute. Disulfiram is used for the patients with moderate and advanced level of AUD. Sodium oxybate and baclofen have been licensed in Europe, and they do not have any licensing in the States yet. There are some cons, and therefore we cannot really say that they've been used commonly, and they still look superior to placebo. Topiramate is also effective to keep the people sober and to decrease craving. Gabapentin is also, again, very effective. Vareniclin have been found to be effective to decrease alcohol use disorder. And also they indeed regulate the accompanying emotional moods. Ariprazole is administered at lower doses for the people with impulsivity. This is my final slide. This is a systematic compilation analysis. Sodium oxybate, baclofen, disulfiram, gabapentin, acamprosate, and oral naltrexone are effective to maintain soberness, and disulfiram, baclofen, acamprosate, and oral naltrexone are effective to decrease heavy drinking, and in terms of the side effects, they nalmefene and topiramate have a higher impact as compared to placebo. Thank you for your attention. The speaker is now muted. We have problems with the time, therefore I will give the floor to Hakan, and we would like to provide him with the sufficient time. And I would like to remind the participants again, you may type your questions in Turkish or English in the chat box for the speakers. In the rest of the time, we will have a chance to discuss part of your questions. Now I will give the floor to Hakan Coşkunol, and he will talk to us about the effect of the culture in alcohol use disorder.
Hello, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I will talk about the impact of cultural structure on alcohol use. Actually, alcohol and culture, ever since Neolithic times, alcohol is known to play a central role in human cultures, and without exception, all societies have a history of embracing alcohol as a part of their unique history, and alcohol can be considered as a cultural artifact. And the form and meanings of drinking alcoholic beverages are all culturally defined, and the way drinks are consumed, under which conditions they are consumed, and with whom they are consumed, they are all a part of the human history. One of the important studies conducted in this field was this one, Social and Cultural Aspect of Drinking, and David Mandelbaum is quoted in the first part of this report, and it says, actually, all forms of alcohol consumption and all the symptoms of withdrawal of alcohol are well defined. Alcohol can be a taboo for the societies, but it should never be neglected. So the way people drink alcohol is always a part of the culture. The Mediterranean way of drinking, it's a pattern of alcohol consumption characterized by low to moderate amounts of wine with meal and during evening time. However, in the UK, in the British culture, drinking is often centered around the iconic image of the British pub, and it's mainly much more joyful and full of actions. So people going to the Mediterranean from the UK adopt the new way of drinking very shortly, and vice versa. There are social and cultural aspects of drinking. Desmond Morris conducted this study in 1998, and there are some findings, one of which is prescription of sociability. So the patterns are given by the society to each and every activity of the social, and also solitary drinking prescription is also there. Alcohol is shared, and also the feelings, the thoughts and experiences are also shared along with the alcohol. And reciprocity. In each and every culture, it is wanted that there needs to be a reciprocity, like bilateral giving. So alcohol is shared, and it is a bilateral give and take. Also, social control of consumption and behavior. This is also an important part of social and cultural aspect of drinking, and restrictions of alcohol consumption on female and underage drinking. And I also would like to recommend you some movies. For example, the film called Cliché can be a very good example in which we can see the ways of solitary drinking. There are also transitional rituals which play important role in consumption of alcohol. Cultures in which alcohol is only used to mark the transition from work to play, where drinking is associated with recreation and irresponsibility and regarded as antithetical to working, tend to have higher levels of alcohol-related problems. So in this way of drinking, we see more alcohol-related problems. Cultures in which drinking is an integral part of the normal working day, the alcohol may be used to mark the transition to work. And in these cultures, we have lower levels of alcohol-related problems. But in this kind of a culture, if people drink in the middle of the day, then this drinking way may be more and more problematic. And there are also festival rituals for alcohol, especially in societies with an ambivalent and morally charged relationship with alcohol. celebration is used as an excuse for drinking. In societies in which alcohol is a morally neutral element of normal life, alcohol is strongly associated with celebration, but celebration is not invoked as a justification for every drinking occasion. But if there is a transition from ambivalent to occasional, then it can create a problem. This slide is about socio-ecologic impacts of alcohol consumption. First, we see the individuals. There are individual differences like races, ethnicity, immigration, and on top of it, there are microsystems, family and home environment, schools and peers, work peer networks, peer support. On top of it, we have community norms, attitudes regarding alcohol use, cultural norms and gender norms. And on top of it, we see the macro level, the policy level, advertisement and marketing, policy related to alcohol use, and etc. So it starts with the individual and it ends up with the macro level, and I will try to summarize it. This is the world map, which shows us where alcohol is consumed as standard. And standard drinks, for example, a glass or a bottle for 125 milliliters for standard drinks, for alcohol, for the beverages or for the drinks which have a high alcoholic volume, then the glass is smaller. And in Europe, we see that there is a high consumption of alcohol per capita. It's around 14 standard drink per person, and it's for both sexes. However, we also have an interesting detail here in some certain countries like Maldives, Tunisia, Morocco. Actually, they are southern Mediterranean countries. There is a significant difference between male and female. So by gender there are differences. Male drink far way more than females, and in Far Eastern countries like Japan, this is 1 to 3. So even as the social norms, women tend to drink less. Maybe it's because of the social norms, maybe it is something biological, but we see it as a fact. Another factor is immigration. Immigration is the main challenge in the world, and our country is suffering from a bundle of events in terms of immigration. Immigration has two different aspects. The first one is the immigrants, the second one is the ones who are left in country of origin. So the first generation of immigrants actually do not have alcoholic problems. Most of the time they are actually drinking less than the society, but the ones who are left in the country of origin, they drink more. Most of the time the money sent by the immigrants to their home can be used for drinking more. And when it is the second generation immigrants or the third generation, alcohol intake, alcohol use increases. Socioeconomic status also gives shape to alcohol usage problems in individuals. There can be problems like drinking the liquors with high alcoholic volume. They may create more problems, but there are other factors that have an impact, like drinking status, gender, race, and ethnicity. But individuals with lower socioeconomic status, members of further marginalized communities, such as racial and ethnic minorities and homeless individuals, experience greater alcohol-related consequences, and alcohol-related mortalities are mainly in this category. Adolescence and young adulthood. These are the periods in which alcohol use is shaped by the family or the peers. So the family impact continues up until a certain time, but when the person becomes a young adult, then it is the peers and the friends. So parental alcohol use seems to exert a greater influence before age of 15 and diminishes over time. Family support, bonding, and parental monitoring is associated with lower alcohol use in adolescence, and also higher levels of familism. I mean, the values that place family needs over individual needs, and being in a nuclear family served as protective factors among adolescents. Again, there is a movie which is called 13, and it is about the impact of the peers. This is one of the important news by Catherine Patrick. Again, peer norms play an important role in adolescence. By the late adolescent period, parental influences related to alcohol use are small compared with peer influences. Peer pressure, peer alcohol norms, and socializing with substance-using peers were associated with alcohol misuse and binge drinking. Leaving the home environment, entering college, and joining Greek organizations increased alcohol use as a result of more socially permissive norms around drinking. So this may increase alcohol use in adolescence. And we have a movie here. This is Baby Teeth by Shannon Murphy, made in Australia. It's a closed community, and this boy goes to a college, then he has a friend there, a drug dealer, and it's a comedy with drama. Another problem, especially in the community, it is parental supply of alcohol. There is a developing pattern of harm associated with parental supply at the ages of 18. Parental supply during previous years was associated with binge drinking, alcohol-related harms, and alcohol use disorder symptoms. Parental supply of alcohol not only risks adverse outcomes itself, but also it risks increasing supply from other non-parental sources. Non-parental supply was associated with an even greater increased risk of adverse outcomes. This is grave, especially for adolescents, and this is a movie called The Misfortunes by Van Groningen. So it really exemplifies how this can be a problem. The synergistic influence of peers and families, parental support and monitoring may lead to social peer affiliations. So, if the family has a good communication with the child, then the child may use alcohol less. And if parents do not support alcohol use, then the child will probably not tend to go into social groups or will have some peers which do not drink alcohol. So maternal communication is important. Interventions aimed at establishing and fostering conservative view norms can also be an impact. So social norms play an important role in alcohol problems. Adolescents and young adults with a higher likelihood of having a past 30-day history of alcohol-induced blackouts and higher blackout intentions believe that many of their peer groups approved of certain alcohol-related behaviors and that their peer groups drink frequently and drink higher quantities. As you can see here, with the alcohol intake, problematic behaviors follow. Here we need to take into consideration the perceived behavioral control, subjective norms, and for all adolescents it may be the case. This perspective can be seen in a movie, Another Round. It's an Academy Award nominee. It's a movie by Winterberg. I believe that you will really enjoy it. Speaking of the movies can be a role model, and it is actually used as role models. Children and young people tend to be affected adversely. One of the studies showed that alcohol use was portrayed in 87% of all movies overall. Specific brands of alcohol appeared in 44% of them. For example, there is an association with James Bond and alcohol. An alcohol industry knows it, but they ignore the problem. The alcohol industry has already shown to be very effective through marketing campaigns and social media in changing perceptions and increasing drinking behaviors with high returns of investment in advertising exposure on drinking behavior. In principle, the alcohol industry has the opportunity and resources to support a shift in perception and purposefully change their behaviors. The industry has its own codes against marketing to youth, but alcohol advertisements often feature things youth are attracted to, like cartoons, pop music, silly jokes, video games, and flavors such as marshmallow or cotton candy. And this is also a case for adults. During the 2014 Football World Cup in Brazil, one of the most popular sporting events in history, 86% of alcohol advertising contained at least one violation of an industry code, such as promoting excess alcohol consumption. So it can be in anything that we are interested in. Cycle of stigma is also important because it may lead to discrimination, prejudice, fear, damage to self-esteem and treatment avoidance, then self-stigmatization, shame, self-doubt, reduced rates of recovery, drop out of treatment, and use substance to avoid or suppress negative effects. So in order to cope with your anxiety, you further use alcohol or similar substances. Actually, there are studies in any dimension of this field, but in psychology and psychiatry dimension, we see that there are lots of studies on stigmatization, especially the processes of subgroups should be studied further, and this is one of the publications, and editors can take a role if there is such a process in their own journals or in their own papers. They can also take measures regarding this. They can maybe discuss it with their subgroup. So if there is any cycle of stigma, any stigmatization, some measures should be taken against it. So maybe we all have a role to play in prevention of stigmatization. The last point I would like to mention is alcohol attributable fractions for selected causes of death, disease, and injury. You know how we need to take the measures in our countries and globally. One of the actions of WHO, it's about selected causes of death, disease, and injury. There are some AAFs, alcohol attributable fractions, like the injuries or giving damage to each other. In such kind of cases, when compared to the others, the level of failure about the self-functioning is actually higher than the other risk. For example, there is a difference between alcohol-associated cirrhosis, which keeps you away from your work, and it is higher than any other cause. And in many countries, there are endeavors which are emerging to control alcohol, but in some countries there is no endeavor to this, and in some countries in the world, alcohol is banned totally, but in 50% of the countries on the globe, there is no specific policy in order to control alcohol. So they are not taking any measures because they do not have any policy designed for that. And we need nationwide awareness raising activities. Before the problems emerge, we need to take the measures, especially in traffic, in adolescence, in violence, pregnancy, binge drinking periods, drinking at work. So all these topics are the ones on which we need to intensify, and the number of the countries who try to take measures, you can say, please do wrap up, Doctor. This is my final slide. I would like to talk about the WHO initiative called SAFER. We all need a safer world free from alcohol-related harms. And SAFER is about to strengthen, advance, facilitate, enforce, and raise. This is a very nice acronym. Of course, we need to strengthen restrictions on alcohol availability. We need to advance and enforce drink driving countermeasures, drunk driving countermeasures. We need to facilitate access to screening, brief interventions, and treatment. We need to enforce bans and comprehensive restrictions on alcohol advertising, sponsorship, and promotion. And last but not the least, we need to raise prices. We need to raise policies on alcohol through excise taxes and maybe pricing policies. Prices should be higher. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hakan. We actually lag behind the time. We have only a couple of minutes to answer the questions, but I kindly ask our speakers to be as brief as possible because currently we are just eating up the break.
The first question directed to Dr. Sawitri. Dr. Sawitri, are you with us? What are the, yeah, you are here. What are the reasons behind the increase in the alcohol market in the Western Pacific? Have you followed the question? Dr. Sawitri, I can repeat the question if you cannot follow it.
Oh,
you got the question?
No.
Okay,
no.
I am repeating the question again. What are the reasons behind the increase in the alcohol market in the Western Pacific?
In our region, right? Yeah, our region has become the emerging market for big alcohol. Some multinational alcohol industries try to promote drinking in our region. So that's why they use several strategies to make people be aware of alcohol drinking and to change the attitude of people to accept drinking, things like this. So I think this is, and because of the advance of the internet or online marketing, and in Thailand, although we have the law to ban alcohol advertisement, but if the advertisement comes from outside the country, we cannot control it. So that's why the reason for increasing marketing in Thailand and in the region.
In the region. Okay, thank you very much. So Dr. Sawitri mentioned about another problem. The advertisement not in the country but in the region may affect also the people, for example, living in Thailand. So you cannot control all these marketing efforts, advertisement techniques, etc. The second question directed to Ebru Hoca. Ebru Hoca, the question: some anti-epileptics like levetiracetam were among the medications you use for alcohol treatment. Are these anti-epileptics preferred only in the group of patients with a high risk of delirium tremens, or are anti-epileptics generally used in the treatment of alcohol dependence? Ebru Hocam sesiniz kapalı sanıyorum.
You are muted, please unmute yourself. In studies regarding use of anti-epileptics, so in the patients we do not see any epileptic seizures. Of course, some studies suggest that these patients are more advantageous, but as I already said, glutamate hyperactivity is targeted, so that's the mechanism. Anti-epileptics are running on this mechanism, so this is actually mainly for removal of the symptoms of withdrawal. So it is independent from the epileptic pictures or delirium tremens.
What you think about the widespread of non-alcoholic lifestyle in Nordic countries, defined as the sober lifestyle? Can we say that the adoption of this lifestyle by many countries may be the most effective method to reduce alcohol-related harms?
Thank you. I strongly agree with this view. Because as I see in the Nordic countries, it's generally forbidden for young people not to drink alcohol. So this kind of programs can help the youth from alcohol use and alcohol problems. And it must be taken as a model for, I think, most of the countries.
Thank you, Dr. Hakan. We are very late, and I would like to thank all my speakers for their participation.
Dr. Sawitri, thank you very much for your contribution, joining us from Thailand. We hope to see you in the future organization organized by Turkish Green Crescent. And I would like to also thank to Ebru Hoca and Hakan Hoca. We will end up the session. We have one more session after this, session 3 and keynote speech, the second keynote speech. We will end the day with these two events. Hope to see you tomorrow again within the Congress. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you.
We would like to thank our esteemed chair and distinguished speakers for this valuable session. We're closing this session upon completing the Q&A section. We'll be with you again with the third session after a short break. Distinguished participants, we proceed with the third session of the Congress. This session will address the effectiveness of alcohol addiction treatment and rehabilitation services and the health benefits of alcohol-free living. Our session chair is Professor Hakan Coşkunol, who is faculty member at the Ege University and scientific committee member of the Turkish Green Crescent Society. Our speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Professor Kathleen Brady, faculty member at Medical University, South Carolina, Professor Augusto Pérez Gómez, Director of the International Society of Substance Use Professionals and faculty member at Los Andes University, and Alejandra Villamil-Sanchez, adjunct researcher from Los Andes University. Dr. Geert Dom, faculty member at University of Antwerp. We'd like to welcome our esteemed session chair and 3 distinguished speakers. In this session, which will approximately 75 minutes, Professor Kathleen Brady will be with us with her speech entitled The Complex Neurobiological Relationship Between Stress and Alcohol Use, while Professor Augusto Pérez Gómez and Alejandra Villamil-Sanchez will be with us with their speech entitled Impact of Drug and Alcohol Use on Family, Work, Emotional and Leisure Time Life, and Dr. Geert Dom with his speech entitled Personalized Treatment in Alcohol Use Disorders, Promises or Disappointments. Now I leave the floor to the session chair, Professor Coşkunol, to conduct the session.
Thank you. I would like to thank to all participants, and this is the 3rd session of our International Congress on Alcohol Addiction, and we have 4 distinguished speakers from United States, Colombia, Belgium, and all of with interesting topics. The first topic is what alcohol, and Dr. Brady will be with us. I would like to talk about Dr. Brady. Dr. Brady is an experienced clinical and translational researcher and has been conducting scientific investigations and clinical work in the field of addiction and psychiatric disorder for over 30 years. Her research focuses on pharmacotherapy of substance use disorders, comorbidity of psychiatric disorders and addiction, and the neurobiological connections between stress and addiction. She has received numerous federal grants and has published over 400 peer-reviewed journal articles and co-edited 10 books. She is the principal investigator of most clinical and translational science awards, and also principal investigator of Southern Consortium Node of NIDA-founded Clinical Trials Network, and director of Musk's Women's Research Center. Her dedication for furthering research careers has attracted a number of junior investigators and clinicians. She is a former vice president of research of Medical University of South Carolina. She has served as president of the Association of Medical Education and Research in Substance Use Disorders, the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry, and the immediate past president of International Society of Addiction Medicine. Yes, Dr. Brady, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This morning, I'm going to be talking to you about a complicated relationship, and that is that between stress and alcohol use disorders. I'm going to begin by talking about some of the neurobiology that underlies this connection, but then I'm going to move fairly quickly on to talk about treatment options. I want to just begin by giving gratitude to my research group who, and as names come up for specific work, I'll cite them. And also to almost all of this work has been funded by the National Institutes of Health. Let me just begin by reminding everyone that addiction in general is really a complex, it really totally meets the definition of a biopsychosocial disease. We know there are biologic underpinnings, but we also know that psychological, early childhood, and all kinds of environmental factors can play a role in whether people develop addiction and severity of addiction and relapse, and certainly there are medical and economic consequences. So it truly touches all facets of our society. And often when we think about addiction, one of the big questions that's come up is, are people born with these genes that produce addiction, or is it just environmental factors that make one individual's life much more difficult, or that make drugs and alcohol that much more tempting to them? And that area, there's no place where that becomes more evident than when we're talking about traumatic exposure. And one of the things we know for sure is that trauma and traumatic exposure is very, very common in the lives of substance users. In my many years of interviewing substance users, I can't tell you how many times people talk about early childhood events. Women talk about rapes in college, and then there's all of the war-related traumas that people go through, and all the exposure to death and dying. That really haunts people. But the question always comes up is it the fact that trauma occurs in people's lives and then they turn to drugs and alcohol, or is it that people who use a lot of alcohol and drugs end up in risky situations that put them at risk for exposure to these horrible and traumatic events? And so this idea that there's a connection between stressful life events, and addictions is one that you can see clearly when you take histories, and it's got an intuitive appeal. But when we started working in this area 30 or 40 years ago, there were a lot of methodologic issues in all of the studies that you saw, and the causal relationship was often difficult to establish. For instance, someone will tell you, yeah, doc, I got in a fight with my wife and I went out and had a drink, and then I was fired from my job. So I just went off to the races and started drinking. But you find out, in fact, that he had been drinking a little bit before. The fight with the wife was related to drinking. And so the cause and effect is a little bit hard to establish. But two things we know that really are true that speak to this stress and drug use relationship. One is that childhood adverse events are very strongly associated with the development of substance use disorders. And there is an entire body of literature that proves this, but I'm really not going to have time to go through that with just 20 minutes. So I think you'll just have to trust me that much where every study that's been done, when you compare people with substance use disorders with those who do not, you find really serious childhood adverse events much more commonly. And also these stress-sensitive psychiatric disorders that we know about, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is really you need a stressor that's outside of the ordinary to even have the disorder. That's part of the disorder. But also mood and anxiety disorders, which are very stress-sensitive, are associated with substance use disorders. For PTSD, people with PTSD are 4 to 7 times more likely to develop substance use compared to the general population. For mood and anxiety, they're 2 to 3 times more, but still it's a pretty strong relationship. So I'm going to focus in on PTSD because that is really the pathognomonic sort of stress-related disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. And if you look at studies of treatment-seeking individuals with people with PTSD, usually 30 to 40% have a substance use disorder. If you look at combat-related and also in women, you actually find it higher. If you look at substance use samples, somewhere between 20 and 60% have PTSD. Again, this is much higher in women than it is in men, more like 60%. And then, as I said before, epidemiologic data shows a much increased odds ratio, so that if you have PTSD, you're somewhere between 5 and 7 times more likely in your life to develop a substance use disorder. So we decided that one of the things we were interested in is looking at neurobiologic commonalities. And just to give you an idea in terms of neural circuitry, we've actually there's a lot of work been done in this area by my group and others. We've really focused on the HPA axis because that is the main stress responsive system. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But if we talk about circuitry in the brain, one of the things we know is that the amygdala, which plays a very crucial role in threat perception, fear conditioning, and heightened memory. It's very closely associated with the hippocampus. It is hyperactive in both PTSD and substance use disorders. And we know that when people with substance use disorders see things that remind them of cues, that remind them of their drugs of abuse, they do have an emotional craving reaction. And similarly, when people with PTSD see cues that remind them of their trauma, again, emotional, it calls up those memories and emotions related to the trauma. The prefrontal cortex is really sort of our super ego of the brain. It is something that disrupts habitual or compulsive behaviors that are not adaptive and maladaptive thoughts. And in both PTSD and alcohol use disorder are associated with impaired PFC, prefrontal cortex regulation of these limbic brain areas. So in other words, the limbic, the PFC, which is supposed to dampen down some of that emotional reactivity so that people can live their daily lives without being disrupted by thoughts of alcohol or thoughts of trauma. PFC is supposed to help with that, and it is really impaired in both of these disorders. And significant uncoupling of this PFC and the amygdala at rest and during symptom provocation is seen in both PTSD. You bring people into the scanner, you show them trauma cues, you show them alcohol cues, and you'll see that there's an uncoupling of the PFC and the amygdala. And actually, other studies have shown that this is a marker of early relapse risk. So people with more uncoupling of this PFC amygdala are more likely to relapse. So one of the things that's also always puzzled us, and some of our work is focused on early childhood trauma, many individuals with PTSD and substance use experience their trauma or their first traumas anyway, very early in their lives. And this is just a couple of studies, not done by my group, by Van Dam et al., but they took a large cohort, over 200 patients. They had them in 4 different groups: PTSD plus substance use, PTSD only, substance use only, and a normal control. And this is all childhood maltreatment. So what I want you to see here is that they see, and they're measuring this in adulthood. So we're looking at a childhood trauma and what happens, what does their brain look like as adults? And that to me was always the most puzzling things. How does something that happens in childhood biologically, what's the signature that makes it impact things like the desire to drink alcohol or use drugs in adulthood? What we're seeing right here is that no maltreatment. You can see larger gray matter and in the region of interest in the no maltreatment versus the maltreatment group. Right here, we're actually looking at things, an area in the sort of hippocampal amygdala area that is lighting up. And if we look at, we just took the substance use groups and compared them. So what we're doing here is taking substance use groups and subtracting out them away from the groups without substance use disorders. And you can see what really stands out here are these prefrontal areas, the frontal cortex, where it looks like we have decreased gray matter in our substance use patients or participants relative to the non-substance users. And if we look at what this means with regard to relapse, the lower, this is a survival curve. The upper curve are those who have had no maltreatment. So you can see they are less likely to relapse. Lower curve are those who have experienced childhood maltreatment, more likely to relapse earlier, and this is at a significant level. And you can see that that propensity to relapse early is related to gray matter volume. So something happens, it changes the brain, it alters specific regions in a way that makes people with childhood trauma more vulnerable to the development of alcohol dependence. And how do we think that's happening? Well, we think it's likely to be epigenetics, which, as you all know, are environmentally induced changes in DNA expression. So this is the tightly coiled DNA helix. And what you can see is there are these histone bodies that are sort of the ends of the helix. And you can either acetylate or methylate or do there's some chemical transformation to these histone bodies. You can unfurl the helix and have more protein expressed, or you can make it more tightly curled and have less protein expressed based on environmental precipitants like childhood stress. One of the things that we think goes on in substance use disorders is the stress hormones. These the genes that are associated with stress hormones, there are epigenetic changes in these genes that make them more sensitive to expressing stress hormones at times, perhaps overly expressing them. Let me just show you this very interesting study done a number of years ago, but we've got two polymorphisms of a gene, one of a stress hormone genes, corticotropin releasing factor. And in this slide, we're looking at heavy drinking on your y-axis against, and it is in people with the homozygous C, or the more vulnerable subtype of the CRF gene, versus the carrier T, or the less vulnerable subtype of the CRF gene. And you can see the dark bar means an individual has had a lot of childhood traumas, a lot of negative life events in childhood. Light bars have minimal negative events. So you can see if you have the less vulnerable carrier T polymorphism, that your life events don't really impact your drinking. However, if you're the homozygous C, which is the genotype that is much more likely, it's a polymorphism that's much more likely to be vulnerable to these epigenetic changes, and you have significant life events, this dark bar, you have a substantially higher likelihood of developing alcohol use disorder over the course of your lifetime, almost twice the likelihood, based on negative life events and your genotype. So it truly is a gene by environment interaction. It is nature plus nurture. And so what we know from this in terms of neurobiology, common co-occurrence of PTSD and alcohol use disorder, common neurobiologic pathways that are involved in the pathophysiology. So perhaps these same pathways are going to be involved in treatment. Early trauma is associated with brain changes that increase the vulnerability to addiction. And this is really a feed-forward system where comorbidity ends up worsening the prognosis for both disorders. So when individuals present in your office and they have both PTSD and alcohol use disorder, you can't treat just one. You have to treat both disorders. That was a problem in the field for a long time. The idea was that, oh, you have to get the alcohol cleared up before you can start treating the PTSD. But in fact, when we took that approach, people with PTSD had terrible treatment outcomes because their PTSD symptoms kept resurfacing and driving the alcohol and interfering with treatment. So let's get back to treatment. What are our treatment options? Well, there's certainly a lot of psychotherapeutic options that we'll talk about, and there's also pharmacotherapy. And just to be honest with this group especially, it is really, there's much more evidence that effect size on psychotherapy right now is larger than it is for pharmacotherapy, although we're going to talk about both, because I think when you use them in combination is probably when you really have optimal treatment effects in people. This is a terrible slide, but I just wanted to show it to you because anyone who's interested in this area, it's a review of all of the studies of double-blind placebo-controlled trials of studies of alcohol dependence plus post-traumatic stress disorder, published by Petrakis and Simpson. So you can look this one up, but I can tell you what their conclusions were. There's only modest improvement with the SSRIs, and this modest improvement is primarily on the PTSD side of things. Modest improvement, there's been some idea that adrenergic agents that can turn down adrenergic tone might be especially helpful in PTSD, because a lot of what we see in PTSD is hypervigilance, hyperadrenergic tone, too much epi, norepi, the fear response gone awry. And so people thought things like lofexidine, prazosin, clonidine, all of those alpha blockers might be useful. As it turns out, it's only a modest effect, and it's a modest effect in both PTSD and alcohol dependence. One of the things they did find was that agents that targeted alcohol consumption, things like naltrexone, disulfiram, they didn't even, there's no trial in acamprosate, so I can't say anything about that. But alcohol outcomes were improved. And with disulfiram, you actually saw improved PTSD symptoms. And that's because disulfiram, in addition to, disulfiram blocks that acid aldehyde dehydrogenase. So it causes a buildup of acid aldehyde when people drink, but it also blocks dopamine beta hydroxylase. That's the enzyme that turns dopamine to epinephrine. And so when you use disulfiram, you increase your dopamine and you decrease your norepinephrine and epinephrine. And so therefore you decrease the noradrenergic tone, you decrease the fight or flight response while increasing dopamine. So that is probably the mechanism for improving PTSD. And then there were 2 small studies with agents topiramate and N-acetylcysteine. These are primarily glutamatergic agents. Both of those showed promise. Unfortunately, both were followed up with double-blind placebo-controlled trials, which have not, where the effects have not been quite as positive. This is one study I just wanted to show because I think it's really important when we think about pharmacotherapy. It is depression, it's not PTSD. However, what this is a trial of a combination of sertraline and SSRI with naltrexone, a drug that we know is good for craving and decreasing alcohol use, in 170 depressed alcohol dependent subjects divided into 4 groups, with and without alcohol dependence, with and without depression. And what you can see is in both drinking parameters as well as depression parameters, the combination group, which is the blue line, the top blue line, did much better. Again, this is a survival curve in drinking and in depression than any of these drugs alone. In fact, that's what you'd call actually a synergistic effect. It's not even an additive effect of the 2 drugs, because each of these drugs by themselves didn't appear to do much. But if you added them together, you saw a pretty significant outcome. So I think this is just something to consider, is starting both drugs at once. Naltrexone targeting the alcohol use, and an SSRI, which we know, at least in the United States, has FDA approval for the treatment of PTSD. So let me go on to talk about psychotherapy, because I actually think these are the more effective treatments. And there's been a number, probably more than for any other psychiatric comorbidity, therapies that combine substance use with PTSD treatment have been developed. And this is just a list of a few that have been tested in clinical trials. And for the most part, there's been at least some positive response to any of these. The last one, Koob, or concurrent treatment of PTSD and cocaine dependence, now we've expanded it, we've used it in alcohol and other drugs, is one that we developed it by my research group. And one of the biggest controversies in this PTSD substance use treatment literature is whether to use exposure-based treatments. Exposure-based treatments, these are a set of techniques that are designed so that the clients actually confront the feared objects, situations, and memories, but they do it in a safe and therapeutic manner, and they really learn to sort of separate their emotion, the emotional response they have from these innocuous cues in their environment. And so you literally have people recount their trauma in the therapeutic setting. People used to think for a long time you could not use exposure-based treatments in people with alcohol or substance use because they would relapse. This would cause them to relapse. It's just too distressing. We thought, well, wait a minute, exposure-based treatments are by far, the Institute of Medicine did a big study. They're by far the most effective treatments for PTSD. So we thought this is not, we can't really withhold this without, just based on, what we suspect, not something that we have tested. we can't withhold these from people that are really some of the most people in most need of effective treatment. So for a long time, the only thing people used were non-exposure based treatments. And these are good. They're cognitive behavioral techniques. They help people with new thought patterns that support safety and recovery. And you usually see some improvement, but I'm going to show you in this.
Dr. Brady, last minute, 1 minute, please.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I started at about 23 after, so I think I've got a few more. I started 3 or 4 after. Okay. So this is just the number of veterans with PTSD. We're using an exposure-based versus a non-exposure-based, and here's the exposure-based treatment. As you can see, everybody gets better, but exposure-based treatment is probably the most effective. So our conclusion.
So my conclusions in terms of psychotherapeutic intervention.
So basically, we think that exposure-based treatments are the most effective, but that they can't be used for everyone, and that sometimes you need to start with non-exposure-based, move on when people are ready. So just to conclude, when it comes to alcohol use disorders and stress can facilitate initiation of substance use. Once people start using substances, it can certainly increase the risk of addiction. And once people become addicted, exposure to stress can trigger relapse. So I really think this tells us we need to have aggressive assessment and treatment of stress-related disorders in individuals' substance use. It's very critical to their recovery. There are promising developments in psychotherapies, but we need to figure out which treatment for which patient at what point in the illness. And there are promising developments in pharmacotherapy with new mechanistic targets and combination therapies. And with that, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brady. And I want to thank you also for explaining such an important topic in detail in a short time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next speakers are from Colombia, and they have an interesting topic also. Dr. Augusto Pérez Gómez obtained his PhD at Leuven University, and he worked in 4 universities: Lille, Los Andes, London University as a visiting professor, and also visiting professor at the Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, University of Medicine Dentistry of New Jersey, United States. In 1998, he was appointed Director of Presidential Program of Drug Abuse until 2002. Since 2002, he is the Director of Corporation Nuevos Rumbos and was appointed Director in 2022. He has been writing and doing research on treatment and prevention studies for Latin American drug users for almost 40 years. He has published 15 books and 217 papers in Spanish, English, French, German, and Portuguese. 4 books will be published between 2022 and 2023 with the co-authorship with other members of Nueve Rumbos. And the second speaker collaborating with him is Alejandra Villamin Sanchez. Villamin Sanchez is psychologist from El Bosque University, where she also obtained the title of specialist in clinical psychological and personal self-efficiency. Alejandra is currently working on her PhD dissertation in psychology at the universities of Los Andes. She is a deputy researcher of the director of Nuevos Rumbos Corporation since 2019 and coordinates 2 projects, one on sociopathy and criminal behavior, and other on the impact of drug use on family life. She is the co-author of a book on famous criminals and a member of the editorial committee of 2 more, a study on alcohol use among minors and history of drug use and abuse. Yes, the floor is yours, Dr. Perez. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much. I'm sorry because for these problems. Alejandra has a very young child, and because of that time of the day, she was unable to find someone to take care of the child. So I will present this on behalf of the two of us who've been working on this area for 4 years now. As everybody knows, the impact of drug and alcohol consumption on the quality of family life has been scarcely studied, and there are thousands of papers on the characteristic of the families of those who consume psychoactive substances and alcohol, but just a very, very few works on the impact on the family, on the quality of family life. After working on this for several months, we considered that there are 4 fundamental dimensions that allow us to understand the basic functioning of a family: the family interactions, the processes related to work, the emotional life of each of the members of the family, and the use of free time. Next, please. The family is a nuclear axis for the vast majority of contemporary human societies. It's in it the first bonds are created. With the family, we learn to speak. We have the first frustrations, and we can see inside the family a promising future of a threatening one. Next. The impact when we have a look on the family, on the 4 dimensions I mentioned, the impact on family dynamics is deep and complex. The substance use can damage communication, trust, and cohesion between members. The family roles are altered as members adjust to the situation, and this, of course, provoke tension and conflict. A high number of conflicts is to be expected, since substance users often commit robberies in their own home or in neighbors' houses, frequently lie, and break family routines. Next. Regarding the labor dimension, the presence of a drug and alcohol consumer in the family can increase stress, affect concentration and decision-making, and lead to a deterioration in work performance. The family members may experience difficulty maintaining a balance between work and home concerns, which in turn may lead to increased absenteeism and job turnover. Regarding the emotional dimension, the family members may experience anxiety, shame, stress due to the dynamics and concerns associated with a family member using drugs. And the emotional effects can have long-term implications on members' mental health and well-being, including disorders such as depression and anxiety and other stress-related disorders. Which is important to highlight is that many authors mention these possible problems, but when you look at the literature, the number of works on each of these issues is very, very scarce. Regarding free time, we were unable to find a single paper regarding the problem on free time associated with drug and alcohol use in a family member. But drug and alcohol consumption within a family has consequences regarding the possibility of enjoying the free time and recreational activities. And it is important to know what implications it has for the quality of life and general health. Next. Our study worked with the parents or tutors of 681 persons currently in treatment for drug abuse in 19 centers around the country. These people filled out a survey including socio-demographic data, economic incomes, expenses associated with accidents, legal or medical issues, academic failure, robberies, or damage to public or private property. And they answered also 30 questions related to the 4 dimensions explored in family interactions, labor, emotional life, and use of free time. So we had 681. The average age of the respondents was 51 years. 70% were women, 30% men. The socioeconomic stratum was the most frequent one was low, 41%, and the substance more frequently we used besides alcohol, because alcohol was present in almost 100% of the cases, was marijuana. Next, okay, here we have the results. The questions related to the family dimensions were the increase of conflicts, fights, problems in communication, difficulties with friends, loss of activities, problems with the breaking norms, the difficulty for decision making, and affection. You can see we divided the answers. We had a scale of 6 possibilities. 0 was no influence at all, no effect, and 5 was very strong problems with this dimension. You can see that this dimension was severely affected. Next. In the case of labor, the problem was lesser. In any case, the impact was quite strong, but a lot lesser than in the case of family impact. We were measuring here the low productivity, mistakes related to work, irresponsibility, communication skills, conflict with superiors or peers, absenteeism, and job loss. Next. The emotional dimension was a personal answer. This person considered that irritability, depression, insomnia, emotional lability, concentration, frustration, and anxiety were all strongly affected. Almost between 73 and almost 70% of the people answered that they were strongly affected by the fact of having a member of the family using drugs or alcohol. Next. And regarding free and leisure time, we regarded the loss of interest, anhedonia, socialization, alcohol consumption, family consumption, isolation, and lifestyle. You can see that the impact was lesser than in the case of family or emotional life. The conclusions were that the most affected dimension is the family dimension. And within this, the item of conflicts and arguments, followed by communication, difficulties, and fights. The least affected item is the loss of friends or neighbors. The second dimension with the most impact was the emotional one, and the greatest impact regarded anxiety and stress, followed by irritability. The low level of frustration tolerance item was the least affected. Regarding the work dimension, the item that is most affected is the decrease in productivity, followed by irresponsibility and work errors. And the fourth dimension, free time and lifestyle, is the one that suffers the least impact. The item showing the greatest impact is marked changes in lifestyle, followed by loss of interest, loss of the ability to enjoy, and loss of spaces and ways of socialization. These results show that having a family member with alcohol and other substance use problems profoundly modifies family functioning. It is not only the economic dimension, because we published quite recently, last year, we published a paper regarding the impact on the economic life of the family, and we found out that even if in Colombia it is possible to get treatment in relatively good quality treatment centers for free, because it's since 2016 it is a public, considered a public health problem, and social insurances cover the costs of the treatment. Even so, the economic impact on families is very, very strong. But it is the entire life of the family which is affected by this problem. The next step we are working on at this precise moment is the calculation of intangible costs, which has been considered one of the most difficult and unavoidable problems regarding alcohol and drug use. Next, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, for your impressive speech. And the third speaker will be Dr. Dom. Dr. Geert Dom is a full professor psychiatry at the University of Antwerp and medical director of PC Multiversum in Belgium. Research and teaching focuses on addiction disorder with a specific interest in comorbidity. He is the immediate past president of the European Federation of Addiction Sciences and the current president of the European Psychiatric Association. Yes, Mrs. Dom, the chair is yours.
Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congrats for a beautiful Congress program. I'm not sure, do you hear me, first of all? Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm not sure how much time I have at the moment, so I try to rush up and find a little bit more time.
You have too many minutes, and later on we have only 5 minutes for the questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I have no conflicts of interest to report, and so my topic is on the question about personalized treatment in alcohol use disorders. And for all of us attending this Congress, it's nothing new to say that alcohol consumption has a very negative impact. But importantly, I think to note again and again that we have about 70% relapse also after treatment. So really the need to look from this from a chronic perspective. And I think in association, and many associations in the US, but all over the world, recommend that medication treatment should be considered for all patients with moderate to severe alcohol use disorders. So I think it's a little bit strange to notice that WHO, the World Health Organization, that has only included acamprosate and naltrexone in their model list of essential medicines only very, very recently, which is, I think, a bit of a shame. I think this should have been done much, much longer. So I'll start with take-home messages, and my first take-home message is, as we all know, the treatment of alcohol use disorder is effective if and when, and this is important, if it's offered. And we all know that a little bit varying between countries, but between 5 to 10% of potential patients are offered some kind of treatment. And of these, only part of them are offered medication. So we have a real treatment gap problem there. And the treatment is effective if and when it is offered for a long enough period. And we know that most trials, most pharmaca trials, only look to one treatment episode, which is problematic. And of course, we can improve the effectivity of our treatments or novel treatments and look to personalization to increase the effectivity. But in my view, this is secondary to the above essential elements. The future would, of course, be like in all of medicine, where we could look to early personalized interventions to avoid chronification of the disorder. Just highlighting this recent article by Carolina Barboso, explaining, and I think this is a very nice attempt to see what is the cost effectivity, calculations on QALYs, and I think she underlines with her findings very good that we need to offer more than one treatment episode. On average, if we look to the combined trial needed, the patients needed about 3 treatment episodes to have a sustained effect. And we see that the cost effectivity of our treatments increase if we offer more than 1 treatment episode. So this is again underlying the chronicity of the disorder. What is precision medicine overall in psychiatry? We know that our medications in this case are effective, but with a moderate effect size. And I highlight here the nice overview of Alagüney, overviewing the effectivity of all kind of disorders. And as you see on its substance use disorders, we score okay, quite well, about 0.3, about 0.5, so moderate. So we know our treatments are effective, moderately effective, and precision medicine is an attempt to see whether we can find, based upon different kinds of markers, for example, digital phenotyping or neurocognitive or neuroimaging or omics or genetics, find profiles of patients and patients groups that might respond better to certain types of treatment. Of course, it is needed, and one of the big challenges is that if you want to do this, you really need to understand the underlying pathogenetic processes of a disorder, and of this we are in addiction field going step by step, but not far enough as yet. Another, and a caveat, I think, with all the thing about precision psychiatry is, of course, data are collected, but it is really, really important to look at all aspects of that, whether we are not collecting on a biased way data, so that we make conclusions that only account for certain kind of populations that are in other parts of the world less relevant. So I think there is a challenge, and that challenge in discrimination we need to really look upon also from an ethical point of view, how we are making next steps in these developments. So this about a little bit in general on precision medicine. If we link to alcohol use disorders, what is known at the moment, and I try to, let's say, approach this by different levels. What is known on the level of pharmacogenomics, what is known if we use neurocognitive measures in trying to subtype groups, what is known based upon, let's say, more phenotypical clinical characteristics. I'm very, well, I think if this is a very useful schematic approach with executive functioning, incentive salience, and negative emotionality that helps to give a frame in the further discussions. So if we look to the, let's say, pharmacogenetics, looking to which kind of genes, which kinds of polymorphisms can moderate the effect of certain treatments, and most of it is looked upon moderation of the effect of naltrexone, a little bit about acamprosate. This is a very, very busy slide, and I'm really sorry for that. Just highlighting there are quite a number of studies looking into it, but there are really only small studies in need of replication, and a lot of them indicating or giving indications that are really difficult to make an interpretation on. The most studies have been done about naltrexone and the opioid receptor mu1, polymorphism, and were initially in the early years quite promising, but as yet the newest studies also show not a very convincing effect. So overall, and I think Kranzler has summarized this very nicely with his colleagues in a very recent overview on this, the pharmacogenetic studies of naltrexone really focusing on the carrier of this allele, encoding the homozygotes. This was the hypothesis, but recent meta-analysis on all of these studies on naltrexone and these pharmacogenetic effects failed to show a really significant effect. So promising in the initial years, but really not. So recently, more, and this is also the advised, largest G-wise study of medication effects on drinking are needed. And well, the field is in development. This is a nice overview of a G-wise alcohol use disorder treatment response looking to acamprosate and naltrexone, and indeed finding some evidence of associations between some polygenetic risk scores and the effect on the alcohol use treatment. But interestingly, I think if we look to these gene variants that are identified in these medication-specific analyses, they have in themselves not been associated or implicated in alcohol use disorder pathogenesis. So you have really this question, and it's, I think, very interesting but challenging that you see that some kind of gene variants do modulate the medication effect on alcohol outcome, but they seem to be different or as yet unexplored in the pathogenesis of alcohol. This is for me a reflection that I think this is a very great way of going forward, but we really need to accept that at this moment we really do not understand enough about the underlying neurobiology and genetics of this disorder. So pharmacogenetics conclusion, the findings are really interesting. However, all small studies warranting replications, and again, G-wise study, this interesting question, I think, why these risk scores for medication effect are a bit different from the risk scores for the disorder itself. So the clinical applications of pharmacogenetics at the moment still very limited. If we look to the, let's say, more endophenotypal or neurocognitive level, and with the question, can this help us to do a more phenotyping? And this is, of course, and this is a review we made on this topic with Antonio Verdejo Garcia. With the ideal would be that with deep cognitive phenotyping, we could identify subgroups of patients with similar characteristics that would respond better to different kinds of, for example, behavioral interventions. So this is the plan, the idea. The reality on itself is a little bit less convincing at the moment. If we look, for example, and one of the topics I'm highly interested in is the concept of impulsivity, so the modulation, the functionality of your executive functioning systems. I think there are so many studies indicating the relevance of impulsivity as a factor that negatively impacts the cause of addictions, which is, I think, a very consistent finding. But if, and in the early years, we did some research on it, in this case, for example, looking how your level of impulsivity modulates the effectivity of modafinil as a treatment for alcohol use disorders. And this was an interesting finding, but it reflects different problems. For example, how exactly to define who is really, where is the cutoff, for example, of impulsivity. But if we look overall, yeah, you can see that highly impulsive alcohol patients do relapse more. But then the next step is how you can translate that to treatment. And I think this overview, the systematic review and meta-analysis show very clearly that well, the effect of cognitive, this psychotherapeutical or even pharmacological efforts to modulate this impulsivity really result in quite moderate or very slow effects. So we know impulsivity as a let's say as a marker on the prognosis, but the translation, what it means into treatment, remains to be explored. I think a stronger case can be made if we look to subtyping patients on the level of incentive salience and identification of who of our patients, drinking patients, are more classified as reward drinkers and relief drinkers. And I think there the group of Katie Witkiewicz with Karl Mann has done very nice work identifying, using basically a very simple scale, identifying the profile on a really clinical level of the reward drinking, or is a patient more a relief drinker. And interesting, there you see quite nice effects of naltrexone, in this case in the first study in 2018, where you see that specifically on a significant level, the reward subgroup really responded much better on the naltrexone. This has been replicated in an independent sample by Katie Witkiewicz, showing again that this reward subgroup on daily naltrexone shows a much better outcome, even with quite heavy effect sizes, Cohen's d of about 2, which is quite impressive. So there seems to be a possibility to make a distinction and to make a little bit steps toward real life precision medicine or personalized medicine. This has been confirmed also in young or in other samples, which makes it, I think, a little bit more convincing even. And also I refer to this slide also in sample of young adult heavy drinkers, where you see also here that young adults high in this reward really respond quite well to this naltrexone treatment. For example, in the outcome of % days of drinking to intoxication, this is binge drinking, and also % high intensity drinking. So there the relation between, on a phenotypical level, reward drinking profile and a better effectivity of naltrexone really has some arguments. And this can also be translated on a more neurobiological level, because cue reactivity in imaging research, I think, parallels a little bit reward drinking. And also there we have several nice studies showing that patients with high cue reactivity on alcohol pictures really seem to respond better to naltrexone specifically, with again quite massive number needed to treat. So this is in the same line, again convincing. I think that more research of course is needed, but it might be a promising directions. Do we have other, let's say, phenotypical or clinical variables that can help or identify better response to pharmacological treatments of alcohol use disorders? Well, I think the domain is open. There are a lot. I think one of the more replicated is smoking as a behavioral matter, where you see that a number of studies suggest that the treatment for those alcohol patients to abstain or reduce drinking is reduced better. So smoking patients seem to respond better to pharmacological treatments. So you have on both naltrexone and varenicline, Champix, which is unfortunately not available at the moment. It's, I think, a very interesting drug, but for here you see an example of the response in the smoking. So you see quite good effectivity, specifically on naltrexone in the group of alcohol patients that smoke. So there might be also an indication. This is another one on varenicline, where specifically in the low severity alcohol group, varenicline seems to have a better outcome. So this is quite promising. On the other hand, these, of course, small studies, again, need for replication. I think this is a recent overview of Katie Witkiewicz showing that, of course, there's a lot of, let's say, clinical markers used in identifying their effect on outcome of alcohol, between others, the executive functioning, impulsivity, but also incentive salience, etc. But the field is very broad at the moment. And if you look to the conclusions of this very recent overview, I think very interesting, very recently published article looking into what is now the let's say the weight of this subgroup analysis, where and there have been a lot of individual studies looking to the effect of sex or the effect of craving intensity using the different alcohol typologies, smoking status, as I have highlighted. Then I think this review, this meta-analysis looking that, first of all, most of the studies, most of the big meta-analyses in alcohol use disorder treatment look not to these characteristics, but more on study level characteristics. And we have to be really, really careful to draw conclusions, because if you look to this bigger picture, really much more info, much more studies are needed for these predictive approaches. So my dream that I once had with these colleagues, authors, that we could go step by step to a very nice, very practical, useful psychopharmacology based upon, let's say, more personalized characteristics, at the moment still, I'm afraid, will remain a little bit of a dream. Of course, we have indications for a better functionality, maybe with alcohol patients with a smoking high curativity. But again, as I explained, for all of these, there are some studies, small studies, giving indications, but I think, unfortunately, not enough to make this kind of a translate this in a kind of a guidance, etc., which is, in my view, would be very much needed, because we really need to give more substantiation to the reason why we should give patients medication, because patients need to be given medications. It's an essential part of their treatment. So finally, and I hope within my time, I think another fascinating angle or approach of this problem is, can we, before the disorder develops, really already identify subgroups where treatment can have an extra effect to avoid evolution to a chronic disorder? I think there is a lot of work done by the groups of Patricia Conrad, but many other groups, looking into the possibility to identifying children or very young adolescents based upon mainly their personality traits and characteristics, and by offering coaching, by offering training specifically aimed at certain subgroups, for example, children or young adolescents with high impulsivity, for example, to mediate that. And the results of that, in my opinion, are quite impressive. This is 2 years after these kind of interventions, with quite nice effect sizes on the decrease of alcohol use, the decrease of or the not coming up of dependency symptoms, etc. And the interesting is that these effects seem to maintain for quite a long time. So I think this is very, very promising. So wrapping up, hopefully within my time, a first conclusion is again the take-home message. And again, I think the most important is that we offer treatment, we close the treatment gap, and we offer treatment for long enough periods, so not one treatment episode for long. And of course, the cherry on the cake would be to go to personalization, but as I've explained, this has some obstacles to go. So I think the personalized treatment We are step by step in progress, very interesting field. I think reward drinking profile and cure reactivity as kind of a biomarker or a clinical marker is promising in the effects of naltrexone and nalmefene. The pharmacogenetics and the different phenotypical or clinical characteristics like sex, smoking, family history, etc., are interesting, but many small studies need replication. We noted that the understanding the genes and the variations that modulate pharmaco effects are maybe a little bit different or even unknown at this moment in the role of the pathogenesis of alcohol use disorders. These are, by the way, challenges overall in precision medicine, where we really need to realize that to make progress in precision medicine, you really have to have very good disease models with very good understanding of the underlying pathogenetics and the targets. That's something lacking for alcohol or in development in the field of alcohol use disorders. Of course, we need to define what are valid outcomes, also an important challenge in our field, and of course, biomarkers, and very importantly, replication in independent samples of these models. And then I refer also to machine learning models, etc. We need these replications in independent cells. I did not touch upon the comorbidity subgroups, and I'm very happy that Professor as the first speaker came up and really made a nice case for that. So concluding, promising, a little bit disappointing, but maybe realistic. And if I think I refer here to the what we call the Gartner hype cycle methodology, where you see when very promising innovations are introduced in the market and you see a peak of inflations, and then again, based upon new research that seems not to be so promising. I hope we will be about here in the story of going to realistic, nice plateau of productivity. And finally, I highlighted the early interventions as very promising. So I think personalized treatment is very, very promising, still a little bit disappointing, but I think going to a realistic way. But I want to conclude by saying it's very nice to talk about all these fancy things, but of course, personalized medicine can have no effect within, let's say, non-precision world. So I really think all this context is also super important. So just wanted to highlight that. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention. I stop sharing and go back to the chair of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dom. And with the hope of personalized treatment option in the addiction, more treatment options. Thank you. And we have not too much time. I think we have some questions, and we have some questions. First of all, one of the questions is comes to Dr. Perez. It mentions that in your presentation, alcohol use disorder causes problems in many different areas. What are the issues that we should prioritize in order to prevent these problems?
That's a very difficult question because the impact is in so many areas that prevent them implies to work with the family all the time, not only with the person who is affected by the drug or alcohol consumption, but with the family as a whole. We need to know, for instance, because we don't know how the children are affected, how the adolescents are affected. We know we have information from Alcoholics Anonymous, for instance, but not from specific studies in different countries of the world, because here the cultural factor is also very important. In some areas of Colombia, for instance, drinking alcohol at a very young age is quite normal. has been seen as a very normal behavior. Not now and not anymore, but until 10 years ago, children of 12, 13 years of age were drinking alcohol in parties. And still today, in some areas of the country, children can buy alcohol. It's illegal, of course, but the retailers sell them alcohol. So in order to prevent these problems, we have to make a lot of different interventions at very different levels of the society.
Gracias por pregunta. And the second question is for Dr. Brady. What do you think about the possibility that alcohol use disorder is caused by gene transfer? Is it possible to work on improving the transferred gene?
Well, gosh, that's something I don't really know enough about to even answer that question. I guess that's a therapeutic endeavor that may be done in infants or is that what we're talking about, sort of the treatment of pregnant individuals? So this is what I think in general. I think that alcohol dependence is going to always be a multi-genetic determined disorder. Like, I don't think we're ever going to find one gene that defines it or not. I mean, I think it's a combination of with some people it has to do with impulsivity, with some people it has to do with stress reactivity. I mean, I think it's a combination of those things in interaction with one's environment. So it's hard for me to imagine that any sort of it, unfortunately, it's a polygenetically determined disease. So hard for me to imagine. Although one thing I can imagine is that if we ever get to the point, like they are in some oncology studies, where they're actually looking at altering epigenetic changes, I think that might be, if we could alter epigenetic changes, that might be one part of a multi-system treatment for alcohol use disorder. But this is one of those disorders I don't think we'll ever have a magic bullet type treatment, and I think we'll always be using medications in combination with psychotherapeutic and family interventions and sort of multi-level complex interventions. But that doesn't mean I don't think the genetics are important, and that any advances in the field of genetic treatments might not make a big contribution to the treatment of alcohol use disorder.
Thank you very much. And the last question is for Dr. Dom. Can the same treatment methods be applied to every age group? Do treatment methods differ according to age group and gender? Is naltrexone treatment recommended for all age groups? There are three connected questions.
Thank you. That is a very efficient way of putting a question together. I think it's a very good question. Thank you for that. I think, yes, for example, for gender, there are, again, small studies showing different effects. I'm pretty sure that Professor Brady knows more about it and will agree, but I think there are really not enough studies exploring the gender sensitivity in the effects of medication and treatments. And there are starting up some treatments for both. I think naltrexone has some, acamprosate, idem, so also with the hormonal cycle, etc. I think this is a field that needs to be more looked in. Again, also for children, young age groups. We have specifically also for the older age group, I think not enough studies looking into that. There are some, and if I remember well, but also their age is an important, let's say, clinical factor that we need to explore in the effectivity overall of pharmacotherapy. But I think specifically for the gender, there needs to be much more studies, I think, to be done. So very great three questions in one question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the speakers for attending this Congress, and hope to see you in the other Congress with Yeşilay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
We would like to thank our esteemed chair and distinguished speakers for this valuable session. We're closing this session upon completing the Q&A section. We'll be with you again with the third session after a short break. Dear participants, International Congress on Alcohol Addiction continues with the second keynote speech. This speech will focus on alcohol control policies, why it is needed, how it is made, and the impact it has on health and well-being. Professor Thomas Babor, former chairman of the Department of Public Health Sciences of University of Connecticut School of Medicine, will deliver a speech chaired by Mr. Wim van Dalen, who is the director of the Dutch Institute for Alcohol Policy and president of the European Center for Monitoring Alcohol Marketing. Professor Thomas Babor will be with us with his speech titled Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity. I'd like to welcome our esteemed session chair and distinguished speaker. I'd like to invite our session chair, Mr. Wim van Dalen, to lead the session, which will last approximately 1 hour.
Thank you very much. I welcome everyone to this interesting part of the conference. Thomas Babor is a very well-known expert, so I'm very glad, Thomas, that you are able to present your main knowledge about alcohol policy, how to prevent and manage all these alcohol-related problems. Your speech will take about 30-40 minutes, and then we have a discussion. Maybe you can put questions, of course, in the chat. And we really hope that we have a very interesting exchange of knowledge. Thank you very much, everyone. And Thomas, I will give you the floor at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting me to this virtual conference. It's a great privilege to be able to share with you the information that I've been able to assemble into a book called Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity, which is now in its third edition, and it's been fully updated. And this book is the work of an international group of authors from about 7 or 8 different countries around the world, all of them career scientists in alcohol and drug research. And what we have done is reviewed the scientific literature relevant to the epidemiology of alcohol-related problems, as well as the solutions that have been proposed and tested and evaluated in different countries around the world to reduce alcohol-related problems. And this is something that begins with trying to answer the question, why should alcohol be treated as a harmful or as a product that is different from other products? And a big question is alcohol a product that should be treated as potentially harmful like tobacco, or should it be considered what the alcohol industry would like us to believe, which is an ordinary commodity for most people? And the first thing that we evaluate in the book is the extent of alcohol use around the world, including the Eastern Mediterranean region. And we know from epidemiological research, population surveys, sales data, that alcohol use varies in different regions around the world. And the other thing is that even though a significant proportion of people in many countries consume alcohol, there is a large proportion in almost all societies that consider themselves abstainers. So we should not consider drinking alcohol as normal, even when the industry likes to have us believe that alcohol consumption should be a part of a modern lifestyle. Drinking varies according to the extent of alcohol use per capita, alcohol consumption, and some countries have very high levels of use, particularly in the European region, and other parts of the world, particularly the Eastern Mediterranean region, have relatively low consumption. In countries where there are few controls, there's high amounts, sometimes up to 20 to 40% of unrecorded alcohol, mostly produced in low alcohol content of beers and wine. And finally, drinking varies by gender and by heavy episodic drinking. So males consume more than females, and heavy drinking is something that is in countries with high alcohol consumption. Heavy consumption can be up to 15 or 20% of the population. Here are the trends over the past 20 to 25 years in different European, different regions of the world, according to the World Health Organization. And at the top, we see a relatively declining trend in the European region, mainly in the wine-producing countries. And in the bottom, a relatively stable pattern of use in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And what we would like to see with future trends is the continued decline in the Asia Pacific region, particularly China, where there was a significant reduction since 2015, and a stabilization or reduction in the countries where alcohol consumption is not typical. And the Eastern Mediterranean region is very fortunate, but Turkey is a country that has the potential for increasing alcohol consumption. And the alcohol industry itself has targeted Turkey as a potential growth market. So we need to be attentive on a global level to what is going on. And I will talk about that in a minute in terms of the strategies of the alcohol industry to increase global consumption. The goal of the World Health Organization is to decrease alcohol consumption by 10% by 2030. And it looks like that goal is not going to be achieved. So we've got a lot of work to do. Why does alcohol per capita consumption vary across countries and over time? Well, there are lots of factors that might account for this. In general, economic growth affects the affordability of alcohol. And when that happens, people have more disposable income and they can afford to purchase more alcohol. So alcohol consumption increases with economic wealth. Religious prohibition can be an effective means of denormalizing alcohol and keeping alcohol consumption relatively low, as we've seen in the Islamic countries throughout the world. Alcohol policies can make a big difference, and I will share with you some very startling information about how life expectancy in high consumption countries can be increased by controlling alcohol consumption through effective alcohol policies. Changes in work life and leisure activities seem to have accounted for the decline in alcohol consumption in the countries, in Southern European countries, Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, all over the past 20 or 30 years have significantly reduced their per capita alcohol consumption. And as we've seen with COVID and other public health disasters or public health as well as climate change, we're likely to see declines in alcohol consumption when conditions affect the affordability and availability of alcohol. But among the factors that can be used to reduce alcohol consumption or increase alcohol consumption, the alcohol industry itself has now become what might be considered an important inducer of alcohol-related problems. You can just imagine what's happened in many countries when during the COVID epidemic, when people had difficulty accessing alcohol, the alcohol industry globally lobbied for home deliveries of alcohol from supermarkets and liquor stores, which not only increased the availability of alcohol, but also targeted people who were under severe stress because of the pandemic. And that is something which is an example of how the alcohol industry can be a major contributor to alcohol problems. So why is alcohol not an ordinary commodity? Well, the statistics from the World Health Organization show that somewhere between 2.4 and 3 million deaths are at least partially affected by alcohol consumption. There are over 100, maybe 200 health conditions, chronic diseases, accidents, and injuries which are affected by alcohol and contribute to the high mortality rates for this particular product. The majority of the deaths are from non-communicable diseases, cancer, heart disease, liver disease, and about 24% are due to communicable diseases and injuries, particularly in tropical areas of the world. Communicable diseases can be a cause of death when they interact with alcohol, and certainly accidents and injuries. The social costs of alcohol are enormous, particularly on the healthcare system and public health in general. And by some estimates, up to 2.6% of the global gross domestic product is a consequence of alcohol consumption. The mechanisms for harm that are associated with alcohol consumption around the world are now well understood. And there are three mechanisms that are important to consider, each one contributing to different types of problems. First, alcohol is a toxic substance when taken in large amounts, and now we're finding even moderate amounts can contribute to the development of cancer. Alcohol intoxication, which not only is a contributor to its toxic effects, but when the blood alcohol level produces intoxication, it causes psychomotor impairment, which lead to injuries and acute diseases and interpersonal and social problems. And finally, the chronic use of alcohol can lead to an addiction, a syndrome of signs and symptoms that make it very difficult for a person to control his or her drinking. So heavy episodic drinking and the average amount of alcohol all interact with these processes which lead to different types of problems. And in recent years, there's been additional study of the harm to others caused by alcohol, which can be very significant in a society, as I will talk about in a minute. The other thing about the epidemiology of alcohol problems, which is interesting to note, is that the burden of disease is not evenly distributed throughout the population. 1 liter of alcohol causes more harm to poor people and low-income people and more vulnerable parts of the population than to those who have higher socioeconomic status and income. And this is true not only within a particular country, but across nations. Countries with lower income, the poorer countries of the world have more significant problems per liter of alcohol consumed than the high-income countries. There are many reasons for this, including the types of death that are more prevalent in a particular country. Some countries are more likely to have liver disease, like the Mediterranean countries, whereas other countries with heavy episodic drinking patterns are more likely to have death attributable to other types of problems like accidents and injuries. As I mentioned, the social harms and the harms to others have been investigated in recent years and found to be very significant. So a person who drinks heavily not only affects their own health, they affect the health and psychological status of their family, of the people living in their household, of their friends, of their workmates, people where they work together. And all of this contributes to the burden of mental illness within a particular community. And the social harms that contribute to harm to others are violence, vandalism, public disorder, property damage, marital problems, child mistreatment, and financial problems, work-related problems, educational difficulties, and productivity loss to employers. So the burden of alcohol is almost doubled in some countries when you add the harm to others to the harm to the individual drinker. So once we've established that alcohol is not an ordinary commodity and needs to be treated differently, we reviewed the literature on the research that's been done on alcohol control policies around the world. And what we found is I'm going to share with you now, which adds up to the importance of a public health approach to alcohol problems. If you look at the strategies and interventions that have been proposed, evaluated, and documented in the scientific literature, you can organize them on what might be considered a river or a stream. And downstream, you have treatment and early intervention, which has been a way of dealing with alcohol related problems in individuals who become addicted to alcohol for over 100 years. And then you have education and prevention strategies used in school settings, ways of making the drinking environment safer by limiting alcohol consumption, drink driving countermeasures. And as we go upstream, you have controls on availability, taxation measures to limit affordability, and regulations on alcohol marketing. And what's observed downstream is often where we put most of our resources, when in fact it's much more cost effective to look upstream, because upstream is the place where people are getting pushed into that river, where eventually they have to be saved downstream before they drink themselves to death. And with what we did in the project of updating the book, Alcohol No Ordinary Commodity, is to evaluate over 70 policy strategies and interventions that can be categorized as either best practices, good practices, or practices that have been used, often the practices recommended by the alcohol industry, that are either not supported by the evidence or have evidence that show they're not effective. So the best practices are high in effectiveness, supported by numerous studies, and capable, they're feasible, of reaching their target audience. We have some good practices that are effective, but people don't want to use them, or they can't get to their target audience for various reasons. And we can classify them according to first taxation policies. And the best practices that have been identified by the research that we've done on this topic by reviewing the literature are very similar to the best practices that are recommended as best buys by the World Health Organization. We evaluated 5 taxation and pricing policies and found 4 to be effective. The best practice that we observed is alcohol taxes, often in most countries, excise taxes that decrease the affordability of alcohol. When alcohol becomes less affordable, people drink less and experience fewer problems. We also found that minimum unit pricing that sets a lower limit on what can be charged for alcohol products can be an effective way of reducing cheap alcohol availability that is often consumed by people with alcohol dependence. And taxes on youth-oriented beverages, which are designed by the industry to engage young people in heavy drinking, are another method that has been shown to be effective. So what we know from taxation and pricing policy is that when affordability increases, so does drinking and harm. And increased taxes reduce consumption and harm. But the good news is that beyond reducing the harm, the government gets tax revenues to compensate society for the costs of treatment, prevention, and enforcement. What we also know is not effective is policies that increase the affordability of alcohol. And the alcohol industry is very interested in designing cheap products that can appeal to people with low income in order to get them to drink regularly. And those policies that the industry promotes, which is justified by the free market emphasis on competition, price competition, actually increased alcohol use. Here are some examples of changes in alcohol consumption that have been initiated when alcohol taxes have increased. In the case of Lithuania, beer and wine were the tax was increased by 110%, and by another 20% for spirits. Within a year, there were improvements in the mortality or reductions in mortality in the general population for alcohol-related diseases, which accounted for a reduction of 1,000 deaths. And at the same time, there was an increase in the amount of money that was collected by the government and dedicated to treatment and prevention activities. So this is an example of a success story in a country like a European country like Lithuania. In Ukraine before the war, there was an adjustment of the real price of distilled spirits, and the sales volume decreased when the real price of alcohol increased, and that was preceded by increases in sales volume when the real price of alcohol between 2003 and 2008 was decreased. So we see pretty good, strong correlations between the price of a distilled beverage, for example, and the amount of sales, and that translates into the amount of alcohol consumption and the problems experienced in a society. So to summarize, taxation is a win-win policy tool. Tax revenue is generated and alcohol problems are decreased for the whole society. And that includes young people and heavy drinkers. So governments should should strongly consider as a first priority gradually increasing the taxes on alcohol to reduce affordability and to use the funds to compensate society for the amount of damage that alcohol does in general. And alcohol taxation based on ethanol content is perhaps the best way to implement those taxes. And minimum unit pricing is also an effective way of controlling the consumption of cheap alcohol. The second type of best practice that is recommended by the World Health Organization based on the research that we reviewed is regulating physical availability. And that includes limiting hours of sale and places where alcohol can be purchased, public welfare-oriented alcohol monopoly. That's when the government is responsible for sometimes producing, but at least distributing alcohol where they can control the time and place of purchases. And minimum purchase laws that are enforced to prevent young people from getting access to alcohol. We evaluated 15 policies in this type of alcohol control and found 12 to be effective, including restricting the density of alcohol outlets, often in center cities, reducing access to alcohol for people convicted of drinking and driving, and encouraging lower alcohol consumption beverages. All of these are effective, including prohibition when it is supported by religious and social norms. What we also found not to be effective is policies favored by the alcohol industry that increase the alcohol density in center cities, giving more licenses to bars and restaurants, and the ways that the industry promotes more liquor outlets to sell alcohol, for example, through supermarkets and home delivery. So regulating who can consume alcohol, the places and the times where alcohol is available, and all of these things increase the opportunity costs of obtaining alcohol. But this is not without some difficulties, including the convenience that people like to have when they purchase alcohol. And the availability restrictions, nevertheless, can have a significant impact when enforced consistently. Here's an example of reducing the availability of alcohol in the city of Diadema, Brazil, which between 1995 and 2002 had one of the highest alcohol-related mortality rates through violence in the world. And in 2002, instead of allowing the bars and restaurants to sell alcohol almost without restriction throughout the night, and particularly on weekends, there was a curfew placed on availability of alcohol that closed the bars at 11 o'clock at night. And you can see in 2002 a sharp decline in the rates of homicides that were recorded after 2002. So we can see limiting availability can reduce alcohol problems, particularly violence and domestic violence and homicides in a society pretty quickly. Another success story was regulations of availability to young people by raising the minimum legal purchase age in the United States, which began with a federal law in 1984. And as this restriction by raising the purchase age to age 21, the number of young people who died in a crash when intoxicated was reduced by almost 63%. So here again, we can see some dramatic changes. In countries which have a monopoly system, the federal government or a provincial government have the ability to limit the availability of alcohol by only allowing alcohol to be purchased at certain times of the day or certain days of the week. And these have been found to be very effective in limiting alcohol problems. But unfortunately, in the European Union in particular, free trade measures have weakened the monopoly systems in the Nordic countries as well as North America. Another Best Buy favored by the World Health Organization is restrictions on alcohol marketing. And here we evaluated 3 types of marketing restrictions and found 2 of them to be effective. The types of marketing restrictions that we evaluated were a complete ban on alcohol marketing, and this is not easy to investigate because there have not been very many countries that have implemented a complete ban on marketing. But we've seen some examples now in France, in the former Soviet Union, and in Finland, for example. And what we find is that a complete ban, Norway, can be effective in limiting the attractiveness of alcohol and reducing consumption. What we also find is that industry voluntary self-regulation of marketing has been shown to be ineffective. It does not prevent exposure, particularly of young people, to alcohol marketing. And alcohol marketing now is becoming much more sophisticated by the use of digital and social media. So young people can be targeted through their cell phones to receive alcohol advertising images. People can order through alcohol through the digital media, and celebrities and sporting companies, event sponsor companies are saturated with alcohol marketing. All of these are ways that the alcohol industry can evade partial marketing bans. And a complete ban on alcohol marketing, including the digital media, seems to be the only solution which has been shown to be effective for tobacco. So we know from research that exposure to alcohol marketing can lead to the early onset of drinking and to the progression from initial drinking to binge drinking and intoxication in young people. And this is a good reason why the alcohol industry should no longer be allowed to use the sophisticated marketing techniques that are now prevalent throughout the world. As I mentioned, research on industry self-regulation has been evaluated through studies in the EU, Africa, and Australia, among other countries, and self-regulation codes where the industry says we will not market alcohol that shows certain types of content, particularly people drinking excessively, when in fact they target young people with young actors and they portray scenes which can be interpreted when they're perceived by young people as an invitation to drink in order to have fun, engage in parties and social events that are organized around alcohol. So we have now good evidence that industry self-regulation is not the solution. Regulating alcohol marketing through the digital media is something that the industry has now begun to oppose because they know that they can increase sales in countries that have low consumption by various ways of targeting subpopulations, particularly women and young people, and bypassing national regulations that come from transnational corporations that use the digital media, Facebook in particular, to get their messages to the general population. And trade and investment agreements that are signed by countries, particularly within the EU, can sometimes protect the digital platforms from national level oversight. So what is needed here is perhaps a global mechanism like the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control that makes it possible to limit these transnational corporations on an international level. Here's an example of what can be realized from the combination of policies that I just talked about: marketing controls, availability restrictions, and taxation measures. And this is a graph that shows between 1980 and 2017 the alcohol consumption variations in the Russian Federation. And as you can see, it declines during the period when Mikhail Gorbachev was implementing strict controls on alcohol availability when during the late 1980s and 1990s, those controls were relaxed. Alcohol became cheaper again. There was increased marketing from international alcohol companies trying to get people to begin drinking beer. And there were increases in consumption. And then during the Putin era, there was strong controls on availability and price and marketing implemented, and alcohol consumption declined. What is remarkable here is the second solid line that shows a very close inverse relationship between consumption and life expectancy. So life expectancy in 1994 was about 64 years old in the Russian Federation. With alcohol controls implemented over a period of 20 years, life expectancy increased to more than 72 years. That's a dramatic change in the health of the population that could be realized through the use of alcohol control measures. Other measures that are recommended by the World Health Organization are drink driving countermeasures, which can dramatically reduce the level of alcohol related crashes in a country. Education and persuasion in secondary schools, and treatment and early intervention. There are good reasons to apply these strategies, but the effects on consumption rates and harm at the population level, they're not going to add up to dramatic changes unless the upstream measures on availability, taxation, and marketing are implemented at the same time. So we have good treatment measures, including psychosocial therapies, pharmacological treatments, mutual help organizations. Certainly the Green Crescent is a very beneficial organization to thousands of people, but we also need these larger measures which also affect heavy drinkers. In the book, No Ordinary Commodity, there is now considerable attention devoted to the alcohol industry, which we consider the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is the industry itself, and they can induce alcohol problems through the various measures that they take to make alcohol more attractive and more affordable, as well as the attractiveness of their advertising. The alcohol industry is becoming globalized into a small group of transnational corporations that operate throughout the world. And what is needed now is global governance mechanisms that can be implemented like tobacco control measures by the World Health Organization that can implement some of these policies at the national level. So there's a need for a binding international agreement, and this will benefit all countries, particularly if they support the initiatives of the World Health Organization. So in conclusion, there are many opportunities, particularly in the global South, Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the lower consumption countries in the Eastern Mediterranean like Turkey. The universal measures are the most important: pricing policies, availability, and marketing controls. But we have many other policies that can also be implemented. And for Turkey, even though it has low consumption and it's among the lowest consuming countries in the European region, That is likely to change with the increasing attention devoted by the alcohol industry to low consumption countries to get them to buy more alcohol. And we now have good examples how these policies can work in countries around the world. But the alcohol industry's efforts to expand its global markets are going to be a major obstacle to doing this. So I'd like to thank you for your attention and the sponsors of the book, Alcohol, No Ordinary Commodity. And if you're interested in getting a free copy of a summary of the book or the electronic book that you can read online from the Oxford University Press, you can go with the title of the book to Oxford University Press and download a free copy of the book. So at this point, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd be willing to entertain questions.
Thank you very much, Thomas. A very clear explanation about effective alcohol policy. We have some questions in the chat. And one of the main questions is, in fact, if I summarize the questions, are you a bit optimistic about all your advices? And which are the main strategies you advise countries? Because we know a lot about what need to be happen, but it's difficult to, if you see the reality at the moment, that the change is maybe because of course, the opposition of the industry, it's going too slow. So is it realistic, 2030, 10% reduction?
Well, I think it's possible if there were no opposition from the alcohol industry and we implemented the upstream universal policies of increasing taxes and reducing availability and banning alcohol marketing. If we did those things, we could have the kinds of reductions in alcohol problems that we've seen in countries like Lithuania. The challenge here is to get countries to adopt a framework convention on alcohol control. And for that, the best strategy, I think, would be to get agreements on an international level to tax harmful products, tobacco, alcohol, sugar-sweetened beverages, and high salt content processed foods. Among those, we could have dramatic effects on the health of populations around the world, and we could dedicate that money to funding healthcare services. So with that, if there's an international campaign to get countries to follow the simple strategy of increasing taxes on these harmful products, we could improve we could reach the WHO goals of a 10% reduction in alcohol consumption around the world.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question is related to, do you have any preference if you have to choose between the three main policy interventions? Is it to work mainly on taxation or mainly on reduction of marketing or availability? So maybe it's difficult to work on all the three elements together, or do you have any preference?
Yeah, I think each country needs to look at the current status of their policies. Countries like Turkey, if I'm not mistaken, have high taxes on alcohol. So a strategy there is to prevent the industry from relaxing that type of price control. Often they argue that in order to stimulate the economy, they need to reduce taxes, and alcohol is a prime target. So each country needs to approach the implementation of alcohol policies based on the strengths and weaknesses of their own system. And the World Health Organization can help with doing a inventory of how good alcohol policies are in a particular country. It also depends on the political situation and the power of the alcohol industry. So it's difficult to generalize, but it is feasible using strategies that expose the tactics of the alcohol industry and to implement policies where they are feasible. And ideally, you want to do a package of controls that, for example, have been used in Ireland, where there was a marketing ban implemented 2 years ago, plus increases in taxes and several other measures, all implemented at the same time. And they're starting to take effect now.
Thank you very much. Maybe a general question about the necessity of public support. There's one important development in Europe that is the promoting of labeling, informing drinkers about, for example, the risk of cancer. Do you think labeling is an important tool? And I understand that you know what I mean with this question.
Yeah, I think labeling can be an effective tool. And the alcohol industry is, again, trying to use self-regulation as a way of preventing effective alcohol policies. In this case, the industry is starting to implement their own labels, which are likely to be ineffective because they can't be read and the messages are ambiguous. What we need is labeling designed by public health experts, as in the case of tobacco labeling on tobacco products. And the World Health Organization is now recommending a variety of different types of labels that can be adopted by countries. So labeling is important. It can communicate valuable messages, such as the different diseases that are caused by alcohol. Even very low levels of alcohol consumption contribute to female breast cancer and other types of chronic diseases. So labeling needs to be implemented not by the alcohol industry itself, but by public health authorities, just like we've seen in the case of tobacco.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very concrete. You know that Ireland is one of the first European countries where we will have in the near future a labeling, a concrete label about the health risks of alcohol.
Right.
There are two other questions. One is about is there a relation between the alcohol problems, alcohol policy, and the climate discussion? Can you give an answer on that?
And climate change.
Climate change, of course.
Yes, that's a great question. We tend to live in a relatively isolated historical environment where we think of things always being the same based on what we observe in our immediate environment. But now we're starting to see signs of very dramatic changes in global climate. And that has been observed to be occurring gradually in many countries which produce alcohol. So it's likely that the production of agricultural products is going to be seriously affected by climate change. With global warming, we've seen changes in the production of wine in the European Union countries and North Africa. We've seen effects on the production of hops, which are used to make beer. And that's likely to increase in many parts of the world that would make these products more expensive. So to get back to your initial question about meeting the World Health Organization goals of a 10% reduction, with climate change, it is possible that what we will see in the next 10 to 15 years is increases in the price of alcohol products, which could lead to a decline in alcohol consumption, which would be good for public health. The other thing that we've observed with alcohol, which needs attention, is the enormous consumption of water that is caused by the devotion of agriculture to the production of beer and wine and spirits. So the alcohol industry itself consumes enormous amounts of water, particularly in sub-Saharan countries in Africa, where there are droughts. And this is something that may require international control to prevent the misuse of a valuable resource like water for the production of alcohol, which is not good for the health of the population.
Thank you, Thomas. It's almost, we just have a few minutes, maybe just one last question from the court. It's about the reality of a kind of banning of digital marketing, because digital marketing is very difficult to monitor. And as you know, the regulation is soft so far. Looking to a country like Lithuania, where there is a complete ban of digital alcohol marketing, do you think it's realistic to expect it in more countries?
So what's the question, Wim?
Question, is it realistic?
Is it realistic?
To go for a complete ban on digital alcohol marketing?
It's going to be difficult, and many countries are struggling with this. We're talking not only about the alcohol industry itself, which uses digital marketing now as its prime way of targeting different subpopulations within a country, but it's also a function of the social media. Google allows the targeting of subpopulations that the alcohol industry wants to reach by collecting information about people's purchase habits, their age and gender, and other characteristics which can be used to target specific marketing. An example is a conference that I attended in Dublin, the Global Alcohol Policy Alliance, in the year 2000, I think, or 2019, just before the pandemic. And there were young people who were 16 years old who got off the airplane in Dublin, and as soon as they opened up their iPhones, they were getting messages telling them where they could drink in Dublin. And the industry collects that kind of information. It's not only the alcohol industry that uses it, but it's Google and Facebook and Instagram and all of these other platforms which need to be controlled. And the content of those platforms can be controlled at a national level and an international level. And there's now a lot of discussion in the policy arena in countries like the UK, in Ireland, in the US, and in the European Union to limit the ability of these large transnational corporations to conduct surveillance on children and adolescents. So it's possible, but we need an international set of laws that limit the ability of these companies to collect data and to target segments of the population.
Thank you. Well, there's still a lot of work to be done, Peter. Thomas, thank you very much for this very concrete explanation of the main basics of alcohol policy, of effective alcohol policy. I refer again to your book, Alcohol No Ordinary Commodity. And I give now back to the organizers this part of the conference.
We would like to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Thomas Babor, and our session chair, Mr. Wim van Dalen, for their valuable speech. Distinguished guests, we would like to thank all our professors and valuable participants. The International Congress on Alcohol Addiction will continue to address many critical issues with invaluable speakers tomorrow. Have a good day and hope to see you again. Distinguished speakers and valuable participants, Green Crescent has been tackling addictions that threaten our future for more than a century. It continues its prevention and intervention activities both nationally and internationally with great devotion to bringing good and healthy living habits to society. In addition to the addiction prevention activities, Green Crescent also makes its presence felt strongly in the field of intervention with a total of 107 Green Crescent counseling centers in Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Welcome to the second day of the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction, hosted by the Green Crescent. On the first day of the Congress, we listened to presentations by many valued speakers from leading institutions and organizations on alcohol control policies, current practices in alcohol addiction, the impact of alcohol use, and the studies on tackling addictions. As yesterday, valuable experts in their field will be with you at our Congress throughout the day. I hope the second day of our Congress to be productive as well. Today's program consists of 3 sessions, a keynote speech, and a closing speech. Each session will last 60 minutes to 75 minutes. Your questions will be answered at the end of the sessions under the supervision of our session chairs. You can send your questions to us through the chat section. Before commencing our session, we would like to make a few announcements and reminders as well. My first reminder is about the Congress language. The Congress will be held in Turkish and English. You can set the language you want to follow the Congress using the language button on the screen. My second reminder is about the lunch break. There will be valuable alternative presentations and posts by our country Green Crescents throughout the lunch break. If you wish, you can follow our activities during the break. Moreover, we would like to kindly remind you about the certificate of participation. Once the Congress ends, a digital certificate of participation will be accessible via the certificate button on the Congress website, which is going to be activated on November 30. Only registered participants who follow the live broadcast via Zoom links will be able to receive an e-certificate with their registered email addresses. Our program starts with the third keynote speech of the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction. Professor Jürgen Rehm, senior scientist at the Institute for Mental Health Policy Research and the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, will deliver a speech chaired by Adiela Maker Diedrichs, Secretary General of Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance. Professor Jürgen Rehm will be with us today with his speech entitled Prevention, Intervention and Advocacy Activities, Implementation of the Best Buys Alcohol Control Policies in Modern Western Societies. We welcome our esteemed session chair and distinguished speaker. Now I'd like to invite our session chair, Mrs. Adiela Maker-Diederichs, to moderate this session.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting SAPA to participate in this Congress. I think you've adequately introduced Professor Rehm. He is a leader in generating and analyzing the scientific data to inform clinicians and policymakers of strategies to reduce alcohol, tobacco, and other drug attributable harm. His recent research has increasingly included interactions between the socioeconomic status, poverty, and substance abuse, including the analysis of policies and interventions with respect to reducing increasing inequalities. His work has been awarded numerous awards and prizes, most importantly, the Jelinek Memorial Award in 2003, the European Addiction Research Award in 2017, and the inaugural Kettle-Brunn Society Award for the Advancement of International Research Collaboration in 2001. Professor Jürgen, we hand over to you. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the nice introduction. I will try to walk you in the next 40 minutes into the implementation of best buy alcohol control policies in modern Western societies. I've been given this as a suggested theme, and it is adequate because a lot of what we know about the implementation of alcohol control policies, at least what we know in the published literature, is coming from Western societies, and we have a definite gap for other societies. I will come back to that later. On the first slide, you also see my affiliations, and I will now turn into the first part of my speech. It is about what alcohol control measures work. There is a number of literatures on that, but only recently, in 2023, earlier this year, the last edition of Alcohol No Ordinary Commodity Research and Public Policy has been launched. The ebook is available online. You just go to Oxford University Press, and there is a button which you press, and then you have the PDF for free. Paper copies will be are purchasable, and currently we have translations into 6 languages and a number of country reports on this. Basically, in this book, all of the policies are evaluated against a standard framework, and then best practices and good practices and ineffective or potential harmful practices are identified. In the area of the best buys, pricing, availability, and marketing, the following results were found. For pricing and taxation, the best practice is alcohol taxes that decrease affordability. Increasing alcohol taxes is not enough if the income of the people in the country is rising higher, or if there is so much inflation that the actual increase in alcohol taxes is still less than inflation or less than the disposable income in the country. There are a number of good practices, and any policy which increases the affordability of alcohol, i.e. not decreasing the affordability, is negative. Affordability means basically how affordable alcohol is, for example, measured against the average wage. To give you one example, 30, 40 years ago in Germany, a worker had to work several minutes to pay a beer. Now he has to work less than a second to pay a beer. And that means affordability of alcohol has been increasing quite drastically in Germany. The second is regulating physical availability. And the best practices here are limiting hours and places of sale, a public welfare-oriented alcohol monopoly, or minimum purchasing laws. There are a number of good practices, and ineffective practices are characterized by any policies that increase outlet density or temporal and spatial availability. Finally, the ban on marketing. The best practice is a complete ban on marketing. Partial bans may be effective. What's guaranteed ineffective are industry voluntary self-regulations of marketing. So far, the recommendations from alcohol, no ordinary commodity. The WHO has 5 policies which they highlighted under the acronym of SAFER. It's also the acronym SAFER alcohol in your region. There's a SAFER initiative in WHO European region where Turkey is part of. And the SAFER policies are 3 general population strategies, again, price increases, availability decreases, and a ban on marketing. And then there are 2 more high-risk population strategies: drink driving countermeasures, screening and brief interventions. Treatment of alcohol use disorders is different. It is not necessarily a cost-effective strategy, but for ethical reasons, modern societies are obliged to help people who are sick. That is what's behind a lot of WHO policies. That is behind universal health coverage for everybody. And mental disorders and alcohol disorder is one of them, should not be an exception. So, what is the comparative cost effectiveness of screening and brief interventions with other alcohol policy areas? Why are they called the best buys? Basically, 5 of those interventions, which I just said, the same interventions, were modeled in a publication which was published about 4 years ago. And the best buys are the ones which are in blue. Then we looked into the associated costs and resources to model those costs, because if you model cost effectiveness, you need to assess the costs as well. There's also, of course, much higher costs for the individualized interventions, and they were calculated as laid out on the slide. The costs for the population interventions are simply what does it cost to pass a law through Parliament, and what are the costs to enforce this law? So what is the health impact gain in healthy life years gained per 1 million? And you see overall that this study was made in 9 upper middle and high income countries and 7 low and lower middle income countries. You see, of course, that the health impact per year was slightly higher in the more wealthier than in the less wealthy regions. But overall, we see very similar patterns, meaning the rank order of all of those laws was the same. And the average cost effectiveness ratio is quite stunning. For increasing excise taxes on alcoholic beverages in both wealthier and less wealthier nations, we pay less than $100 per healthy life year gained. This is very, very hard to reach. with other diseases. It's impossible for cancers. It's almost impossible for heart diseases. So these are very good cost effectiveness ratios. And for low and lower middle income countries, 3 of those were below $100 international dollars. That is increase the excise taxation, enforcement of bans, and enforcement of restrictions on the physical availability of retail alcohol. And these 3 were then called the best buys because they were highly, highly cost effective, and they're also very easy to implement, easy on paper, because it still takes the will of a government to do so. The problem is, however, that if you look into WHO European region, pricing, marketing, and availability are not enforced and implemented in the European region, especially taxation. The pricing policies are enforced in less than 20% of the countries. And that's an optimistic estimate. What WHO did here is just a tax was enough, but a tax, as I said before, has to reduce affordability. And once we look into taxes which reduced affordability, we would have less than 10% of the countries. Overall, marketing and availability are slightly better implemented, but bans on marketing are very, very rare. In the EU, for example, there's only one country who has a complete ban on marketing, and that is Lithuania. On the right-hand side, you see the taxation. You see that overall taxes are very, very low in WHO European region. Most of the richer countries have a tax share which is lower than 15%, which is lower actually than 12%. And that means that for every euro or whatever currency you have, you spend less than 10 cents will end up as revenue. This is by no means covering the costs of the harm of alcohol. So there seems to be a discrepancy between theory and implemented practice. And I want to go there with the example of taxation. And my task was to give you an insight on how this is implemented in Western countries. I've just told you that not a lot of countries have implemented it, but the main question is it possible to change the governmental attitudes towards taxation? Well, let's go back to basics. This is the fundamentals of modern capitalism, Adam Smith, and in 1776, in the 18th century, he wrote, "Sugar, rum, and tobacco are commodities which are nowhere necessaries of life." This is Old English, which have become objects of almost universal consumption and which are therefore extremely proper subjects of taxation. Basically, he argued that if a commodity is not really necessary to survive, is not necessary to live, is not part of our necessary alimentation, it's a luxury good, and luxury goods should be taxed. That's one reason why to tax. What are the modern reasons to tax? Well, they're a little bit different, but still the same in some aspects. First, it is to promote healthy lifestyles and public health. And these are also the points which we mention to governments. If you reduce health compromising behaviors, such as smoking, drinking alcohol, or sugar-sweetened beverages, you increase healthy life expectancy. You reduce productivity losses because these substances, alcohol, sugar-sweetened beverage, tobacco, are linked to premature deaths and you decrease health inequalities. Moreover, you generate tax revenues. It's a win-win strategy. It's a relatively inelastic demand curve. So even if you increase the price of alcohol, still people will buy enough. So your government revenue is increasing. Also, you have to correct negative externalities. That is a classic capitalistic tool. This is not anywhere from the bad socialists. In every economic textbook, it is described that any good which causes harm, which causes cost to society, society has the right and the duty to actually tax this good to recover the costs it spent. Now, alcohol is incurring a lot of costs. Just go into the hospitals. When we last went into a hospital in the European Union, every 2.5 person in the hospital had a problem related to alcohol. These are enormous costs. And actually, the excise taxes, which are imposed in those countries, like in the country where we went in the hospital, by no means cover that. So you have good reasons to tax. So why don't they increase taxes? Well, they do not believe the rationale and have been informed otherwise. These are called the scare tactics of industry. The arguments of the proponents are too general and not fitting well the specific case. I've been to 15 parliaments in the last 4 or 5 years, and I can assure you what people who are proponents of taxes have been mentioning was not well thought through. And it does not fit with the ideology of some of the governments, or they fear problems in the next elections. So let's go into the scare tactics. We need to take those arguments seriously. So why are they underutilized? The industry comes to parliament and they are in constant exchange with parliaments, and they mainly have 5 arguments. It will increase smuggling and illicit trade. They threaten court and legal challenges. There's an anti-poor rhetoric. Taxes negatively impact the poor. They reduce revenue, and there's an employment impact which is negative. Let's go for those one by one. And this is how we actually consult governments. This is from the official playbook of WHO to consult governments. Unrecorded alcohol will increase. These are the types of unrecorded alcohol. Basically, it's everything which is not registered. Could be homemade alcohol. Homemade can be legal or illegal. Could be alcohol products recorded, but in a different jurisdiction. Could be surrogate alcohol. For example, I've just been dealing the last week with a case from a country where a supermarket has combined with a factory of cosmetics. And this factory now produces a perfume. The perfume smells like vodka, tastes like vodka, but isn't taxed like vodka. And it's sold as a perfume in the supermarket for the sole purpose to evade alcohol taxes. This is 2023 in an EU country. And it is legal, but hopefully Parliament will react. Then we have illegal homemade or artisanal production, and then we have illegal industrial production, smuggling, and those are the main types of unrecorded consumption. Will unrecorded increase if alcohol taxes, unrecorded increase if alcohol taxes increase? the argument is whenever you increase taxes, it becomes more expensive. People will go to the cheaper good. The cheaper good is unrecorded. So automatically they will more than balance that. And overall, you have a net negative effect. This is not the case. We have looked into all cases of unrecorded consumption and found actually all three cases. Increases, no change, and decreases in unrecorded consumption when taxation was increased. It will depend on the level of unrecorded before the taxation increases, types of unrecorded consumption of the country, and the countermeasures. We have good countermeasures, and there's a new WHO manual which will be available next week, which lists all of the measures which can be taken to reduce unrecorded consumption. So when you interact with governments and when you talk to your Minister of Finance, you'll need to do your homework. You need to analyze past taxation increases in the region, their impact on unrecorded, and suggest effective countermeasures specific for the region, specific for the country. The second of the C of scaries for court and legal challenges. Ask concretely, what of the law will be challenged and why? Quite often this is already the end of it. Alcohol industry is known to threaten a lot with law and court challenges, but not a lot are actually effectuated. And when they were effectuated, alcohol industry has lost most of those court cases. So it's more often a threat than a real challenge for taxation. The anti-poor rhetoric. Well, we've studied it. We've studied the last big taxation increase in an EU country. It happened to be Lithuania. Alcohol taxation was increased by more than 100% for beer and wine and about 40% for spirits. The prices were increased by that between 10 and 50%, but mostly around 20%. And what happened is that actually the inequalities of mortality did reduce, meaning the gap between the poor and the rich reduced. So if that is something which is producing inequality and is against the poor, that's crazy. That is not against the poor if they live longer and if overall the gap between poor and rich decreases. The revenue generated, we have been challenged by the Ministry of Finance in 2 countries last year. And we actually studied that for surrounding countries. This is based on 5 European countries. And what we found is whenever countries increase their taxes, they increase their alcohol revenue. Let's go for Lithuania again as an example. You basically see on the blue, the tax revenue, on the red, the consumption. And you see certainly taxation increases. Basically, you have here the biggest 2017, and you see that revenue has been increasing steadily since. Basically, what it does is whenever you increase taxes, you decrease consumption and you increase revenue. And those are the red ones are the time zones when there was basically no or not sufficient taxation increases. The alcohol consumption remained stable, and the taxation revenue did not increase a lot. And then you basically have the green marks. When they did increase taxation, suddenly the revenue increased as well. So the net inflation adjusted change of revenue between 2010 and 2022 for this country was plus 50%. That's quite something. Finally, the negative effects of unemployment. It is always mentioned in Parliament. Just ask for one example. Alcohol industry should name only one study where this has happened. So far, whenever you increase alcohol taxation, you do not have negative effects on employment. So the arguments are too general and not fitting the specific case. Over and over, you see that academics use too general examples. You cannot go to Latvia and give examples from a textbook like the Babor et al. Textbook. Babor et al. Uses the example of Alaska. If you go to a Latvian parliament and talk about Alaska, they laugh. It's not relevant to them. Or another group went and showed MUP modeling for Scotland. Every country wants examples from their own region. If you go to Turkish parliament, you cannot give examples from Namibia or from Thailand. Even if they're correct, it doesn't matter. They're not seen as relevant. So if you go to Latvian parliament, you need to discuss examples from Estonia, from Latvia, from Lithuania. You have to prepare yourself. Quite often, academics speak in general. If you are in parliament, you're discussing a specific task. You need to know if it's at the producer's level, at the retail level. You need to discuss the potential effects. You need to do your homework and then make model calculations about the effects, taking into account local elasticities. It is not the same in a country like Wales. Beer can easily be replaced by cider, and this has happened historically 3 or 4 times, vice versa. You cannot replace cider, you cannot replace beer with cider in northern Italy. Please just take local cross elasticities and do a return on investment analysis with local data and the proposed tax increases. And do not come alone to hearings and do media work. You always have to come with NGOs as a multiple actor, as a coalition between academia and non-government organizations, WHO, parties where adequate, etc. Always phone media beforehand. Give your arguments, make them known to the public. It is important for politicians, decision makers in parliament, governments to see that there is support for taxation, even if popular opinion is often to the contrary. Final argument, it doesn't fit with the government or government fears problems in the next elections. Let's give 2 examples. In the past 10 years, twice parties ran in different countries with a platform not to increase taxes, or in one case to decrease existing alcohol taxes. And they won a majority, but they did the opposite. Why? Well, the costs of COVID-19 were too high. The economic crisis following war is another reason. But you should always think, if a conservative government, a neoliberal government comes into power, they also need tax dollars. If they decrease taxation, they will have less tax dollars, less revenue. And so overall, they also have more hospitalizations, higher deaths. Make it clear in your arguments that current taxes cover the costs of externalities. These are the main arguments for taxation, which are used when trying to convince governments. So overall, health taxes hit the sweet spot. It's inclusive, it's growth-friendly revenue. General recommendations to make alcohol control policies more sustainable. Basically, have to come from personal initiatives to sustainable development. There are 3 elements. the three elements which we always take into consideration is knowledge and evidence generation. This is mainly done by academia, but also by government. This is our role to provide you with the best examples, the best knowledge. But you also need to mobilize civil society and public support. What do I mean by that? As I said, you need to have NGOs in your country on your side. You need to have people going to parliament. When alcohol industry in one of those countries organized a big demonstration, they called it the freedom demonstration, freedom to drink. So they organized this. The next day, there was a counter demonstration. They call it the care. We care for our people. We do not want our people to end up in hospital. So basically, people should see there are people who are opposing who are opposing more alcohol and cheaper alcohol. And also, what also makes, of course, a big role is the leadership of politicians and policymakers. There's an old Asian saying that together, that is a triangle which can move the mountain. This is a true saying, and actually Thai alcohol policy is based on these traditions. So what about knowledge and evidence generation? It needs to be relevant and talk to the right people. And if you talk to them, address them correctly. A health minister may not be so much interested in revenue generated. A minister of finance is not really that much interested in mortality. There are topics which are relevant and try to actually address them. Do not bring examples from Zambia or England to convince the government of Latvia. Let me give you one example which helped in one of those battles. It was about minimum legal drinking age. In 2018, Lithuania, another EU country, has raised the minimum legal drinking age from 18 to 20. The new government, after they won the election, tried to erase that, made a public hearing. We went to the public hearing and they said, what are your arguments for minimum legal drinking age? These are people who are adult legally. They serve in the army. Why shouldn't they be able to drink? Is it saving lives? I said, no, it's not gonna save a lot of lives now because overall it saves immediate lives in traffic. But Lithuania is a small country. It will save one or two, and it did save, we made the calculations, 1 or 2 lives per year in the 18 to 20-year-olds. They said, look, that's not a very strong argument. Those people may have died anyway. And I said, no, they would not have died anyway, but I accept that these are very small numbers and they're barely significantly different from zero. But let me give you another example. Sexually transmitted infections. When you increase the minimum legal drinking age, you reduce chlamydia. When you reduce the minimum legal drinking age, you increase chlamydia. And that has to do that youth who is drinking is sometimes forgetting their precautions, and there is a lot more unplanned sexual intercourse, and some of that, of course, is associated with an increase in sexually transmitted infections. To our great surprise, the parliamentarians said, "Ooh, we didn't know that. We have to reconsider," and they did not decrease the minimum legal drinking age to protect their youth. Translation into methods which are easy to understand. You need to come up with measures like life expectancy. You cannot just say Delhi's, there are 2 million Delhis saved. No, nobody understands what a Delhi saved is. So you have to give clear examples. You have to explain what a Delhi is. It's 1 year of life, 1 full year of life, either saved because of mortality or because of living in disability for so many years. It has to be timely. WHO is still having the data of 2016 on their website at the latest data on alcohol attributable harm. Sorry, this is unacceptable. You cannot provide people and decision makers with data which is 7 years old. This is crazy. And it will have to be well disseminated. And when we did one Lancet publication on alcohol in 2019, we made it into 6 parliaments within 6 years being cited and argued. Mobilization. I've told you that mobilization is key. It is no longer just being the wise academics or the wise politicians. We need a lot of bottom up. We need to build support which is vocal, which is relevant for politicians. We need to use windows of opportunity. If there's a media report of driving under the influence, which is national TV, that should be used. If there's alcohol and interpersonal violence, a very strong case, it will come. Believe me, there's too close a link between alcohol and interpersonal violence. Every country has those cases. Then you need to take those windows of opportunity and be ready for these windows when they arise. You can't see something in the paper and then go to government 5 weeks later. Have those things in your drawer, and you should build coalition with community groups and other NGOs. Political leadership, vote, support the right people. Basically, these were my lessons. What I'm trying to say is that overall, we are trying to come up with examples which are relevant, which help people do the necessary, and which will also make a dent. We are fully aware that there are alcohol policies which are actually different and which were successful. One of them was, for example, the anti-corruption campaign in China. This was not done as an alcohol policy, but to tell all functionaries in the country that any drop of alcohol during business hours is seen corruption, and that helped. That denormalized alcohol, and it helped. So what I have been focusing on were Western countries. I gave you examples, and I hope that I made myself clear on the principles, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Professor Rehm. That was inspiring. Every time I listen to you, I've been taking notes, and it's the same message that taxation is an extremely viable option. But I think what I found very useful was when you said that we need to get our arguments right. I'm inspired to invite you to South Africa, by the way. But if we could look at some of the questions that has come from the audience. So the one question, is, was the Global Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in place? What is the barrier to a framework convention on alcohol control?
Well, the original barrier was very simple. WHO is an understaffed organization. Governments do not pay sufficiently to WHO, and quite often they use their contributions as threats and say, you have to do this, and only if you do this and this, we will pay you. And some governments are 15 years late in their payments to WHO. So overall, WHO didn't have the women and manpower to actually work and implement a global framework on alcohol control. That's one thing. They also didn't want to disperse themselves fighting three industries: tobacco industry, food industry, and alcohol industry. And thirdly, unfortunately, alcohol industry is very, very vocal and has been lobbying with WHO for quite a while. And that is also something which plays a role here. So the main barriers are, at this point, the staffing of WHO, the high impact of alcohol industry, and the insufficient pressure from us. We have not mounted enough pressure to WHO to actually make this happen. I am still hopeful that within the next few years, there will be another push. We will see that the Sustainable Development Goals in many areas will not be fulfilled. We will see that alcohol has played a huge role in not being reduced sufficiently. Currently, WHO Global Alcohol Plan calls for 20% decrease from the year 2010, which is not that much, by the way, compared to tobacco, but we fail. We will fail. I mean, there may be something happening in between now and then, but right now we are on track to fail. So we need to mount the pressure, and the pressure will mount just by the numbers, but we also need to, as I said, form coalitions, go ahead and do this. So that these are the three main barriers.
Thank you. The next question is, what do you think about the effectiveness of taxation policies? There are also arguments that tax policies drive people to smuggle counterfeit alcohol, which increase alcohol-related deaths and disease burden. What is your perspective on the taxation policies in this context?
Okay, let me give you three examples, not two are enough. The first is a minister came into office. He used to be a public health professor in his country. He came and said, I will implement this huge taxation increase. The 100% for beer, the 100% for wine, and the 40% for spirits. All hell broke loose. There was demonstrations in the street. There were sprayings at Parliament depicting him as a health ayatollah, as somebody who is not fit of a Western government. And then there was the biggest threat of all. There were several media reports, which later turned out to be paid by alcohol industry, saying, we will increase counterfeit alcohol. We will increase disease burden. More of our people will die. We will produce exactly the opposite with this radical taxation increase. Plus, we will have less revenue. Okay? 1 year later, and then alcohol industry sponsored free trips to neighboring countries. This is a small country. We're talking about a country where a lot of borders can be reached within 50, 60 kilometers. Not like Turkey. Turkey is it's a different country, different argument. But anyway, that was the argument, and they sponsored buses going to other countries to buy alcohol, okay? 1 year later, what was the result? Taxes were increased. Overall, instead of increasing disease burden and death, more than 12% lower mortality in the country. In the whole country, 12%, more than 1,000 lives saved or postponed. Obviously, we cannot save lives. But people would have died in that year, they died later. And the disease burden was reduced. What was the unrecorded? There was a little change in unrecorded consumption, which was not even statistically significant. I'm just reporting it to be honest, but it was not statistically significant. There was some attempt to deal with it, which were illegal, where police was alerted to, and they actually caught the people. And overall, the whole result was very positive. Now, let me give you another example. Is that something which can be repeated in every country? No. We have to deal with a specific country. In some countries, in order to avoid these negative consequences, smuggling, we will have to increase the customs. That should be taken into consideration. That will be some costs, but the revenue from the taxation increase will easily cover this and way more. So you basically need to know that overall, you have to analyze the situation. What is the situation in the country? If I am in a country where 80% of the alcohol is untaxed, and I increase this taxation by 100%, well, you only end up with 90% being untaxed. That is not the solution. First, you have to bring down the unrecorded consumption. You have to make those measures, and then you can increase taxation. You have to look into the country. Not every country has as many police people, as many infrastructure as EU countries. So please look into the country. Do not make generalized statements. But believe me, there is a solution to 90% of those problems, only in very, very extreme cases, with unrecorded consumption already now being in very, very high levels. I'm speaking about way above 50%. You will have to do other things first. In all other cases, you can simultaneously implement taxation and measures against unrecorded consumption.
Thank you. And I think your point about the context is extremely important. And the way you explain it still makes me hopeful that it is possible to go this route. This third question.
Okay, let me give you one.
Sorry, you wanted to add?
Last example.
Okay. There's 3 more questions.
Okay, then I'll go with the questions first. People have the right to get their answers first.
Okay. The third question is, in the example of inequalities, you mentioned that alcohol consumption is more risky for people with poor economic status. Given the easy accessibility of treatment for the wealthy, how can the treatment mechanism be made more favorable for the less well-off?
Wow, I did not fully understand the question. Can you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Okay, so you mentioned that alcohol consumption is more risky for people with poor economic status. Given the easy accessibility of treatment for the wealthy, how can the treatment mechanism be made more favorable for the less well-off? I think in the context of universal health coverage.
Yes. I mean, the basic gist is that overall, we have this gradient in mortality in every country of the world. The poor die earlier than the rich. Sorry, this is unfortunately a universal fact. Why do they die? Well, they have much harder life circumstances, they have less health care, etc., etc., etc. Alcohol contributes to that. Alcohol is contributing, and the more alcohol there is in a country, the bigger is the cleavage between the rich and the poor, because alcohol contributes to this over and above all of the factors which I mentioned. So if you make alcohol less affordable, people, the poor will drink less alcohol, the rich can afford anyway. They in the alcohol and they go into the middle class, if you go into the mass of people, or everybody is affected by those price increases, but and they will drink less. But the poor, they drink less already, but they will reduce, and they drink most of their alcohol in heavy drinking occasions, in binge drinking occasions. That's the one where they drink more. And once you don't have enough money to continue this binge, then you have the biggest gain. That's one of the mechanisms which makes this gap go smaller. There are a number of other mechanisms, but this is the main mechanism.
Yeah, thank you. I think the point that you're raising, again, it goes back to policy that influences the environment in which people make drinking choices.
Yes.
So the fourth question is, you mentioned the importance of countries developing unique policies. In this sense, what can be done on a country basis before developing a policy to increase the functionality of a policy?
Well, basically, policies are developed and should be developed by the country, the people living in the country. It should not be the WHO person coming from Geneva developing an alcohol policy for Turkey. With all due respect, it should be done in Turkey. And there are, WHO is supposed to provide some evidence about different options, etc. But the development of the policy should be local. And the local people know which triggers there are. So let me give you two examples. First example is Thailand. Thailand is a Buddhist country. I mean, there's more than only Buddhism. There's Muslim people in parts of Thailand, but it is predominantly still a Buddhist country. What happened is that Buddhist land, you're supposed to drink no alcohol, which is a classic Buddhist rule, which not too many people cared about. You know, there's also some of those drink less during Lent in Christian religion. There's different religions with different rules, and not always all of them are kept. So what the people in Thailand decided to do as an alcohol policy, they said, we're going to spend every year money for a Buddhist land campaign, which reminds our people, go back to the Buddhist roots. These are our traditions. This is our life, and reinforce no alcohol during Buddhism. And they did it in a way that it's localized, meaning it was in the communities. There were community groups who said, oh, now is Buddhist land, please, let's respect us, let's work together, let's do community activities, let's do our community fests without alcohol, etc. We examined that over the last 30 years, 15 years without those campaigns, 15 years with those campaigns. This is an interrupted time series analysis. And believe it or not, this had an overall impact on alcohol consumption in Thailand as a country. Dependent in those years with a Buddhist land campaign, meaning a reinforcement of traditional values, it was actually shown that Thai people consumed less alcohol compared to the Buddhist land without this campaign. So this is an example of a local tradition which has been revived, which nobody at WHO in Geneva could have thought about. Well, they may have some Thai people, but highly unlikely. It's a localized. Same is true for this corruption campaign in China. The Chinese government said, we are losing too much, there's too much corruption. it seems that we can no longer, not even one little task, one little construction in a localized community is done without at least 5 companies to the people side, the functionaries bringing huge bottles of wine and those very, very expensive rice spirits, which people can sell if they don't drink. But basically, and there's not one of those tasks which goes without at least 5 dinners. And in the dinners, there's a lot of drinking and a lot of congratulation. So they basically said they were not against alcohol. They were not trying to do an alcohol law. They said this is not correct. We have to make our functionaries make decisions without alcohol being involved, because sometimes under alcohol people do the wrong decisions. Mm-hmm. And B, we cannot allow people being decided who is the richest, who gives the most bribes. So they made this strong campaign and said, this is absolutely impossible. They started with the army, then they went to all functionaries, and now they have a law saying if any functionary, anybody in public office is drinking alcohol in public during the workday, this is an offense and this is something. They also said alcohol has absolutely nothing to do on the streets, and they made drinking alcohol and driving above a certain limit a criminal offense. So you can go to prison for that. That sort of denormalized the role of alcohol in the country. It's suddenly clear to everybody this is not normal to drink alcohol with every occasion, in every dinner, etc. And that had the necessary effect.
Thank you. That's fantastic examples. The next question is, do you think that the work of non-governmental organizations on alcohol control and awareness is sufficient? What are your suggestions for non-governmental organizations within the scope of relationships between non-governmental organizations and the NGO and the state, sorry. So what are your suggestions to the NGO sector within the scope of relationships between NGOs and the state?
I think, well, don't ask a public official, a health person if something is ever sufficient. No. What I notice is that the NGOs have become more and more powerful over the past few years, and that is very encouraging to see. They also are starting to use a lot of the modern techniques. They begin to build coalitions, global coalitions. So I think we are on the right track towards that. What I believe they should do, however, is they should become even more visible. Currently, they're almost specialized organizations. You see them in parliament. That's good, that's great. But you don't see anti-alcohol coalitions or coalitions against harm basically on the streets. We had so many different occasions where, for example, in a community, there's a lot of violence, and the violence happens to be at 3 o'clock, between 3 and 5 o'clock, and by chance, the bars all close at 3 o'clock. So it's pretty clear there may have been a link. We have done a time series analysis, and there was a link. The community was basically trying to rally against that, but they rallied against the violence, but the alcohol people were not part of the community. They were not saying, look, this is the link. If you want to prevent that, vote for a law where you can determine the density of bars, or you can have a say on the closing hours. That depends on the country, etc. So this is the thing where I think we still are not connected, networked enough between different NGOs on similar topics, which look at it from a different perspective. And once we manage to network all of this together, I think NGOs will be even more powerful.
One last question, and we have run out of time, but let me just ask this. You said that the increase in taxes in Lithuania has led to a decrease in alcohol consumption. Has this had an impact on the use of other addictive substances? And are there any studies on this? Very shortly.
Very shortly. Tobacco, indication that tobacco consumption decreased as well. Illicit drugs, no indication of any substantial increase at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I hope that has answered the person who asked the question. But if I could just
people can always email me, and I'm answering additional questions.
Okay, thank you. So on behalf of Green Crescent, if we could just thank you for a very insightful presentation, but also the way you answered the questions, I think has allowed us to think about how we tackle issues that is contextually relevant, and keep in mind that the evidence has shown that taxation can and will work if we couch it within a context that is packaged within the other issues that the country specifically is also dealing with. So thank you very much, Professor Rehm.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
We would like to thank our session chair and our keynote speaker for this valuable session. After a 15-minute break, we'll proceed with the fourth session. Dear participants, we are here again with the fourth session of the Congress. This session will focus on treatment of alcohol addiction. Our session chair is Dr. Musa Daoud, President of the Jordan Anti-Drugs Society and the Green Crescent Jordan. The speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Dr. George Koob, Chief of the Neurobiology of Addiction Section and Director of the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, Associate Professor Arzu Çiftçi, Doctor at Başkent University Hospital and Scientific Committee Member of the Turkish Green Crescent Society, and Professor Zehra Arıkan, Faculty Member at Lokman Hekim University. We welcome our distinguished speakers. In this session, Dr. George Koob will be with us by a pre-recorded video with his speech entitled Alcohol Use Disorder, Closing the Treatment Gap. Associate Professor Arzu Çiftçi with her speech entitled Filling the Gap in Treatment, Inpatient Rehabilitation Centers. And Professor Zehra Arıkan will be with us with her speech entitled The Effectiveness of AA Group in the Treatment of Alcohol Addiction in Turkey. Our session will last approximately 75 minutes. Now, I'll leave the floor to the session chair, Dr. Musa Daoud, to conduct the fourth session of the Congress. The floor is yours, Dr. Daoud.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome you in the second day of this very important Congress, which will address a very essential and important issue, which is alcohol. And in this session, it will be my honor to chair the session with this very important issue. But to introduce myself, my name is Musa Daoud. I am the president of the Jordan Anti-Drug Society, which is Jordan Green Crescent. The Jordan Anti-Drug Society has been established since 2012, and we are actively in Jordan, Middle East, and internationally as well. Member in different international networks, member in, of course, the International Federation of Green Crescents, member of Vienna NGO Committee and United Nations, and other different international groups. We work in control addictions, in all kinds of addictions, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, online gambling, online gaming, and even social media addiction. And today we're gonna talk about a very important issue which has been addressed many times in different platforms. But in our Congress, we have a remarkable speakers who will talk in a scientific evidence base about the gap of treatment, which is very crucial issue. Our first speaker will talk about the alcohol disorder, closing the treatment gap, which is a very important issue. Our speaker is Dr. George Koob. George Koob is a director of the National Institution on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, NIAAA. He's also senior investigator in the Intermutual Research Program in the National Institute on Drug Abuse, where he directs the neurobiological and addiction laboratory. As an authority on alcohol use disorder, drug addiction, and stress, he has contributed to our understanding of the neurological associated with the accurate reinforcing effects of alcohol and drugs. He is holding a position at the Skull Institute and Scripps Research Institutes. Dr. Koob is a researcher of many honors, including membership in National Academy of Medicine, United States of America, and award the Legion of Honor from France. Dr. George Koob will join us via video. Hope you're gonna enjoy. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to send it via chat. I will receive it and we will discuss it at the end of the session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be able to present to you today and talk about alcohol use disorder, closing the treatment gap. I'm George Koob, and I'm the director of the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland. NIAAA, as we call ourselves, is one of the 27 institutes and centers of the National Institutes of Health and the largest funder of alcohol research in the world. Our mission is to generate and disseminate fundamental knowledge about the adverse effects of alcohol on health and well-being, and apply that knowledge to improve diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of alcohol-related problems, including alcohol use disorder across the lifespan. We provide leadership in the national effort to reduce alcohol-related problems by conducting and supporting a wide range of basic translational and clinical alcohol research, coordinating and collaborating with other research institutes, agencies, and organizations engaged in alcohol-related work, translating and disseminating research findings to healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and the public. What is the treatment gap? Well, the treatment gap refers to the difference between the number of people who need alcohol treatment and the number who receive it. In short, too few people who need help get help. NIAAA's efforts to close the treatment gap include increasing access to screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, medications, recovery, and telehealth, changing the conversation around alcohol, reducing stigma and enhancing diversity, and advancing knowledge via NIAAA resources. So that is my outline. I'm going to first talk about the scope of the problem, then I'll talk about alcohol use disorder, and I will talk about treatment and recovery, and then I'll talk more specifically about how we are changing the conversation around alcohol with a focus on health risks, culture, screening, brief intervention, stigma, and diversity, and then briefly talk about some NIAAA resources. So let's talk about the scope of the problem. In the United States, just to give you an example, there are 30 million people out of 330 million people which is approximately 10% who suffer from an alcohol use disorder as defined by the DSM-5 from the American Psychiatric Association. We also lose 140,000 people a year to alcohol and alcohol-associated problems. We have launched a major update on our website to alcohol facts and statistics if you want more information in this regard. And then just to remind you, during the pandemic, we saw a pretty dramatic increase in the deaths associated with alcohol, where alcohol is actually listed on the death certificates, with a 25% increase in 2020, further 10% increase up to 35% in 2021, and it's basically remained there in 2022. And we attribute this to the stress and the fact of the pandemic and multiple stressors, and the fact that individuals drank to cope with that stress. What is an alcohol use disorder? Well, it's a medical condition characterized by an impaired ability to stop or control alcohol use despite adverse consequences, be mild, moderate, or severe. Includes what some people may call alcohol abuse, dependence, addiction, and the colloquial term alcoholism. Lasting changes in the brain caused by alcohol misuse can lead to alcohol use disorder and make individuals vulnerable to relapse. Recovery is possible, and evidence-based alcohol use disorder treatment can help. We have a conceptual framework for alcohol use disorder from the neurobiological perspective. We talk about 3 stages, 3 domains of dysfunction, and 3 neural circuits that mediate those dysfunctions. And so there's the binge intoxication stage, with problems with incentive salience and pathological habits, the withdrawal negative affect stage with reward deficits and stress activation, and the preoccupation, anticipation, or craving stage, which involves executive function deficits. We believe this is a heuristic framework that can be useful for helping diagnose, prevent, and treat alcohol use disorder. In that line, we proposed some years ago with Dr. Laura Quacco the Addictions Neuroclinical Assessment, a framework for improved diagnosis, prevention, and treatment. And our argument was that if we could identify neuropsychological tests, self-report tests, surveys that could indicate participation in one of these different stages or domains by a group or a subgroup, that might help us with diagnosis and treatment at the level of individual differences. So the goals of the ANA were to identify how the 3 domains influence differences between people diagnosed with alcohol use disorder, which then can be used to guide treatment decisions and to better understand the differences between individuals with and without alcohol use disorder. So the implications of this domain approach is that it reduces stigma. Alcohol use disorder is considered a brain disorder. It individualizes diagnosis and treatment, facilitates treatment based on individual differences in which domain one enters the addiction cycle, facilitates recovery, provides a framework to help clinicians focus on different triggers for relapse, facilitates prevention, provides a framework for identifying individuals with domain-specific vulnerabilities, both genetic and environmental. For example, high scores on in the negative emotionality domain showed significant associations with more frequent, heavier drinking. And drinking to regulate negative affect, a paper recently published by Votal et al. In the Wickeritz group. What about treatment and recovery from alcohol use disorder? Alcohol use disorder is treatable. People can do and do recover. Behavioral therapies are aimed at changing drinking behavior through evidence-based counseling approaches. They include cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational interviewing. 3 medications are approved in the US to help people stop or reduce their drinking and prevent a return to drinking: disulfiram, acamprosate, and naltrexone. They can be used alone or in combination with behavioral treatments. And many of you, of course, are familiar with mutual support groups such as Alcoholics Anonymous and other 12-step programs, both of which have been proven effective, and they provide peer support and supplement other treatments. Hepatologists are changing the conversation around alcohol and liver disease. In the United States, alcohol misuse now accounts for half of liver disease deaths each year. Alcohol-associated liver disease is the most common alcohol-related cause of death and the leading cause of liver transplantation. And alcohol-associated liver disease-related deaths increased 47% in the last 20 years, and they're increasing more for women and young adults. And so we are working with the Liver Society and liver doctors to produce a paradigm shift of integrated treatment. It can improve patient outcome. Treating alcohol use disorder with medications reduces the likelihood of developing alcohol-associated liver disease and the progression of existing alcohol-associated liver disease. Behavioral or pharmacotherapy for alcohol use disorder after discharge from hospitalization also reduces readmission and death. And you can see here that in the graph that the 47% increase in alcohol-associated liver disease deaths in the last 20 years, and you can see that alcohol now dominates in the percentage of deaths. We're also involved in changing the conversation around recovery. While many people with AUD can recover, little is known about what sustains long-term recovery. Working with key recovery stockholders, we developed a new definition of recovery from alcohol use disorder to help researchers and healthcare professionals view and measure recovery. So we define it now as both a process of behavioral change and an outcome. It includes the following: remission from DSM-5 AUD criteria and cessation from heavy drinking. And we define that as in a given day for women, 4 or more drinks, standard drinks, or 8 or more in a week, and for men, 5 or more drinks on a given day, or 15 more per week. Our definition of recovery also emphasizes the importance of biopsychosocial functioning, quality of life, and other dimensions of well-being in enhancing recovery outcomes. Use of this definition is providing consistency across recovery research studies and leading to a better understanding of the stages of recovery. What about telehealth in the post-pandemic era? There was a rapid expansion of the use of telehealth during the COVID-19 pandemic. Evidence suggests telehealth can be effective for addressing alcohol misuse and can reach people who might not otherwise get support. And IAAA is supporting a variety of telehealth projects, including cognitive behavioral therapy with a clinician or self-guided, telehealth to address post-traumatic stress disorder and alcohol use following sexual assault, video conferencing-based motivational interviewing for alcohol misuse and medication adherence in patients living with HIV. And we'll talk about the NIAAA Treatment Navigator at the end. We anticipate a larger role for telehealth for alcohol prevention, treatment, and recovery going forward. But I want you to know that the Treatment Navigator also lists options for telehealth. What about changing the conversation around alcohol? Health risks, cultural screening, and brief intervention, stigma, and diversity. Well, there are 200 different conditions that are associated with alcohol misuse, and they damage just about every major organ in the body. The liver is, of course, the primary site of alcohol metabolism, making it particularly vulnerable to alcohol-related tissue injury. But alcohol is also a leading cause of acute and chronic pancreatitis. And the National Cancer Institute now estimates that alcohol contributes to 5 to 6% of cancer in the United States, 5 to 6% of cancer. One of the big changes we're starting to see, particularly in young people in the United States, is these sober curious movement and the increasing alcohol-free options to highlight a cultural shift going on. We call these, some of them are Sober October, Dry January, mocktails. To quote myself from a press interview, Dry January helps us evaluate our relationship with alcohol. If you stop drinking in the month of January and suddenly you feel better, then your body is trying to tell you something. You should listen to your body. We're also promoting screening, brief intervention, referral to treatment. There are a lot of benefits. Screening for alcohol misuse can also help clinicians spot other physical and mental and health-related issues. Kaiser Permanente in Northern California introduced alcohol as a vital sign in systematic screening process for unhealthy drinking in 2013. Their tagline was, quote, "We screen everyone," unquote, and it normalizes what can be a sensitive subject. To quote a physician, my experience is that often when a patient has triggered positive for unhealthy drinking, the complaint that brought him for the visit is related to it. That allows me to say, I suspect that if you drink less, that condition might improve or resolve itself. Promoting screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, the reality, while screening is common, there's little brief intervention and referral to treatment. And what this figure shows is we have about 70% of individuals are screened, but less than 12% receive a brief intervention and 5% get a referral to treatment. This is data from Carrie Mintz in 2021. So in the US, women appear to have lower odds of receiving brief intervention for unhealthy alcohol use across all age groups, particularly during middle age. Black and Latina Hispanic women appear to be less likely to receive brief intervention than women in other race, ethnicity groups. We're also interested in counteracting stigma. Stigma associated with alcohol-related conditions affects people's comfort with screening, willingness to seek treatment, as well as the quality of care they receive. This is another important part of closing the treatment gap. We can help alleviate this stigma, starting with the consistent use of non-pejorative, non-stigmatizing language. Use alcohol misuse. Use first-person language to describe people with alcohol-related problems, a person with alcohol use disorder. Use alcohol-associated liver disease instead of alcoholic liver disease. At NIH, we're dedicated to advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the alcohol field. If we are not hearing from everyone, whether in research or from patients, we're not treating everyone equitably. This is an important concept and domain for closing the treatment gap, because many different groups are underrepresented for a whole variety of reasons in the treatment domain and with accessibility to healthcare in the United States. Finally, I want to end by talking about some NIAAA resources. These can be found on our website. You can just simply go to our website and look up the HPCR, or the Healthcare Professionals Core Resource on Alcohol. This was launched in May 2022. It's an online educational resource that covers the basics of what every healthcare professional needs to know about alcohol, including the many ways that alcohol can impact a patient's health, and provide strategies for alcohol screening and interventions. For healthcare providers who are not addiction specialists, it can help overcome barriers to care for patients with alcohol problems, including ways to counteract stigma in their practice. It was developed by NIAAA with input from 70 contributors, including practicing physicians and clinical psychologists with busy clinicians in mind. The HPCR was designed to help address common barriers to optimal alcohol-related healthcare by providing knowledge to fill the common gaps in training about addiction, quick validated alcohol screening and assessment tools, clarity about what constitutes heavy drinking and alcohol use disorder severity levels, and recovery to build confidence in providing brief advice and collaborating on recovery plans and steps to reduce stigma, as I've already outlined. We also have 3 other components to our website that are great resources for healthcare professionals and individuals as well. Rethinking Drinking, one of our most popular resources, is a website and booklet for a general audience to help individuals assess their drinking habits and find ways to make a change. College Aim is a website and booklet with comprehensive information about prevention approaches found to be effective in college and university environments. The Alcohol Treatment Navigator is an online resource to help individuals understand treatment options and search for nearby treatment, including telehealth services. It also includes a portal to assist healthcare providers in making referrals for their patients. What's really great about the Treatment Navigator is it defines an alcohol use disorder, but it also defines the spectrum as a spectrum disorder, but it also defines the spectrum of treatments that are available to an individual. And finally, for those of you in research and who want some reviews on some of the subjects that matters that I've been covering, we have our own peer-reviewed journal called Alcohol Search Review, Current Reviews. It's published online on a continuous rolling basis, covers a wide variety of research topics and disciplines. So you're most welcome to visit the journal's website, our LinkedIn page for more information. So thank you very much. We would like to be your source for credible evidence-based information about alcohol and health. We are the largest funder of alcohol research in the world. And special thanks to all of my team at NIAAA, Avery Arsenal, Kathy Young, Laura Lenardi, Svetlana Radeva, Bridget Williams-Simmons, Joe Wang, Aaron White, and Patricia Powell for their help with this presentation. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, to have been with you.
I would like to thank Dr. Koob for his great presentation and his valuable information and the useful website which has been shared by him. The website is niaaa.nih.gov. So I would like to encourage everyone to visit this website and to get this inspiring information and evidence-based information, which will help us to improve our work in this field. And now I would like to go to the second speaker, which will also talking about the filling the gap treatment in patient rehabilitation centers. Arzu Çiftçi will share her information and data about the filling the gap in treatment in patient rehabilitation center. Associate Professor Arzu received her undergraduate degree from the Faculty of Medicine of Ankara University in 1996 and completed her residency in psychiatry in the Bakırköy Mental Health and Neurological, Bakırköy Mental Health and Neurological. She is also worked as a consultation license director at 70 Yale Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Hospital between 2002 and 2009. And she has been working as a clinical coordinator in Bakırköy Mental Health Center and Neurological Disease Hospital, SEMI team since 2009. I would like now to give you the floor, talking about filling the gap in treatment in patient rehabilitation centers. Arzu, the floor is yours.
Günaydın. Burada olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ederim.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us and thank you for this opportunity. In Turkey, in treatment of alcohol or substances, we used to have serious gaps in terms of inpatient rehabilitation. Actually, we are an Eastern country, therefore maybe we lagged behind from the West, actually, in terms of treatment. So outpatient and detoxification rehabilitation was our focus. But as you know, alcohol is resulting in the formation in every sphere of life. And if you do not treat everything, relapse is indispensable. Therefore, in 2013, there was an amendment in the regulation of Turkish Green Crescent, and treatment and counseling have been added to the mandate. Therefore, once the inpatient rehabilitation center was established, in the last 2 years, 2 new rehabilitation centers, inpatient rehabilitation centers, were added into the pool. I will give you some information about our rehabilitation activities. As the previous speaker already said, addiction is a very complicated condition, especially in terms of alcohol addiction, differently from the substance addiction, it is emerging at later ages, and most of the time patients are aged. Therefore, rather than their parents, it is having an impact on their core families. My apologies, I'm having echo in my voice. Can we stop it? There is echo in my voice.
Sanırım beni duymuyorlar. Ha, tamam. Harika.
Okay, perfect. During my years as an intern, I heard from a speaker saying, think about a person, and this person loses everything he has earned during a life by using a substance, including the family. And there is a stigmatization in our community. But I remember a light coming on in my mind, because you are losing something that you have struggled during your lifetime, and it totally restricts your life. And there is no other condition in your life that really destroys you so much. And during the development of the addiction, the person needs quite a lot of time to get back. So it is our main duty to change the thoughts and the behaviors of the patient. As you know, because of the nature of the substance addiction, you do not enjoy the life again. So it will take some time to make sure that the rewarding system works again, and you have to get yourself a new social circle. And those people have no social circle other than the drinkers like themselves after some time. So it takes time for them to rebuild a social circle. And also, one has to identify their weaknesses and the ways to tackle with that. Our main purpose is actually to restore the life during the patient sees us. So that was our model, roughly, and as different from the other centers abroad, we are monitoring our patients very closely, 24/7, and sometimes the patients are able to stay in the center up to 12 months. We do not admit the patients directly because this is an institution established to be an intermediary between the hospital and the patient, and all of the treatments must be started as an outpatient, and we receive the patients after referral from the treatment centers, and we do not accept the applications of the patients immediately. And the criteria for admission are being above 15 years of age, having no psychotic sign or severe mental retardation, having maintained the state of well-being for 3 weeks at minimum, and the patients are first evaluated by the treatment team, and then they are admitted to the center. We have a very strong team. We have psychotherapists and psychologists. The psychotherapists offer individualized therapy sessions, and we have the assistant therapists who accompany those people 24/7, and the purpose is to offer them positive reinforcement and to control each other's behaviors. We also have hobby classes, we have cooking courses, we have healing consultants, and we have spiritual consultants as well. The healing consultant is very important to us because the patients perceive themselves different from us at some point, and those patients' experiences might be considered to be positive. And we have the ergotherapist, so we have a strong and crowded team. So what do we follow here? Firstly, we follow the psychiatric conditions. We have a long term of hospitalization, and alcohol destroys many organs, so that's why we follow the physical conditions of the patients as well. And also, we try to offer them some new skills to spend their time. Social skills and professional training. Professional training is actually in between a profession and a hobby, like a ceramic course, because we have relevantly older patients, and some patients may have lost their family members and they may have to be living alone. And for them to be able to live again without needing anyone else, like being able to fix an electronic device, so that we are teaching them how to do that. And if they come at earlier ages, we help them with a professional certification. Although we do not have much in this group, if they have an academic study they would like to complete, we may help them enroll in the open education courses. Yes, I have listed them all. The individual therapy is utilized. We also make use of the group sessions. We should, of course, remember the families because they spend quite a lot of time with us, and for their family relations, the regulation of the behaviors is important, and helping them rebuild their relation takes quite a lot of time. And during that time, they might become very functional too. I have mentioned the family work. It is very important. The limitations must be identified, and the patients also need to forgive themselves for the harm they have given to the others during the course of their addiction. And we decide on the relevant steps along with the therapists. And this is our Bursa Rehabilitation Centers. We have two in Turkey. One is located in Bursa and the other one is located in Diyarbakır. We do not have enough capacity yet. That's why the alcohol addicts and the substance addicts are hospitalized together, and the activities are run together with them. And also, the patients are taken outside for some activities like a picnic or a movie screening, so that they can socialize again and perform the healthy relations. And this is the center located in Diyarbakır. One of the most important things is that
motivasyon kaynağının ödüllendirici sistem olması gerekiyor.
The actual source of motivation must be the rewarding system, because we know that the patients have already been exposed to quite a lot of criticism, and that's why when the patients feel sadness and regret or feel desperate because they have already attempted many treatments when they come to us, and it may lead them to get back to their habit. That's why we use a rewarding system in the center. And if they have any mistaken behaviors, it is registered as a minus score, and at the end of the week, we give them small awards, and it's a good source of motivation for them, based on the idea that what we discuss, it remains in our mind. We talk about their behavioral mistakes during the day, and during the group sessions, the positive attitudes are reinforced. And some photos from our centers. This is the group therapy room and art workshops. We have a ceramic workshop. The patients really love the ceramic workshop, and the advanced age group wants to do it as a profession. That's why they spend a lot of time here. We have computer programming workshop, and we have the musical instrument workshop. We teach them how to play those instruments, and we're using music a lot. We have a gastronomy workshop, and the objective here is not opening a kitchen to feed them, but also to help them care for themselves in their own life. So the cook is also a master trainer, and they learn how to cook from a master trainer, and they add a value to their lives. Sports is very important. As you know, it may actually replace a lot of medications. That's why the patients do 2 workouts on each day. We have a morning workout and we have a night workout. This photo is from the art workshop. We have the gardens for daily life. This is the simple fixing workshop for some houseworks. And if the patients want to learn advanced techniques, we have master trainers to train them. This is where they sleep, and this is where they spend time during their free times. And this is a structured program for the week. Initially, we make their programs, and then we expect them to gain their autonomy as the time goes. So when they get back to their home, we observe whether they can perform their daily actions, and if they have any difficulties, we may discuss that with them again. That was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your fantastic presentation, full of strategic process and great facilities, also addressing how to fill the gap in treatment and in patient rehabilitation center. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now it's the time for our third speaker to talk about the effectiveness of AA group in treatment of alcohol addiction in Turkey, which is a very good experience that we gonna hear about. Dr. or Professor Zehra Arıkan will talk about it. She is a remarkable professor, graduated from HISETEP Faculty of Medicine in 1978. She had been working as a general practitioner, a psychiatric assistant psychiatrist between 1978 to 1990. Then she worked as a professor at psychiatric at Gazi University Faculty of Medicine, Department of Psychiatry between 1990 until 2021. She has been working in Luqman Hakim University Faculty of Medicine since 2021, and she has responsible for the Osgar Coy Treatment and Rehabilitation Center. She was a member of scientific advisory board within the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice. She has many studies on the field of addiction, and today she will share with us the Turkish experiences in treatment of alcohol addiction. Professor Zehra, the floor is yours.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you,
Hepinize iyi günler.
and have a nice day all.
Ben yine bu tedavide oldukça önemli katkıları olan
I will be talking
kendin
about
yardım gruplarından söz edeceğim.
the
Çok
help
hassas
groups,
alkolikler
which are highly
benim
important for treatment. I
anlatacağım.
will
Çünkü
tell you
Türkiye'de de kurulmuş
about
uzun
the
süredir de var. Hassas Alkolikler
Anonymous
dediğimiz
Alcoholics,
ilk defa
AA.
Amerika Birleşik
As you
Devletleri'nde
know,
başlamış.
AA first
1935'li
started
yıllarda
in the
kurulmuş bir
States,
destek
and
grubu.
it was
Yardım grubu daha
initiated in
doğrusu kendine
35
yardım grubu.
first.
Çünkü
It's a
destek grubu
self-help
dediğimizde
group,
biraz daha
because
farklı bir
speaking
anlam
of
çıkıyor.
support group, it might be
Tüm
understood
dünyada
differently.
yaklaşık 2,5 milyona yakın
Across the
üyesi
world,
var.
it has
100 bin
nearly
aşan grup
2.5
var.
million
Ve
members, and there are more
140
than
ülkede de
100,000
var. Bu
groups,
ülkelerden
and
bir
it is
tanesiniz
present in
siz.
140 countries, and we are one of those countries.
Şimdi nasıl geçer bir bakayım.
How can I
Bu
move my slides here?
Hassas Alkolikler grubu bu kadar yaygın
AA
olması bir anlamda
is
bunun
very
oldukça yardımcı
widespread,
olduğunu ve iyi
and
işlediğini
obviously
gösteriyor.
it is
Çünkü
an
kurucusunun ve
indication that it works,
başlarken de
because when
sanırım bu kadar
the
yaygın
founder
olacağını
of this group first
düşünmemişlerdi.
started, they didn't
Ve
really think that it
özür
would be
dilerim
so
ilerletemedim.
widespread. I couldn't proceed my slides. Let me share my screen again.
Şimdi bu hareketin önemli özelliklerinden bazıları şunlar.
Well,
Bir kere
here are
alkole
some of
karşı bir
the
hareket değil.
important properties
Alkol
of
kullanım
this
bozukluğu
movement.
olan
It
insanlar
is not
hiçbir
actually
zaman
against
alkole karşı
alcohol,
olmuyorlar.
because the
Onun
people
için
who
de bu onlara
have an
iyi
alcohol
geliyor.
use disorder are never
Profesyonel ve bilimsel
against
yöntemlerle
alcohol. That's why it
proje
feels good
içinde
for them, and
yadsımıyorlar,
it is also
dışlamıyorlar, her
in
zaman için kabul ediyorlar.
agreement
Birbirlerine
with
eşitlik içinde
scientific
yaklaşıyorlar. Spiritüel
methods,
bilinimleri var
and they
ama
have an
herhangi
equal
bir
approach
özel
to their
aidiyet
members. They have a
taşımıyorlar.
spiritual identity,
Hem
but they don't have any
kimlikleri
special
hem de bunun
belonging.
bütününün
They have
oluşturduğu bir felsefeleri var ve arka plana
they have a
oldukça sağlam.
philosophy that is
Partilerin
for the
paylaşımları
individual
yok.
benefit of
Özellikle
everyone, and
çalışmalarca da
also for the
desteklenmiş
entire
olan bu
group. They
bağımlılığın
have
uzun
no
süreli seyrinde olumlu
financial
etkileri sayesinde
benefit
günümüzde
relation,
sağlık
and
profesyonelleri
thanks to
tarafından da
their
önerilen
positive
ve desteklenen bir yapı
effects,
haline
it is
gelmiştir.
now a
Bu
structure
nitelikleri
supported and
sayesinde de hassas
recommended by the
alkolikler
healthcare
dünya
professionals,
çapında bir
and that's why
yardım grubuna
AA
dönüşmüştür.
turned into
Şimdi
a self-help
Arzu'nun
group
Türkiye'deki
across the
kuruluş
world.
sürecinde neredeyse birebir
And
yaşadığım içindeyim.
I
Onun
actually
için
experienced
biraz da
exactly the same
anı gibi
things when it was
anlatacağım
being
size.
established in Turkey.
İlk defa yurt
That's
dışından
why I'll
gelen
be
hassas
telling you,
alkolikler
like my
üyeleri
own memory. The members
yerleştiler
of
ve
AA
Türkiye'de de bir yer
came to
aramışlar.
Turkey for the first time and
Olmadığını
looked for a
görmüşler.
place, and they
Bir dönem
could
Amerika
not find a
Hastanesi'nden
place.
doktorun katkılarıyla grup
Also,
oluşturulup
they
devam etmesi
started
için yardımcı
a group
olunmuş. Ama daha
with the
sonra
contributions
bu
from
yürümemiş pek
a
fazla
doctor of
ve
American
başarılı
hospital,
bir
but it
şekilde
didn't work,
sonuçlanmamış.
and it
Daha
didn't
sonraları
end up
yine
successfully. And then
1988 yılında
in
bir toplantılar
1988,
başlanmış. Bu tarihte
meetings were
yine Hassas
started,
Alkolikler grubu
and
üyeleri,
the
öğrenmiş
AA
bireyler Türkiye'ye
group
geldiklerinde Ege Üniversitesi'nde bu
came to
toplantıları
Turkey
yapmaya
and held
çalışmışlar.
those
Ama
meetings in Ege
burada da
University. but
düzenli olamamış.
they couldn't have
O
those
sene
meetings there
İstanbul'da
regularly.
gruplar kurulmaya
And also they
başlanmış
started
ve
groups in
1908
Istanbul and
senetinin
Ankara.
yılına gelindiğinde
And
Türk ve
in
Amerikan
1989,
arkeologların düzenlemiş olduğu bir konvansiyon sonrasında
a
dava
convention
Türkiye'de
was
yayılmaya
organized
başlamıştır.
by the members of
Öncelikle
Turkish
grupların
AA and
İngilizce
the World
yazılmış
AA.
İngilizce
The
kaynaklardan
groups were first
yararlanılmış.
held in
Daha sonra
English,
1990
so they
yılında
used
ilk defa
English
Amerikan
resources.
Kültür
Then in
Müzesi'nde kiralanan bir odada 7-8 kişiyle
1990,
başlayan Türkçe toplantılar olmaya
they
başlamış.
started
Yavaş yavaş
meetings in
odun üyeleri
Turkish
artmış.
with
Bunlar
8 to
meclisin
9 people,
bahçesinde, Gençlik
and then the
Parkı'nda,
number of the
mekanların
members were
yetersiz olan
increased.
yerlerde
So
haftada
then
1-2 kere
they
toplanmaya
started to
çalışmışlar
meet
ve mekan
a
yetersiz
few
olunca
times
da
per week.
sonunda
And
Ankara'da
because the
Alagüney sokakta bir
space
yer
was not
kiralayıp orada toplantılara başlamışlardır.
sufficient, they
Ve AA'nın
started
Türkiye
their
Genel Hizmet
meetings
Şirketi 2001
by
yılında
renting a place in
kurulmuştur.
Ankara.
Ve
So
Türkiye verilerine göre
the
işçilerin
service committee of
Ankara,
AA
İstanbul,
was
İzmir, Muğla
established
ve
in
Bursa'daki
Turkey in
illerde birden
2001,
fazla olmak
and
üzere
there are now
toplam 28 tane
28
asıllar
AA
birlikler
groups
grubu
in
vardır.
cities
Bir
including
siteleri
Ankara,
vardır
Istanbul,
ise
İzmir, Muğla,
çok
Bursa. They
etkindirler.
have a
Kitapları,
website in
broşürleri
Turkish.
vardır
They are
böyle.
very
Toplantı
active.
saatlerini,
They have
nerede
their
olacak,
books and
nasıl ilişki
brochures.
kurulacak, kimlerle kurulacak,
So
işte büyük
the
toplantılar ve
relations
online
and who to
toplantılarla
relate
ilgili
with, they are all
bilgiler de var.
very clear,
Katılmak
and
isteyenin de
large group meetings,
ulaşabildiği
online
şekilde
meetings are all
düzenlenmiştir. Tabii
announced on their website,
başlangıçtan
and
beri
anyone
yani
can actually
1990'lı
access to
yıllardan
them.
itibaren bu kendi
Starting from
yayma gruplarının eleman
1990,
yani eşler ve yakınların toplantıları,
the
Latin dediğimiz
self-help groups,
bağımlıların
Elanon
çocuklarının
groups, and
toplantıları
the
da
addict
başlamıştır. Bu
children group
toplantılara da
meetings
hep
were
birlikte
also
katılmışlardır.
started, and they
Senede
took part
yaklaşık
in
4
those
kere büyük
meetings.
toplantıları olmakta
They have
ve
their
bunlara
large
da
group
Türkiye'nin
meetings
çeşitli
4
yerlerinden
times
katılım
a
olabildiği
year, and
uluslararası
it
katılımlarda
is possible to
olabilmektedir.
attend from across
İşleyiş nasıl
Turkey and
derseniz
also
Türkiye'deki de yurt dışındaki Amerika
internationally.
Birleşik Devletleri'nde gruplar nasıl işliyorsa
So
aynı
how do
şekilde
the
işlemekte.
groups work?
İki
They
tane
actually work the
kitapları
way
çok
they work
önemli
in the
onların.
States and other
Asıl
countries. Two books are
alfabetikler,
are
büyük
very
defterler onlar
important.
ve 12
The
basamaklı ve
AA call
12
it the big
gelenekle
book,
ilgili
and it is
eserleri
about
Türkçe'ye
12
çevirmişler.
steps and
Bunları
12
da
traditions.
uygulamaya
They were
çalışıyorlar.
translated to
Yüz
Turkish,
yüze ya da
and now they
online
are trying to
toplantıları var.
practice them.
Ve
They have their
gelen kişilerde şöyle bir durum
in-person
oluyor.
and online
Bunun bir
meetings.
hastalık olduğunu
When
daha
those
kolay
people go there,
kabulleniyorlar benim
they are
pratikte de
able to
gördüğüm şey.
acknowledge
Çünkü
that it is a
oradaki
disease more
bakıldığında da
easily.
birinci
That's my
basamak alkole karşı güçlü
experience,
olduğumun
because
kabullendimle
the
başlıyor.
first
Ve
step
ondan
is
sonra da
accepting that you are
hastanede ya
weak
da
in the face of
arkadaştan
alcohol.
aranmanın
And
sonucunda
also,
o
then
bulundukları şehirde böyle bir şey varsa hemen hemen her gün bu
they
toplantılara
undergo a
katılabiliyorlar.
purification
Ve
at
bu
a hospital
toplantılar
or as an outpatient,
iyileşmelerine
then they
katkıda
can then
bulunuyor.
join
Çünkü
the
hem gün
meetings in their
geçtiklerinde bu
cities, and those
toplantılar çok kabullenici,
meetings
herkesi
help them
kabulleniyor.
recover,
Kadın erkek gibi
because
bir
those
ayrım yok, söz
meetings are
konusu değil. Kendini
accepting
tanıma,
everyone. There
alkol
is no um,
arasındaki ilişkiyi gözden
distinction between the
geçirme,
men and the women,
sonra
and then they review
değiştirebilir
their
kısıtlar
relation with
için değişime
alcohol,
hazırlanma,
and then they get
değişim
prepared
sonunda huzurlu,
for
ayıklı,
change for the
elde
parts they
etme
would like to
gibi
change.
bir
And
amaçları var.
after the
Ve
change,
24
they
saatler
accept the
biriktiriyorlar
soberness
böyle.
and
Kısa şeyler
the
koyuyorlar, hedefler koyuyorlar. Ve
pleasure.
bu kısa
So
hedefleri yapmak
they have
biraz daha
short-term
kolay oluyor.
objectives, like
Tabii zaman
24-hour
zaman
lasting
bu gruba gelip
objectives.
alkol alanlar da
And
oluyor. Onlar
sometimes
için
those
şöyle bir
people might
kuralları var.
attend those
Evet,
group and still
gelebilirsin,
drink alcohol.
oturabilirsin.
And they have
Ama
a rule for
konuşma,
those people.
dinle
They say,
sadece
you
diyorlar
may
o
come
zaman.
here and
Zaman
you may
zaman çok yoğun içme dönemleri
listen, but
olanlar
there
oluyor.
is no
Onlar onları
talking.
kayma diye
And sometimes
adlandırıyorlar.
there
Ve
might be
yeniden tekrar kendisini
binge drinkers, and
toparlayabilmesi
they
için
call it
herkes
a
ona
shift.
destek
And then
olmaya
for
çalışıyor.
them to recover
Öykülerinde
themselves, everyone
benzerlik var. İlgilenmek
helps
için bu
them.
önemli. Çünkü aynı şeyleri yaşayan
There are
insanlar olduğu
similarities in
zaman
their stories, and it is
günümüzde
important for
biliyorsunuz
the
Nasrettin
people
Hoca düşenin
attending for the
halinden
first
devam
time,
eder. Aynı
because
şekilde bunlar da kendilerini
they have an
anlayan
idea
insanların arası
about each other's
olduklarını biliyorlar.
experience, and that's why they don't feel any loneliness. And also, there are those who have been sober for a very long time, and they create hope for the others, and they suggest that you have to deal with yourself, because when you deal with the others and other stuff, there is no result. And this helps them review their problems regarding alcohol and also recognize the parts they need to recognize for themselves. And there is a guide relation to for those people who are the new beginners. And for example, they say you need to follow the footsteps of your guide and walk with your guide, and it really helps them a lot because it is somebody they can reach out any moment and discuss many issues with, or they are going through those steps all together, like the first step, second step, third step, and they do the needed. And they first discuss that with their guide, and it gives them an ease. As you know, addiction is a familial condition, and the others in the family are also affected. The family members also experience a lot of problems, and the family members can also join the group meetings, and they can learn how to heal themselves, how to support the recovering person, and how to live with this family condition indeed, because it is a big brain condition and there are some changes in the brain, and the people may have times of exacerbation, and there might be remissions and relapses. And sometimes, if the patient doesn't want that, if he is not motivated, it may then lead to some chronic conditions, and it might be then mortal. That's why both the patient and the relatives of the patient need to learn how to deal with this condition. So they go to the hospitals and introduce themselves. The more members, the better for them. And every newcomer reminds the former member of the times they've been through. And the philosophy of helping the other is helping yourself. In our country, we have had challenges with long-term psychotherapies, and it actually fills a gap because the people do not have to pay for it, and they can support each other, and also they may go for a professional help at times with the advices they received from the group, and they can also utilize the experiences of the people who are ahead of them, and also the relation with the professionals continue, and it contributes a lot to soberness. In our clinic, we use the Minnesota model. It is the beginning of the 12-step model. They are very similar, and the recovery has 12 steps. That's why they overlap, and that's why we gather with them 2 days a week, and the patients go there, we accept them, we have the large group meetings together. And this increases the motivation of the patients in the ward. And because there is no bias, they have a very big stigma. They cannot admit it, and they cannot really go to the therapy easily. That's why it helps them feel relieved, and it prevents them going back to alcohol, and the cost of treatment is decreased. And there are also many studies regarding this structure in Turkey. You may find them in the literature, and it is shown that it increases the self-esteem of the people and enables them to go back to their daily activities. The professionals do not know about the AA group, And that's why they might be some individual initiatives when they say, let's add AA into the treatment group.
AA grubunda önemli olan şeylerden bir tanesi, çok güzel metaforları var onların. Mesela
They have very nice metaphors, especially for heavy drinkers. So AA aims at full sobriety, and they say that if a cucumber becomes a pickle, there is no way back. So when you drink again, you will suffer from the same problems. So you can learn about this with experience, they say. And many knowledge worldwide, they can share it with one another. And for recent approaches in alcohol addiction treatment, it is still important. They have rewarding systems like 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, and 1 year. They have medals for this, and there you can see the model of recovery, and each of them has a different color, and the applaud in the meeting is actually motivating. I say that being an addiction is actually forgetting things. It's like so most of the time they forget that they have this problem, so they start again. So it is always good to say that I am an alcoholic at the beginning on each and every meeting. Therefore, they remember that they have this problem. And this is also good for removal of the stigmatization. I saw this one patient, this patient told me, okay, I am an alcoholic or an alcohol addict in this sense, but if someone else outside on the street tells me that you are an alcoholic, I reject it. So this kind of AA meetings are actually erasing this kind of stigmatization. These are my works cited. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was really an important and remarkable presentation. It was a fantastic presentation full of strategic steps as well. And the reward system has been feel me that there is something extraordinary, so they can be use it. I would like to thank all of you speakers joining us today, and I received some questions. Could you please listen to my question? The first question will be for us, Associate Professor Arzu. So the first question will be, Dr. Arzu, how long is the inpatient rehabilitation process? Do you follow or direct the outpatient treatment of patients after inpatient treatment?
Minimum 3 months. We want them to stay in our rehabilitation center, and biologically operation of the auto control system, rewarding systems, recovery. So it may go up to 12 months actually. We consider ourselves as an intermediary institution. In Turkey, we have outpatient services as well. So we take our patients from outpatient healthcare centers. We help them learn what it takes to become sober, and once they learn it, we send them back. So our social workers and our therapists have some connections to other centers. So we connect with the center again and we send them back to the places where we received them from.
Thank you. And the second question is for Professor Zehra. What do you think about the effectiveness of recent psychotherapies, as example, positive psychotherapies, EMDR, for addicts and psychotherapy be an option in the field of addiction?
Şimdi uzun yıllarki deneyimim şunu gösterdi.
Based on
Siz ne
my
yaparsanız
experience, I have figured out this.
hangi terapiyi
Whatever
kullanırsanız
you do,
kullanın,
whatever therapy you use,
hepsi iyi geliyor. Benim
they are
gördüğüm.
all
Şimdi
working.
tabii ki biz
They are
daha
all good.
yapılandırılmışlar kısa etki
Of
yani
course,
sevme davranışçı terapileri daha çok kullanıyoruz
we
elbette.
prefer
Ama
cognitive
zaman
or
zaman
behavioral
her ne kadar
therapies more,
analitik
but
terapilerin
from
çok
time to
yeri yokluğu
time,
görünse de
although it seems that analytic therapy does not have a place there, we see that it is also good for our patients, and positive therapies also work.
Hasta vardan yola çıkarsak
I always think this, based on the fact that there is no disease, there is a patient, and if you individualize the treatment, then you will see that everything works it. So for the alcoholics group, there needs to be behavioral, there needs to be positive psychology, there needs to be cognitive. So maybe there is nothing structured in this sense, but when you analyze it, you will figure out that all these elements are there. It starts with acceptance, recognition, and this is really important. The patient accepts and recognizes many things in his or her lives, and he or she starts to analyze other things in the lives. So I never rule out any of them. We can use all of them according to the patient.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The second question for Dr. Arzu. You stated in your presentation that the average age in your center is older. When a younger patient comes to your center, how do you plan the room planning?
Evet, aslında yatak odası gördüğünüz gibi koğuş sistemi gibi.
Actually, we have the dormitory system. Minimum 3 patients together, no single patient or no 2 patients, at least 3 patients, and we do not classify them according to the ages. And we have our mentors who are always monitoring them. So far, we have never distinguished the patients according to the ages. I would like to add something to Professor Arıkan. What we call addiction is a neurotic structure in behavioral terms. The patient has lots of problems, how he or she perceives the life, how he or she connects with the life. Therefore, there are traumatic incidents back in the past. So in our own center, we also use behavioral EMDR, positive psychology. So whatever the patient needs, we do it. In our personal interviews, we figure out what the patient has and we just give the patient whatever will be good for him or her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The second question for Professor Zehra. The Alcoholic Anonymous group met online during the pandemic. There is research on the effectiveness of online psychotherapies. Does this also apply to AA meetings?
Tabii durumlar bize çeşitli çözüm
So the circumstances actually have helped us find new solutions.
Yüz yüze konuşan bir psikiyatrist olarak
As a
benim
psychiatrist
yaptıklarım.
who
Ama
has
mecburen
always
online'a
conducted
geçmek
the
zorunda
work face to face, we had
online'a
to go
geçtiğimizde
online.
de bunun da
And
işe
once we
yaradığını
went
gördüm.
online, we figured
Aslında
out that it
Apolikler
works.
grubu da uzun süre
And the
online
group
toplandı.
AA,
Türkiye'de de
they
online
conducted
toplandı.
online
Ve
meetings
bu
for a
şeyin
long time
sonunda,
in
pandeminin
Turkey as
sonunda
well. And
şöyle bir
at the
durum
end of the
oluştu.
pandemic,
Şehrinizde eğer
this
bir A
happened.
grubu
If
varsa
in
yüz
your
yüze de
city, if there is a
orada.
AA group,
Ama
you can
yoksa
do
online
face-to-face
toplantılar var.
meetings. But if not,
Onlarla
online
yürüyebilirsiniz.
meetings are
Onun için
available.
de
You
bu
can
bize bir
join
kolaylık
them. So
sağladı.
it's just a
Gerçekten çok
facilitation.
yardımcı oldu.
So it really helped.
Halen kullanıyoruz.
And still we
Thank you
use
so
it.
much. Perfect. Thank you so much. We still have 5 minutes, but I have some other questions. The next question for Arzu. Are they studies on the effectiveness of workshop in inpatient treatment? Please make your answer short because we need to ask the other questions. So the question is there, are there any studies on the effectiveness of workshops in inpatient treatment?
Tabii ki atölyelerle ilgili
Of course,
çalışma var ve
there
oldukça
are lots of
başarılı. Yani
studies
hastaların
on workshops, and
kendi
it
günlük
shows
hayatlarının
that
içerisinde 24
workshops
saat
are
boyunca
really
sürdürebilmeleri,
successful. The patients
hayattan
can
keyif
regulate
almalarını
their
sağlamak.
24
Belki hastalar hep
hours,
şunu
and
söylüyor.
it
İnsanların
ensures
aslında
that they
en büyük
enjoy the
ödülü
life. I
verdiklerinde
always keep saying this. The very
hayattan
first
neyden zevk
duty
aldıklarını
of
ve nasıl
the
kendilerini idare
patients
edeceklerini öğreniyor.
is to learn
Maalesef
how they
alkol
can
madde daha en
enjoy the
sonda.
life
Yani
and how
otokontrol
they
merkezleri
can
dışı
maintain
kalıyor ve
their lives.
tamamen biyolojik
Unfortunately,
ritmin
substances
sistemi
and
ve
alcohol
süreçte bir döngünün içine
just
giriyor.
stop the
Bu nedenle bunu
autocontrol
bizim
center in the
merkezimizde ve
brain,
diğer
so they
tarz
cannot do it.
merkezlerde
So in
daha
our
keyif
center
almak
and
için
in similar
hastanın
centers,
yeniden bir şeyleri yapmaya başlaması,
we
kendini tanımlaması
help
ve
the patient
başarabildiğini
do
görmek.
things to
Küçücük
enjoy the
şeyler,
life, and they
resim
also see
yapabilmesi,
that they are
ressamlık
successful. Just
yapabilmesi,
painting,
yemek
doing
yapması,
ceramic,
bunlar aslında
cooking,
küçük
all
zaferler
these
şeklinde
things
hastaların hem
are
kendilerine
like
güvenlerini arttırıyor
small
hem de
victories which boosts
hayata karşı
the
daha umutlu olmalarını sağlıyor.
self-esteem and self-confidence, and it makes them much more
Advocacy'le
hopeful
gelince
for
de
the life.
zaten
And
önceden
second
çalışıyoruz.
question, of course,
Hem aldığımız
we conduct
merkezlerden
studies and works about
hastalarımızın
the
temasları zaman
maintenance.
zaman
So
arayıp nasılsın,
the
nasıl gidiyor diye
therapists
soruyor.
of
Biz
these
de tabii
patients
doğduktan sonra
always call
hastalarımıza biz
us
buradayız,
and
işte
ask how it is
karşınızdayız diye
going, and
2
we
ayda 3
also
ayda bir
tell
telefon edip biz buradayız diye
the
ifade ediyoruz.
patients
Ama
by,
tabii dış
by calling
dünyaya
them, we are here
ilk
in case
izinle
any need,
çıktıklarından
you can
itibaren
come back to
çalışmaya
us, but
başlıyoruz.
we work with them once they leave our centers.
Great, thank you so much. The other question for Professor Zehra: how would you evaluate the effectiveness of Alcoholic Anonymous in Turkey comparing to the global data?
Türkiye için de farkı yok.
I think it is not different from the global. It is same in Turkey. It's very effective and efficient. If we can use the instruments in hand well, it is really useful. In Turkey, for long-term treatments, our rehabilitation centers are limited. In my own clinic, I just invented this method. I work very closely with AA. Sometimes I take my patients and bring them to the AA group, and they start there. And similarly, once a week, they visit us and we conduct a group therapy. And it actually ensures sustainability. And in rehabilitation, this is my opinion, I need to be able to establish my own rehabilitation center as an extension of my own clinic, because my patient never goes to another place. They know us and they want to take the rehabilitation with us as well. So in Turkey, we have some centers like Ameta. So rehabilitation centers should be established with the clinics. In this way, it will be more helpful.
Thank you so much. In 1 minute, the last minute, I would like to ask the last question for Dr. Arzu, is there a possibility that patients may experience adaptation problem after leaving the centers, or are studies being conducted beforehand? In 1 minute, please.
Genellikle merkezden ayrılmadan önce bu zorluğu yaşıyorlar.
Actually, most of the time they have a problem before they leave the center, because they have anxiety regarding how they feel when they go back to their original environment. But inside, in our rehabilitation, we studied this. If there is not a premature discharge, then actually we send them already strengthened. So we give this training to them as well.
Thank you so much, our distinguished speakers, remarkable and offering a very valuable information. I would like, on behalf of myself and my organization, the Jordan Anti-Drug Society, to appreciate all your efforts and all your information you provided. You inspire me as well personally to search more and to know more about how to fill the gap and the experience of Turkey. It was really fantastic. I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank all the audiences who attend our session for being with us. Thanks a lot, and wishing you a very successful the rest of the Congress Day. Thanks a lot, and be safe. Please be safe.
We would like to thank our esteemed chair and distinguished speakers for this valuable session. With this session, we have completed the first half of the second day of the Congress. Before moving on to the 60-minute lunch break, I'd like to remind you that our country Green Crescents will join us with their video recording presentations as yesterday. Our country Green Crescent representatives who will be with us today through the video recordings are respectively Dr. Pujan Sharma, Secretary of Everest Green Crescent Nepal, Dr. Syed Abdurrahman, President of Green Crescent Pakistan, Dr. Tajuddin Abiola, Secretary General of Green Crescent Nigeria, and President of Green Crescent Comoros, Mr. Mohammed Ahmed. After this session, we'll proceed with the fifth session of the Congress. Değerli katılımcılarımız, kongremizin 5. oturumuyla yeniden karşınızdayız. Bu oturumumuzun konusu alkol kullanım bozukluğu tedavisinde dikkate alınması
Welcome to the
gereken
fifth
bazı unsurlar.
session of our
Oturumda
Congress.
değerli konuşmalarıyla bizimle olacak olan konuşmacılarımız,
In this session, we will talk about some factors to be considered in the treatment of alcohol use disorder. The chair of this session will be Professor Dr. Kültegin Ögel. Our speakers who will be with us with their valuable speeches in this session are from the Green Crescent Counseling Center, expert psychologist Ms. Dilara Demircan, who will be talking about factors affecting success in alcohol use disorder treatment at Erdem. Mr. Fırat İşler, with his speech titled The Role of Social Work in the Treatment of AUD and its Impact on the Treatment Process, and Melike Şimşek, Women and Alcohol Use Disorder. I now give the floor to Melike Şimşek to moderate this session. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. In this session, we will talk about the points to note in AUD treatment, alcohol addiction, and we will also be handling this type of addiction vis-a-vis what we are conducting in our centers. The first speaker will be Dilara Demircan. She graduated from Department of Psychology in Hacettepe University. She worked with refugees. She worked in NGOs, and she joined a PhD program in Çukurova University in order to focus on the addiction studies. And in Adana, she has been working in an addiction treatment center, and she has undertaken lots of important roles in many NGOs and many centers. She will talk about the success factors in treatment of AUD. You have the floor. Thank you, Melike. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to make this presentation. For this, I would like to thank Turkish Green Crescent. When we look at my presentation, I'll start with the remission, and then I will give examples from the field works and in our Yeşilay Counseling Center. What are our success factors? That's going to be the layout of my presentation. I think you can see my presentation on the screen now. Yes, it works.
İyileşme üzerine, remisyon üzerine kurum ve kuruluşların gerekse araştırmacıların
On
birçok
remission,
yaptığını
there are
biliyoruz,
lots of
okuyoruz.
studies
Bu
which
tanımlamalar
define
ilk
remission.
dönemlerde alkol kullanmamaya odaklanırken son
Actually, in the
dönemde yapılan
first
tanımlamaların
period,
daha bütüncül bir
these
bakış açısı
definitions
sunduğunu
focused
görüyoruz.
on
İyileşmeyi
abstention
sadece
from
alkol
alcohol,
kullanmamaya
whereas
yeltendirecek
nowadays
odaklanmadan,
it
durumu
has much more
sınırlandırmadan hukuksal, sosyal ve psikolojik denetlenmenin de
dimensions in
artırılmasına
number. So
odaklanıyor
it's not only abstention
tanımlamalar.
from, it's not only
Kapsamına
not
baktığı bir
drinking,
tanıma
but
göre
also
remisyon bireylerin sağlıklı,
strengthening of the
iletilerini
psychosocial life of the
geliştirdikleri, kendi
person.
kendilerini yönettikleri,
Remission,
hayat
according
yaşadıkları
to
ve tam
a
potansiyellerine
definition,
ulaşmak için
is
çabaladıkları bir değişim sürecine
a
işaret ediyor.
transition period.
Yine
It's a period
iyileşme,
of change for
iyileşme
individuals to
biliminin
fully tap their
araştırma
potentials in
disiplininin
every sphere of their
yaptığı
lives.
bir tanımlamaya göre ise sağlıklı
And
yaşam,
there is another
sağlıklı yaşamı
definition
iyileştirmeye yönelik sürekli
which
çabalar
goes
içeren,
as
bireyselleştirilmiş, kasıtlı, dinamik ve ilişkiselleşmiş süreçten
individualized,
bahsediyorlar
deliberate,
remisyon için.
dynamic, and
Yine
interconnected
son
process in
olarak
which
2020 yılında iyileşmenin ne
individuals
olduğunu
try to
araştıran ve
use full
39
potential
araştırmanın
of
dahil edildiği
their
bir
lives.
sistematik
And there
derleme
is a
çalışmasının sonucuna
systematic
bakıldığında
review
ise
which
onların yaptığı iyileşme
defines
tanımında
the remission
alkol ya da madde
as
kullanımının olmaması, fiziksel ve psikolojik
absence
sağlığın
of alcohol or
iyileşmesi,
drug
yaşam
use,
kalitesinin ve
recovery
memnuniyetinin
of
artması,
psychological and
anlamlı yaşam ve
physical
vatandaşlığa
well-being,
katkıdığını
meaningful
ifade
life,
ettikleri daha bütüncül
citizenship,
bir
and etc. This is
remisyon
much more
tanımını görüyoruz.
a holistic
Remisyon olarak ifade ettiğimizde
definition.
remisyonu hem
So
kısa dönem
we
yani
can talk
erken dönem
about
hem de uzun
early
dönem yani kalıcı remisyona olarak ikiye
stage
ayırabiliriz.
of
Kısa
remission, like
dönem
short-term remission and
remisyona
long-term
baktığımızda en az 3 ay
remission.
süreyle ama
Short-term
12
remission
aydan
is
da kısa
only
süreli
3
olarak
months, but
alkol
it
kullanım
is
bozukluğu
also
bütün ölçütlerin
defined
içinde
as less
karşılanmış
than
olmasını
12
ifade
months.
edebiliriz.
So
Burada küçük bir parantez var.
there is a
DSM-5'e
small
göre DSM-5 tanı kriterlerine
point
baktığımızda
to note
aşerme ve
according
madde
to
kullanımına dair ya da
the
alkol kullanımına dair
criteria.
güçlü istek ve dürtünün tanı kriterlerinin dışında olmasını ifade ediyorlar
So
erken dönem remisyonda.
strong
Kalıcı
pulse to
remisyonda da yine
use
12 aylık bir
alcohol
dönemde ortalama uzun bir
should be
dönemde
outside
alkol
the
kullanım bozukluğu
diagnostic
için tanı
criteria.
ölçütlerinin hiçbirinin karşılanmamış
And
olmasını
for a
ifade ediyorlar.
long-term
Yine burada da aynı
remission,
parantez geçiyorum. Aşerme ve alkol
it
kullanımı
is a
için
little bit
güçlü
more.
istek
So
ve dürtü tanı kriterleri dışında olarak
it's like
ifade ediliyor bu
craving
remisyon
and
süreci.
non
Yani
use of
aslında
alcohol.
görüldüğüne göre
As
remisyona
you
dair
can
birçok
see,
tanımlama var.
there are
Bir
lots of
sürü
different
zaman dilimleri
definitions according
belirlenmiş.
to
Tüm bağımlılık
different
türlerinde olduğu
studies.
gibi
There are
alkol kullanım
different period
bozukluğunda
of
da
times
sadece
defined as
remisyonla
per these
izlenen bir sonuç
definitions.
gözlemlemiyoruz.
But here it is
Buna
not only
relapslar da sıklıkla
remission,
eşlik ediyor.
and most of the time remission
Remisyon
is
ve
accompanied by
relapsla
relapses.
bahsettiğimde danışanlara ve uzmanlara bir şey öğretiyor aslında.
Actually, all
Yine
these
her remisyon da
cycles
bir
teach
sonraki
us
eğer bir
new
relaps
things
gerçekleştiyse
as
bir
the
sonraki remisyon
experts and as the
içinde yol
patients. So,
gösterici
if
rol
there is a
oynuyor.
relapse, actually it's
Relapslardaki risk
guiding for
faktörlerinin
the next
belirlenmesi ise remisyon
remission.
sürecini
And
uzatan
when we
faktörlerden
can
biri.
define
Tüm
the
bunlar
risk
da hem
factors for
araştırmacıları hem de
relapse,
tedavi
then we
ekibini
can
veya remisyonun başarısını etkileyen
prolong
faktörleri
the
incelemeye
remission
ve relapslardaki
period.
risk faktörlerini keşfetmeye yöneltmiş aslında. Yapılan
So the main
çalışmalara
focus is on
bakıldığında
finding the
2001
risk
yılında
factors
yapılan bir
for
çalışmada
relapse. This study
uzun dönem
was
alkol
conducted in
kullanmamaya yönelik koruyucu
2007
faktörlerin belirlendiği bir
in
araştırma
order
olmuş
to
bu. Yine alkol kullanım
define the preventive
sebebiyle başvuran
factors against
danışanların birinci yılı,
not
üçüncü yılı, 8. yılı ve 16. yıl arayla
drinking for
takip
a long
görüşmeleri
time, and there are follow-up
gerçekleştirilmiş. Bu
interviews
takip
in year
görüşmelerine
1,
bakıldığında
3,
bazı
8,
koruyucu
and
faktörler
16.
belirlenmiş.
And
İlk
accordingly,
öncelikle
they have
alkol
defined
kullanımına
some
Yani
preventive
planını
factors.
bırakmak
First,
kişilerin kendilerine ne kadar yeterli
self-sufficiency.
bulduğu bir koruyucu
Self-sufficiency. If
faktör. Bir diğeri
people find them
organizasyonun bozukluğu, planın ve gelen
self-sufficient,
süreçle
then
birlikte yaşadıkları
they
sorunlara dair başa
can
çıkma stillerinin daha
they can have
işlevsel
abstention from
başa çıkma
alcohol.
stillerinin
So
olması
it
bunu
it it
sağlayan bir koruyucu
actually
faktör.
it is actually
Sağlık ve
accompanied by
ekonomik
having
kaynakların
some
geniş olması
coping
ve
with
bunların erişimin
skills,
olması, kullanılabilir
also
olması
having
da yine bir
access to
koruyucu faktör.
healthcare and
Akıl
economic
alkoliklere
sources,
katılımın ve
and
bunun
also
devamlılığının
participation
sağlanması bir
in
koruyucu faktör.
Alcoholics
Son olarak da
Anonymous.
bu
It's
çalışmada
another
aile ve arkadaş
preventive
ilişkilerinin
factor, and
koruyucu, yeterli ve
also
işlevsel olması da koruyucu
satisfactory,
faktör olduğu
sufficient,
gözlemlenmiş.
and
Bir
functional
diğer çalışmada da
relations
alkol
within the family
bağımlılığının
and with the
tedavisinin
friends. It's
sonuçlarına
another
bakılmış bir sistematik
important
derleme
factor. This is
çalışması.
a
Burada
systematic
51
review
araştırma yer alıyor. Araştırmada
covering 51
kullanılan
studies.
değişkenleri hem demografik ve
There are
sosyoekonomik
demographic
ilgili
and
değişkenler
social
olarak
functionality
sıralamışlar. Yaş,
variables
cinsiyet,
in these
medeni durum,
studies:
çalışma
age,
durumu gibi
gender, marital
değişkenler
status,
incelenmiş. Alkol
employment
kullanımına bağlı
status.
değişkenlerde de
These
alkol
are the
bağımlılığı
variables
isteği,
that have been
bırakma motivasyonu,
studies, and
bırakma
also the
bırakma
desire
şekli
to
yani hemen
drink
sonradan kesip
alcohol,
bırakmak mı istiyorsa
motivation to
azaltarak mı
quit,
bırakmak istiyor
the
gibi
way to
faktörler
quit,
belirlenmiş.
quitting
Diğer klinik
immediately or
değişkenler
quitting
olarak kullanılmayan
gradually. They have also been
değişkenlerde
taken
ise
into
daha çok
consideration.
ruhsal sorunlar,
And
depresyon,
most of the
anksiyete
time,
gibi ruhsal
depression,
sorunlar ifade
anxiety,
edilmiş.
like mental
Sonucuna
problems, they have
bakıldığında ise
also
tek
been
değişkenli
defined
yorduğu
as
yaşların başlangıçtaki alkol tüketimi,
different
bağımlılık
variables. So
şiddeti,
according to the
işe
results,
devam edip etmedikleri, cinsiyet, psikopatolojilerinin
so
derecesi,
alcohol
tedavi
consumption, the
geçmişleri,
severity of addiction,
nöropsikolojik işlevsellikleri,
then
alkolle ilgili özetlenmiş
employment status,
algıları,
gender,
bırakmaya dair
psychopathology, grading,
motivasyonları,
history of
sosyoekonomik
treatment,
durumları,
neuropsychologic
tedavi hedefi ve din
functionality,
olarak bulunmuş. Tüm sonuçlar
self-sufficiency,
birlikte
motivation,
değerlendirildiğinde
socioeconomic
bağımlılık şiddeti,
status,
psikopatoloji
income, the
derecelendirmesi,
motivation
alkolle
and the
ilgili
target
bırakmaya
of the
yönelik öz
treatment and
yeterlilik
religion
algılarının olması,
have been
bırakmaya
found
yönelik
out
motivasyonların yüksek olması ve tedavinin hedefi zorlayıcı olarak
as
bulunmuş
the
bu çalışmada da.
single
Yine
variables.
relaps'ı etkileyen faktörleri inceleyen sistematik bir
This is
derleme
a
çalışmasının
systematic
sonucuna
review
göre de
conducted on
yaklaşık bir
relapse
321 araştırmanın
factors.
dahil edildiği bir
It
çalışma bu.
includes
Tekrar kullanım ile
321
ilişkili bulunan değişkenler farklı
studies,
bir psikiyatrik
and the
hastalığın
variables
komorbid
associated with
görülmesi, alkol
relapse
kullanım
have been
bozukluğunun
listed as
şiddeti,
psychiatric
aşerme, eşlik
comorbidity,
eden farklı
the
malzeme
severity of
kullanımının olması,
addiction, craving,
sağlıkla ve sosyal faktörlerin
using other
olması tekrardan
substances,
nüks ile
health
ilgili
and social
değişkenler
factors.
olarak karşımıza
These are
çıkıyor.
actually
Burada
the
bilinçten koruyucu
relapse-related
faktörleri
variables, and the
destekleyen
preventive
belli bir sosyal ağlarının
variables
olması,
have been
alkole
listed
yönelik öz
as
yeterlilik,
having
bırakmaya
some
yönelik öz yeterlilik
supporting
algılarının
social
olması
network
ve bu
factors,
kişilerin yaşamlarında bir anlam
self-sufficiency,
ve
and
amacın
having a
olmaması
cause and
etiolojik
having
olarak
a
ifade
meaning
edilebilir.
in life for
Tüm sonuçlara
these
bakıldığında
people.
aslında çoğu çalışmada benzer
In
riskler,
many of
benzer
these
koruyucu
studies,
faktörler olduğunu
similar
görüyoruz.
risks and similar
Yedamlarda
preventive
alkol
factors have
kullanım
been
bozukluğu
listed. In
sebebiyle
Yedam,
başlayan
in
danışanların gerçekleştirilme
Yeşilay
sürecinde ilk
counseling
olarak bir değerlendirme
centers,
yapıyoruz.
first we
Psikolojik
make an
değerlendirme. Bunun
interview
için bazı
with
araçlar
the
kullanıyoruz,
applicants,
bataryalar
with the
kullanıyoruz.
patients,
Birazdan bu
and
bataryalardan
we
bahsedeceğim.
make an assessment, and we
Ardından da
have some
kişiye özel bir
batteries.
tedavi planı
After
oluşturuyoruz.
this, we
Görüşmelerde
prepare an
değişik rehberlerimizi
individualized
kullanıyoruz.
treatment plan.
Motivasyon kazandırmayı
So
hedefliyoruz.
we
Hedefler
aim at
koyuyoruz.
motivational
İhtiyaca göre
decision
müdahaleler yapıyoruz.
making.
Bu
We
da
also
bazı
make
çalışmalarda
interventions that
bahsettiğimiz
are
temel
based on
olarak
the needs.
bireylerin
So
manevi destek,
we
sosyal
take
destek,
as the
bilgilendirme
basis
yapıyoruz. Aile ilişkilerini
matrix. We
değerlendiriyoruz.
just
Sağlık
assess the
sorunları,
family
yaşamlarını
relations, mental
düzenlemeyi ve
problems,
tekrar
psychological
kurmayı önleme
problems,
çalışmalarıyla
regulation
ilerliyoruz.
of the
Kısaca
life. So we
basitiyle
take into
izliyoruz aslında.
consideration
Birazdan basitten
all
de
these
bahsedeceğim.
factors,
Gerekli durumlarda yönlendirme
and
sağlıyoruz.
when
Sosyal hizmet
required, we
görüşmelerimizde
also
bu test
refer
görüşmelerin ardından
our
oradan başlıyor.
patients.
Fırat Bey de bunlardan da bahsedecek.
And
Hayatında
Fırat will talk
rehabilitasyon
about this
faaliyetlerimize
issue as
devam
well.
ediyor.
And also we
İlk
continue
değerlendirme
our
görüşmesinde
rehabilitation
kullandığımız
work.
ölçütlerden
So
biri
this
bağımlılık
is
profil indeksi.
BAPI,
Bağımlılık
as
profil
we call it.
indeksiyle
This
birlikte
is
bir
Addiction
danışanların
Profile
durum,
Index.
ya da alkol
So
kullanım
with this
özelliklerini,
index, course, we have 37 questions in 5 sub-dimensions. We ask about substance, use, characteristics, the criteria for diagnosis, the impact on life, the the craving for use and motivation. And with this scale, we get so many informations, and also we have the addiction profile index clinical form, which has 21 questions within 4 subdimensions. We get demographic data of the person as well. With the first psychotherapy interview, we look at the index. So here we see the prognosis, and these scales help us to measure the recovery, and they are divided into 2. We are not only looking at not drinking, we also look at the psychosocial factors as well. We know that abstention from alcohol in itself does not ensure remission for a long time. It needs to be supported psychosocially, only by which we can have long-term remission. And in this study, we make a comparison between our patients who have never used alcohol throughout the 3 months or 6 sessions, and we compare them with those who continue to drink. And this is a socio-demographic comparison. The having a very good relation with the family, especially mother, that matters. And here we also evaluate the alcohol use related variables based on the fact that the patient never drinks alcohol for 3 months. So the motivation to drink is low, motivation is high, and having an alcohol addiction treatment, these are the factors that have an impact on our success. So we see that if these things are good, then the person does not drink alcohol for the time involving 6 sessions, 3 months. Again, this is an evaluation of other clinical variables, anxiety and others. They also have an impact. So all variables together, having a good relation, having a very good relation with the mother has an improving impact on the treatment by 2.5 folds. And the willingness of the patient matters a lot. And as the motivation increases, then the result of the treatment gets better by 1.5 folds. So in terms of understanding the success of remission, we need to take into consideration all these factors, and studies also support this. Thank you very much for listening to me. This was my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will do the Q&A at the end of this session. So we continue with our second speaker now, Fırat İşler, a social worker. He has been working in our Yeşilay Center, and she has worked in some NGOs, and he has conducted human rights-based works, and he gave trainings. So today he is working in Yeşilay Counseling Support, and he's still conducting clinical research about social work, but today he is going to talk about the role of social services in treatment of alcohol addiction. Now I give the floor to him.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Melike.
Sanırım sunumum şu an
I
ekranda.
think you can see my presentation on the screen.
Çok teşekkür
Yes.
ederim davetiniz için. Öncelikle
Thank
tüm
you.
katılımcılara selamlıyorum. Bizim
I
için
salute
özellikle oldukça
all
değerli bir
distinguished
yayın.
participants. This is a
Sorularınızı sizlere aktarabilmek için
valuable
fırsatımız
session
bizim
for
için de
us, and
mutluluk
it's a
verici.
great
Ve
pleasure
ekibimizin
for
bir
us
arada olmak gerçekten
to
oldukça değerli.
be able to
Bugün
present our
benim oturumumda alkol
work
kullanım
with you.
bozukluğu tedavisinde sosyal hizmetin
I
rolü
will
ve
talk
sağlık
about the
hizmetinden
role and
bahsedeceğim.
impact of
Tabii
social service,
sunuma
social work
başlangıcında
in
öncelikle sosyal
treatment
hizmetin ne
of
olduğuyla konuya değinmek.
alcoholic use alcohol use disorder, AUD.
Bu çalışmadaki yerinden bahsedip sosyal hizmetin genel müdahale perspektifinden bahsetmeye çalışacağım.
I will try to
biz sosyal hizmet alanında
focus on the role of social service, social work, and in YEDAM, how we intervene with AUD. This is actually will be my scope in this presentation. As you know, addiction gives harm to the individual at different levels, and gradually the level of the harm increases, and despite the person wants, he or she cannot stop it and repeats the same behavior. And the social work has started to have an increasing role in treatment of addiction. And in Turkey, in YEDAM, we are intensively working with social work, both in theory and practice. Social work makes a contribution to the treatment. And how do we define social treatment? So, social work is defined as an applied discipline, a practical discipline, which aims at social development and change, social cohesion, and strengthening and liberalization of people. But of course, addiction is a multidisciplinary field, and social work is one of them. So addiction is one of the main public health problems, creating risk for the society and having an impact on the society from biological, psychological, and social perspective. So addiction is having an impact not only on the health and well-being of the individual, but also on the family life, the social safety and economy, and also it requires a multidisciplinary approach because of its biopsychosocial dimensions. In development process of the addictive behavior, we see that there are lots of problems that are having an impact on the individual, society, family, and social work is one of the practical areas that we need to take into consideration when treating this addiction. So before the addiction emerges and also after the addiction emerges, there can be lots of social risk in line with this. So social workers have an important role to cope with this. I can safely say that we have an institutional ground in Turkey in treatment of AUD.
Burada tabii ki Gonca
So,
alkol kullanım bozukluğuna, daha doğrusu bağımlılık alanında yapılan sosyal hizmet
in 1995, Barber listed the levels of the impact of social work as micro, mezzo, and macro. and also we can classify the micro interventions, mezzo interventions, and macro interventions in terms of counseling roles, resource creating role, and educating role. So in terms of counseling, under micro intervention, we can give counseling services to the individual and his or her family. As the mezzo intervention, we can create a change at the level of the center in order to develop the treatment. And in macro intervention, we can have an impact on the policies that are created in field of addiction. And regarding source creation, the micro intervention includes creating or raising funds or sources for the individual and the families. And the mezzo intervention includes creating a collaboration between the organizations that operate in this field. As YEDAM, we have created this matrix in terms of evaluation. So first, once a person with AUD comes into our center, first we conduct social service evaluation interviews, during which we ask the patients, we ask the applicant about many questions in order to inquire the risks that lead to addiction. We have 14 items here that we ask. So we get this information from the applicant. And after that, especially in order to ensure social inclusion, we are trying our best in order to ensure the participation of the applicant to labor life, education life, and professional life. We also try to help the person to improve the friends environment, family environment, and others. So in terms of social needs, the person may need accommodation, some economy, social insurance as well. So all these items you see here are actually the fields under which we are giving counseling to our clients, our applicants. But the most important one is the first evaluation. These are really important for us because in order to understand the social risks of the client in terms of addiction, we need to understand them. The social risks are actually heterogeneous. There are lots of different risks. For example, in one province, it is different. In another province, it is different. So we need to look at the subjectivity of the social risks, and also it is difficult to measure the social risks. So there is no tool developed in order to measure the social risks. We need to be very careful. I have already mentioned the structure of the social risks are heterogeneous. So when we plan the intervention, we need to take into consideration all these different things. So we need to simplify the heterogenic structure, and we need to reduce it down to a structured intervention plan. As I said, there are changes from one city to another. There are even changes in the same city. It may change from one quarter to another, and it is difficult to measure them. Because of all these reasons, in the field, social workers do not have any measurement tool, and
sosyal hizmet alanında yapmış olduğumuz çalışmaları da bir araca çevirme ihtiyacı duyduk.
We need to turn into a tool, a measurement tool, all the works we are conducting in the field. So what is social risk index? This is the summary of it. In total, we have 14 items. And our social workers fill in this form according to his or her own specialist interpretation. And on monthly basis, our social workers follow up our clients. So every month, this form is filled in again in order to make a comparison between the previous month and this month. So this is a tripartite Likert type scale, and this is a guideline now. There is a guide to use this, so our social workers can use it very easily. So this is our social risk index, which we use in YEDAM.
Değerlendirme görüşmesi sonrası aylık olarak arkadaşlarımız bu form üzerinden kişinin bulunmuş olduğu ortamdaki, özellikle alkol kullanım bozukluğu olan bireyin, örnek veriyorum ekonomik hayatındaki ya da
for example, if the client has some problems, economic problems, social problems, so based on the risk, we create intervention plans, and on monthly basis, we just measure the progress and we document it. So here, the previous speaker already talked about this. This is the social risk index scores of the behaviors of the client because of EUV. So the highest average score that you can get is 2. So most of the time we start with 0.57, and then this risk index go down with the 6th. Sorry, it goes down as low as 0.36.
boyunca görüşmelere devam ederlerse sosyal hayatlarındaki, sosyal risklerindeki düşüş muhakkaktır. Yani kişinin devam oranı arttıkça, sosyal hizmet görüşmelerine katılımı arttıkça sosyal risklerinde de ciddi bir düşüş yaşanmaktadır ve karşımıza çıkmaktadır. Bu nedenle
and for that reason, especially a multidisciplinary approach is needed to treat the alcohol use disorder. For this reason, it is highly important to us. And currently, we have the psychologists, social workers in our centers, and I would like to talk about YEDAM very shortly, because I'm sure there are those who don't know about YEDAM. In YEDAM, we are offering free of charge service to the addicts, and they can access to us using our hotline, and we are currently offering our services across the country, and the people who are referred to us are first identified in terms of their needs and their risks, and then the social worker and psychologist starts to work with the person, and in the meantime, the family interviews are continued, and we offer services in the fields of alcohol, smoking, gambling, and technology. Currently, we have had more than 50,000 applicants, and more than 1 million people have called our hotline, and we are doing our best to further propagate this service. And we also ensure that the family members are also joining the workshops in our centers, and the social workers and psychologists are working actively and they work as a team, and that actually enables the people to stay in the treatment as well. And we also have our scientific supervisions and offering our trainings to our staff, and we're trying to observe their improvement. So that was EDAM in short, for those who don't know about it. And I would like to extend my gratitude to you. I'm quite happy to join this Congress, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Bu kongrede bağımlılığın,
In
özellikle
the
de alkol
Congress,
bağımlılığının biyolojik tarafıyla ilgili çok önemli konuşmacılardan
we have
güzel konuşmalar dinledik ama bildiğiniz
listened
üzere
to
bağımlılık
significant
biyopsikososyal bir hastalık ve
presentations
sosyal boyutunu
from
hem tanımlarken
distinguished
hem de müdahale
speakers.
sürecinde göz önünde
Addiction
bulundurmak gerekiyor.
is a condition,
Özellikle
and
bu sunumda
the
bu
social
sosyal
aspects
riskler,
and the
ihtiyaçlar nasıl
social
tespit
risks also
edilebilir?
have to be
Sosyal hizmet
taken
uzmanı
into
ekip
consideration
üyeleri
for
bu
sure.
ihtiyaçları nasıl karşılar ya da karşılanması için nasıl aracılık
And
eder?
in this
Bunları
session,
görmüş olduk.
we have had a
Teşekkür
chance
ediyoruz
to see
tekrar.
how this is
Son
structured.
konuşmada ben kadın ve alkol bağımlılığından bahsedeceğim
In
sizlere.
the
Kadınlar özellikle bağımlılık
final
söz konusu olduğunda
presentation, I will
benim
talk to you
çalışmayı çok
about the
sevdiğim
women
bir
and the
grup. Özel
addiction. I
ihtiyaçlarını
really
tespit
enjoy
etmek,
studying
onlarla
the
ilgili özel
women
çalışmalar
to
yapmak. Bu
identify
anlamda
their special
dünyadaki
needs,
yayınları ve konferansları
and
da takip etmeye
I am
çalışıyorum ve
also doing my best
Yeşilay
to
çatısı
follow
altında yaptığımız çalışmaları da
publications
yine
across the
buradan
world and
edindiğimiz bilgilerle
congresses regarding
geliştirmeye
this
çalışıyoruz.
subject, and we are
Bugün
doing our best to
alkol söz
improve
konusu
our
olduğunda kadınlar
knowledge
nasıl
base
etkileniyor?
as
Kadın bu
Yeşilay,
bağımlılığın
as the
neresinde
Turkish
duruyor?
Green Crescent.
Biraz
And
sizlere
speaking
bunlardan
of
bahsedeyim.
the
Bir
addictions,
sunum
I
yapacağım.
will talk to you about the
Evet, ben de
women
çok
and where
kısaca
they
kendimi
stand in terms
tanıtayım.
of the
İsmim
addictions.
Melike Şimşek, klinik
This is Melike
psikolog.
Şimşek. I'm a
Yeşilay
clinical
Danışmanlık Merkezleri
psychologist,
ile
and
daha hatta merkezler kurulmadan başlayan bir hikaye
I
yazdım.
actually have a
Ve
story
şu
that
anda
started with
danışman
Yeşilay
olarak bu
counseling centers
merkezlerle
even
beraber,
before
ekiplerle
they were
beraber
first established. And
çalışmaya devam
currently,
ediyorum.
I
O
am
yüzden aslında
working
bugün
with
ekip
the centers and
arkadaşlarımla
the
böyle
teams.
bir uluslararası kongrede yer
And
almış
it
olmak
is an honor
ayrıca bir
for me
mutluluk.
to be
Moderatörlük
joining you
yapmış
in this
oradaki kapalı
Congress
karşılığı
along with
için
my
kendi
teammates.
adıma çok mutlu
And
oldum.
I'm really honored to
Kadınlar
moderate
bağımlılık
this
söz konusu
session.
olduğunda özel bir grup.
The women are
Ve
a special
aslında
group.
sadece
Speaking
bağımlılıkta
of
değil,
the
bağımlılığın da
addictions,
içinde olduğu
it is
herhangi
not
bir
only
psikiyatrik
addiction,
sorun,
but
herhangi
also
bir ruhsal
any
sorun söz
psychiatric
konusu
condition
olduğunda
and mental condition,
kadınların farklı bir
including
yerde
the addiction,
konumlandığını maalesef
actually position
ve
the
bazen
women
de
in a
diyebileceğimiz
different
şekilde
place.
görüyoruz. Bu
And
alıntıyla
sometimes we
başlamayı
say
çok seviyorum. Niye
fortunately, and
seviyorum?
sometimes
Çünkü
we say
eski zamanlarda
unfortunately
yazılmış bir
when the
kitap
women are
olmasına
also
rağmen
engaged. I really like
aslında
this
kadın
quote
ve ruhsal sorunlar kavramları yan yana geldiğinde
because when
buradaki
we
benzer
speak of the
durumu
women and the
geldiğimiz
mental
noktada da
issues,
hala yaşıyoruz.
we are actually
Yazar şöyle bir şey
experiencing
söylüyor.
this
Gözüktüğü kadarıyla
situation
birçoğunda
even
ruhsal bir
still
sorun vardı.
today.
Çoğu
The author
hayatından memnun
says
değildi ve
many of the
mutsuzdu.
women I
Bu
saw had a
mutsuzluğa da
mental
tepki
issue.
veriyordu.
Many of them
Kadınlar
were
toplumda değer
unhappy about
görmüyor
their
ve yardım
life. They
aradıklarında
were
bu
reacting
zayıflık
to this
olarak görülüyordu,
unhappiness. The women were
cezalandırılıyorlardı.
not
Evet, büyük oranda bu
valued
aşılmış
in
olsa
the
da
community, and
biz
when
mesela
they
Yeşilay
sought
danışmanlık merkezlerinde de
help, that would
baktığımızda
be considered to be
sosyodemografik
a
çalışmaları
weakness and they would be
yaptığımızda kadın
punished.
danışanlarımız
When we
çok
do our
ciddi
social
oranda daha
demographic
azdı
studies,
erkeklere
we
kıyasla. Ama
actually
tabii
had
zaman
less
geçtikçe
women
biraz buradaki stigmaya yönelik yaptığımız
applicants, but as the
çalışmalarla
time
da
went
bunu
by
aşmaya
and
çalıştık.
with our
Ama
efforts to
sadece bizim bir
overcome this
şeyler yapmamız
stigmatization,
yetmez.
we
Toplumda, dünyada
started
bir
to
şeylerin
tackle
değişmesi
with this
gerekiyor
subject,
ki
but it is not
kadınların
enough
daha rahat
when
bir
we
şekilde
do something
herhangi bir
only.
ruhsal sorun,
Things have
buna
to change
madde
across the
bağımlılığı,
world and in the
alkol bağımlılığı
community.
da dahil söz
And
konusu olduğunda
when we speak
etiketleneceğini
of an
düşünmeden, bunun
addiction
bir zayıflık olduğunu
of the
düşünmeden
women, they should
tedaviye
not
başvurabilsin. Yani nihai amacımız
hesitate
aslında
applying
kadınlarla
to
ilgili bu
us,
diyebiliriz.
and
Şimdi
they
biraz
shouldn't worry
kadın
about
ve erkeklerin
stigmatization.
bağımlılık açısından
And
farklarına bakalım.
let me tell you
Erkeklerin
about the
kadınlara göre daha
differences
yüksek
of the men
oranda
and the women in
bağımlılık yapan
terms of
maddeleri
addictions.
kullandığını görebiliyoruz.
We can see
Buna
that
alkol de
the
dahil.
men
Burada
tend to
bağımlılık yapan
use
madde
more
dediğimde önce alkolden
addictive
de bahsediyor olacağım.
substances, including
Ve
alcohol,
gerek alkol
when we speak of addictions. And depending on the alcohol and substance use, the women's application to emergency units and mortality is higher as compared to the men. The women tend to use the substances to cure themselves, and it is called self-medication. But for the men, it might be for amusement or to socialize easily. And the reason for use with the women tell us that we have to go deeper while working with the women. And also, the women tend to experience the alcohol and substance-related issues more often. Speaking of alcohol, it might be overuse of alcohol or alcohol-related liver failure and other physical conditions. And in terms of craving, we can see that the women tend to crave for the addictive substance more than the men. And also they experience the relapses even more. And it shows us that if we are working with a women client, we should see them more often and we should support them more.
Alkol kullanımı özelinde biraz da baktığımızda
As for alcohol use, this one was a study from the States, and when the women attending the study were asked, it was found that more than half of them used alcohol over the last 30 days. And in 13% of the adult women, there was binge use, and 18% of the women between 18 and 44 who were raising a child was actually binge drinking. Another study with the high school students in 2019 found that 32% of the girls and 26% of the boys were using alcohol. As for the binge drinking, it was found that the rate was higher among the girls as compared to the boys. So it is actually telling us that binge drinking gives the women the impression that they can deal with the problem more easily, or they should get drunk immediately. The reports released in 2027 show us that 9% of the women are actually experiencing alcohol use disorder, and the women are actually now suffering from this condition. Alcohol use also affects the women more negatively as compared to the men. Although women uses less in terms of amount, the negative effects are more common, like blackouts and losing the control very quickly. And also there are some physical effects, for example, the liver conditions, cirrhosis, and other liver-related conditions are more prevalent in the women as compared to the men. And also its impact on the brain. It may again bring about devastating effects in the women as compared to the men. As for the cardiovascular issues, it is again more intense in the men as compared to the men. The breast cancers and other alcohol-related cancers are again very common, and when there is binge drinking, the women are affected more in terms of sexual violence. Speaking of women, we have to speak the issues specific to the women, and the first one would be pregnancy, as you may also imagine. In pregnancy, there is no safe limit, there is no safe alcohol limit, and the studies found that 10% of the pregnant women are drinking and 4% of them are binge drinking. Use of alcohol may lead to the baby being born with the fetal alcohol syndrome. And that is actually a syndrome you would not really experience if you were to stay away from alcohol. So when there is actions regarding alcohol control, there is no chance that you will deliver a baby with this condition. And alcohol use is again another risk factor for premature birth. And let me share the results of the sampling group we had in Turkey, because when we do a literature review, the studies on the women and alcohol are the ones from abroad most of the time. But how about our own data? When we take a snapshot of our community, what is the presentation? Addiction profile research, BPR in short, was conducted in 6 different geographical regions in 16 Amatem, 4 Chematem, 2 private centers, and Yedam. The total number of cases is 975, and you may see the women and the girls. And let me share alcohol-related issues with you now. We find that alcohol is the second most preferred substance by the women. Especially, it is highly preferred by the women. Stimulants are the first, alcohol is the second, and weed is the third. And when we look at the educational status of the women using alcohol, we may see that those graduated from university and high school is 32.5%. And the education level is evidently higher as compared to the men in terms of the educational level. And there's also another fact: when we ask them if they like to maintain their education, the need for education is higher among the women as compared to the men. So this tells us that the women actually has a need, and while working with the women addicts, we have to take this need into consideration and provide them with the academic support. When we look at the rate of meeting their needs, 5.5% of them are having issues. And there is no difference between the men and women in this regard. Another subject is family support. The rate of living with the family is 86% among the men and 71% among the women. This tells us the first clue in terms of addiction in the family. The women tend to live lonely more as compared to the men, and they require social support even more. And when there is an addiction, the family being supportive for the women is lower as compared to the women, and the women are having evident problems with the family members. As for the nuclear family, and when we ask the partners this question, whether or not they are being supportive in case of an addiction, we find that the men being supportive is 4 times lower as compared to the women being supportive. So when the women are having issues with alcohol addiction, they are all alone. And when there is an addiction among the men, the women partners are more supportive. Accommodation problem is mostly encountered with the adolescent women, and this is again a matter as compared to the men. Those with no free time is low in both groups, so we can see that both the men and the women have a lot of free time, especially the women adolescents have much more free time as compared to men adolescents. And that means that workshops have to be conducted for them. Academic life should be encouraged, should be promoted, and they should be offered the activities to spend their leisure time, their free time, especially speaking of the women and the adolescents. Also, when we evaluate the applications to the center from other cities, we may see the women do not choose this very often. Maybe it is also because of transportation issues, and it tells us that we have to take the therapy to the places where the women are located instead of waiting for them to apply to us. Women and stigmatization is another subject. The women tend to stigmatize themselves, and they tend to be stigmatized more by the community. It is also because of their roles in the family, and also they have concerns around the care for their children, and they may think that who will care for my kids if I am to go for a treatment. Economic problems might be another factor, so they may have concerns about losing their social support, because accepting one problem also means letting the others know about it. And the inadequacy with the boarding hospitals is another matter. There are mental issues also accompanying alcohol addiction, and it is again more common among the women, and psychotic issues are again more common with the women. And when there is a physical issue, we find that the women need support more. And the behavior for seeking help is again multiple times among the women. And this shows us that when we speak of the women and addiction, they should be offered an intense mental support, and they should be followed very closely. And we can say that the women are actually lonelier, and more than half of the women addicts have no job. So when the social integration is ensured, profession and professional training would be a good point for the women, but we have to give them the motivation to find a job. Otherwise, if they have no motivation, the efforts to provide them with a professional training will be wasted. And lack of support from the partner and from the partners is missing as compared to the men. So the treatment team have to discuss on how to provide them with the support. The rate of mental conditions and seeking for treatment is evidently higher among the women as compared to the men. The women might be more pessimist about the problem, and those feelings lead to continuing alcohol use. Therefore, Maybe a motivational interview would be great, and to discuss about the changes in their life in terms of quitting would be another good point to discuss. So we can do that because you will see that the women tend to go to the office more often as compared to the men. So despite all the desperation, they are still willing to get help, and we can actually turn that into motivation because the women go to the therapy. The recovery remission rates are lower, but when we make sure that the women are there, because if they are there, they will quit, so we'll be able to give them the motivation. So we have to take that as a good motivational point. So we have to offer women-oriented interventions, and for this matter, we have two nice programs in the international literature, and they can actually be implemented with the women addicts, and they're mostly trauma-focused actions because we find that the women mostly have a history of trauma, and the trauma may need to be worked on in line with the addiction. So we developed the Koob program, individual addiction treatment program for the women, and we are talking about how to find out the needs of the women and how to meet their needs. And we have had our field applications, clinical observations, and that's how this program came out. It has 8 sessions in total. In the first session, we're talking about the effects of the alcohol use on the women. Then we talk about the comorbid mental conditions, and if there is a partner who is using alcohol, the effect of this one on the women and how to tackle with that is handled in another session. And we have another session when we work about the partner pressure, and another session is on stigmatization, the fear of stigmatization or the self-stigmatization of the women. How does that affect the treatment and what obstacle it creates in terms of applying? We are also informing the women on pregnancy and alcohol use. We have one session on the children relations for the women with a child, and another subject would be, of course, violence, and we talk about domestic violence in another session. So we're now in the pilot phase of this program, and we will
burada daha kapsamlı son halini verdiğimiz bir program geliştireceğiz. Bu programla ilgili merak
turn this into a more comprehensive and final version, and if you'd like to learn more about it, you can access to me using this address. Finally, the history of addiction is actually about the mental, economic, social, familial problems. The treatment process is challenging, but it is not impossible. So that was it from me regarding the women and alcohol.
Sohbet kısmına gelen bazı sorular var. İsterseniz
There are some questions in
onlarla
the
devam edelim.
chat section.
Dilara
We
Hanım
may
için
now continue
şöyle
with
bir
them.
soru gelmiş.
There is this question for Dilara.
Altı görüşme boyunca hiç alkol kullanmayan kişileri incelediğiniz araştırma hakkında bir soru sormak
One
istemiş.
question about
Soru
your
soran kişi,
research.
kişilerin remisyon sürecini öz bildirim yoluyla mı teyit ettiniz?
Do you
Yoksa
confirm
herhangi bir
the remission
biyolojik
of
tarama
the
yaptınız
individuals
mı?
with self-report, or did you do any biological screening? Thank you for the question. YEDAM centers offer outpatient services, so we do not actually do any biological screening. We use the self-reports of the patients, and we use our scale, which is based on self-reporting.
Fırat İşler için gelen soruyla devam ediyorum. Öncelikle
Let me
güzel
continue
bir
with the
bilgi
question
gibi
for
gelmiş.
Fırat.
Danışanları hem
You have a nice
sosyal hizmet
feedback.
uzmanları olarak takip etmeniz çok güzel diye.
It is really
Fakat burada
great
zaman
that you're
zaman
following the
danışanların her iki
people
uzmanı da psikoterapist olarak
with a
görmesi ve
psychologist
her
and a
iki
social
uzmana da
worker, and
aynı şeyleri anlatması
sometimes
gibi riskler
they may
doğabiliyor.
see
Bunun
both
karşısına nasıl bir önlem
staff
alıyorsunuz? Soru bu.
as experts, and they may
Teşekkür
tell
ederiz Fırat
both
yorumların
staff
için
the same thing.
öncelikle.
And what
Sorun
precaution
oldukça
do you
değerli.
take
Tabii
for this? Thank you.
biz de YEDAM olarak bu sorunu
As
daha önce
YEDAM,
kurulduğu zamanlarda yaşamıştık.
we
Danışanlarımızdan bazılarına
experienced this
benzer
problem
gözlemler.
when we
Bazen aslında
first
iki disiplinler arasında,
established,
yani iki
and
uzmanlık alanı arasında
sometimes
da
we would
problemler,
receive
problemlerle
these
karşılaştık. Fakat
problems
burada bizim
from
anahtarımız aslında
the
YEDAM modeli.
clients, but
YEDAM modelinde bir
sometimes
sosyal uzmanının
that would come
yoğun
from the other
görüşmelerini
professional. And
birçok
we are
farklı
actually using the
sınıflandırmış olduğumuz
Iran model
görüşmelerde
here regarding how to
düzenleyeceğiyle ilgili
structure
aslında
your
sorun anahtarı
interviews and
üretimi
how
sürekli
to
kendilerine
move
soruyorlar.
on. So we're
Her ne kadar
providing
birbirinden
them with
sonra
all the
vakit olsa
inventories
da
and all the
ekip toplantılarında,
content.
vaka toplantılarında
And
bazı
in the
danışanlar
team
özelinde
meetings
değerlendirmeleri
and the case
arkadaşlarımız yine yapmaya devam
meetings,
ediyorlar.
they
Ve
do
aslında
their
burada
assessments
bizi burada en büyük
regarding
soru
the
işaretlerinden
clients.
biri oluyor. Yani sosyal uzmanın yapacağı müdahaleler çok net. Psikolog
The
arkadaşımızın
interventions
yapacağı
by the
müdahaleler
social
çok net.
worker are
Sınırlar çok
clearly
net.
defined, and
Eğer YEDAM'ın
psychologists are
yaklaşımlarında bununla ilgili biraz
clearly
sorun yaşıyorsak
defined. Even if
arkadaşlarımız
we had
zamanla
some
yeni
problems
ekip
at the
yönetimiyle
onset of
birlikte,
the
direktör yardımcısıyla
establishment, we have
birlikte
now
sosyal
overcome
uzman psikolog
the
arkadaşlarımız
entire
gayet hızlı bir şekilde
issue,
çalışıyorlar. Şu an
and our
bulduklarının
colleagues are
rolleri net bir
working
şekilde
hand in
belirtilen
hand. I
insanlardan biri.
think we did well
Teşekkür
by
ederiz.
identifying
Belki bu
their
noktada
roles
hani
clearly.
YEDAM'ın
Thank
ekipleri
you.
de değerlendirdiği, onların
Maybe
çalışmalarını da değerlendirdiği araçları olduğunu, böyle bir hani
we can also add
mesleki
that
geçiş
YEDAM has its
sonrasında bunun engel
tools,
olabileceğini
and it will
söyleyebiliriz.
prevent the
Bir de
people
çok hızlıca diğer bir
from
soruyu da yöneltmek
shifting
istiyorum.
from one
Sosyal yardım
profession
ve
to another.
psikoterapi ile ilgili
Also, one question
ön
on social aid
yargıları
and psychology.
düşündüğümüz zaman stigmatizasyon kaygısıyla
Considering
sosyal
all the
hizmet görevi
prejudice
almaktan çekinebiliyor
in
danışanlar.
place,
Bu gibi
the
bireylere nasıl bir
clients may
yaklaşımda
abstain
bulunmak
from
gerekir?
seeking for
Çok
help
teşekkür ederim. Tekrar
with a
aslında
fear
burada
of
gündemlerle hem aileler üzerinde hem
stigmatization.
de danışanlar üzerinde
Actually,
karşılaşabiliyoruz.
we can
Özellikle
see
örnek
the
veriyorum bir
same
mental durum varsa
with the families
bazı
and with
rapor alma
the
konusunda
clients.
ailelerin
If they have a
kayıt altına
disability,
alması konusunda ciddi bir çekinceyle
sometimes
karşılaşabiliyoruz.
the
Bu
family
hem aileler
members
hem danışan
may
özelinde
abstain
özellikle
from getting a
görüşmelerde
medical
gündem yapıyoruz.
report.
Bu
And we
sorunu
discussed that
kendisinin
with the
sosyal
family
sosyal
members
anlamdaki
as well as the
perspektiflerden bahsederek
clients.
ve aslında bu sosyal desteğin hayatında ortaya çıkarabileceği
And
avantajları,
we tell them
faydaları
about
kendisine
the
daha açık bir şekilde
advantages
ifade
and
etmeye çalışarak
contributions of the
kendisini bilinçlendirme ve tekrar o
support
yöne
to their family.
birlikte hareket etmeye
And
çalışıyoruz.
that's
Bu
how
süreçte ne
we move
yaşayacaklarını
on together
aslında
with
o
them,
süreci
and
kolaylaştırabilmek
we
için
accompany them in
kullanılan
order to
yöntemleridir
facilitate
bu.
the process.
Eğer bir
That is
televizyonda
one of
varsa
the most
danışanımızla
important
birlikte bazen
things
sosyal
that we do for them.
teşkilatlarda, bazen birlikte halk eğitim
If
merkezinde
they have any
görevlerinin bu
hesitation, we
süreci
may go
oldukça
to the public
kolaylaştırabiliyor. Tabii
education
çok daha
center or the
bilgili
counseling
anlatımlar
center
var. Bu
together.
alanda kısaca bu şekilde cevaplamış olayım.
There are, of course,
Teşekkür
other
ederiz.
methods in place. That was it
Gerek
in short.
yaklaşım anlamında gerek eşlik ederek
Thank
daha
you.
motive
In
edici,
terms of your
buradaki
approach and
kaygıyı
by
aşmasını kolaylaştırıcı
accompanying
bir
them,
tutum sergileniyor diye
you have an
anlıyoruz
attitude
söylediklerinizi.
to help them overcome their
Şimdi benim
prejudices.
kısmımla ilgili gelen sorulara bakalım. Burada
Let me
kadınların
see the
sosyal
questions
desteğinin
about my
erkeklere
part.
göre daha düşük olduğundan bahsetmiştik.
I talked
Ayrıca
about the women having less
depresyonist
social
durum
support,
ihtimalinin
and
de daha
I
yüksek
also
olduğunu da
mentioned that they
aktarmıştık.
may have
Bu konuyla
other
ilgili tedavide
comorbid
ülkemizdeki farkındalık
psychiatric
hakkında neler
conditions.
söyleyebiliriz? Bu
And what can we
sonuçlar ve
say about
kadınları bağımlı
the
süreçlerine
awareness in our
uzmanlar
country?
yeterince
And
farkında mı?
are the experts
Son sorudan başlayayım.
aware
Bazen
of
bunun çok
the
farkında
women issues
olmayabiliyoruz. Bazen
to
bu
a
başka bir
sufficient
sorun
level?
maskelenmiş şekilde
Sometimes
gelebiliyor. Yani onu
it might be a
yeterince
masked
deştikten sonra da bu
problem,
arka
and
plandaki
only
esas
after
sorun ortaya
delving
çıkıyor. Bu
into
sırada
it we may find out the underlying problem. Also, the women may tend to minimize it. They might be using a problematic level of alcohol, but they may tell you less, or they may consider it as a simple issue. So one must be more careful about this if they see it, and they have to be aware that there might be a problem beyond what is seen. But of course, there might be an anxiety, a worry here. Maybe it is also risky to enter into this field without having a good relation with them in terms of therapeutic relations. And when we relate to them, when we give them the confidence, they will be sharing the story with us at one point or another. And the specialists have to see the significant points, and they shouldn't miss them out. There are very nice studies conducted in our country. We have great centers, and the women with the children or the pregnant women who are addicted should also be taken into consideration in terms of their needs, so that application rates will be increased, and also it will help us overcome this stigmatization. Hopefully, in the rehabilitation model of Yeşilay, we would like to see a women counseling center.
Çocuğa yönelik ihmal durumunda uyguladığımız bir prosedür olup olmadığı ile ilgiliydi. Bununla ilgili tabii tespit
Another
yaptığımızda
question was about, is
öncelikli
there
olarak
any
kadına bununla
procedure
ilgili
for the
farkındalık kazandırıyoruz.
child?
Çünkü kadın ihmalin de farkında olmayabiliyor ve
Excuse me,
yapması
for the
gerekenleri
women.
çalışıyoruz.
We just
Ama
raise
tabii
awareness
eğer
in
gerekli
women because the
aksiyonlar
women
alınmazsa
may
biz
not
artık
be
bunun
aware
kendi bir
of
tanığı
this, and
olduğumuz
if
için
the
oradaki
actions are
çocukla
not
ilgili koruma
taken
önlemlerinin de
duly,
alınması
then as we
gerekiyor.
are a
Bunu
witness
da
of
ilgili
this
sosyal
story,
hizmet merkezleriyle
definitely we
iletişime
need to
geçiyoruz.
ensure that
Ben
the
burada
measures for
Fırat
the
İşler'den
protection
destek
of
alabilirim.
children
Onun da çok uzmanlık
should be
alanına giren
taken,
bir
and
soru.
we just
Özellikle
contact
de bu
with
tedbirler
child
kapsamında
protection,
nasıl
and I can
ilerliyor
ask Fırat
sürecimiz?
İşler
Teşekkür ederim
for a
hocam.
further answer
Burada
about
belirttiğim
this.
gibi aslında tespit ettiğimiz andan itibaren sosyal hizmet uzmanı arkadaşlarımız özellikle koordinatörlerine, yani ilk yöneticilerine ve süpervizörlerine
Most
bu
of the
konuyla
time,
ilgili
in
bilgi
such a
götürüyorlar çok hızlı bir
case,
şekilde.
this issue is raised
Hocalarımızın da bununla
to
ilgili
the coordinator.
sabit kaldığında
And
hızlıca
when
prosedür
there
işlemi
is a
yürütmeyi
consensus
başlatıyoruz.
about the
Öncelikle çözüm olarak
decision,
irtibat kurmaya
we
çalışıyoruz. Çünkü burada
reach the
direkt özür
social
olarak bilgi
protection
paylaşımı olmak bile bazen
services.
danışanın
Sometimes
yaşam
we
tahammülü kopmasına da
call
sebep
them
olabiliyor.
because
Orada
if we
öncelikle
only
özür dilemek
write
durumuna
to them,
görüyoruz.
there
Devamlı
can be
özrünü
a
hızlı bir şekilde yazılı bir
problem.
şekilde dökerek
So
oradaki
we just
arkadaşlarımızın tutanağı
write
karşısında her
it, and
şekilde
also we can
yine kurum
call
bazlı
them,
bilgilendirmelerimizi,
and
ihbarlarımızı
we
gün
give
birliğiyle
our
yapıyoruz.
reports
Sonrasında
to
da vakayı
social
takip ediyoruz aslında.
protection,
Çünkü çok kritik
and
bir
then
durum
we
noktaları
follow
oluyor.
up the
Aile
cases, because at
aile
that
ciddi
time
bir
it's a
şekilde
critical
etkileniyor. Çocuklar
procedure,
ciddi bir şekilde
because
etkileniyor.
the
Resmen
child
bağımlılık sürecinin içerisinde
may
ve
be
biz
affected by
belirli aralıklarla
this.
yine bu süreç üzerinden kendilerini takip ediyoruz.
So
Bazen
at
tepkiler
some
gerçekleşebiliyor.
certain
Aslında
intervals we do
bildiğimiz gibi
follow up. We
danışanlarımız da
sometimes
uzman
receive
arkadaşlarımız
reaction. However, it's
bizlere danışarak
a responsibility for
iletiyorlar.
us to report it.
Teşekkür ederiz. Danışanı kaybetmemek buradaki
So
en önemli kaygılarımızdan biri ve
one
hani
of our
onun
main
iyi
concern is
dinlensizliği,
not to
çalışmanın
lose
yapıldığını da
the
bunun
client,
işin rasyonelini
the
biraz danışana
patient.
anlatmak
We need
gerekiyor.
to be
Aksi
able to
takdirde
explain
ben sizle bir şey paylaşmıyorum, bu bana
the
karşı kullanıldı
patient
sonucu
the
çıkarmaması gerekiyor. Bu
the
tedaviyi
rationale
terk etmesine ve
behind this,
güven
because
sorunlarına da
otherwise
yol açacaktır.
she may drop out of the
Alkol
treatment
bağımlısı
because she
danışanların
tells us
en büyük
something and we tell
kaygısı
it to
çocuklarıyla
someone else.
yaşadığı uzaklaşma korkusu.
The
Tedavi
main
dışındaki
concern
durumdaki
of the patient
danışmanlara
when there is a
nasıl
treatment
destek
is that they
sağlanmalıdır?
may fall apart from their
Biraz
children. What
karışık
kind of
geldi
an
soru ama
extra
anladığım
support can
kadarıyla
we give to
cevaplamaya
our patients
çalışayım.
during the
Tabii
treatment
burada
in order
tedavi
not
sürecinde bir
to cause
uzaklaşma
that they fall
korkusundan
apart with
bahsediliyorsa
their
eğer
children?
ve
If there
çocuğun
is
da
such a
birebir bu
concern,
süreçlere belki
and
şu
if
an dahil olması çok
the
mümkün değil.
child,
Aslında yurt dışında
if it is
bazı
impossible for the
merkezlerde
child to be
çocukların
involved
da
in this
belli
process, but
programlarla
I
korunduğu,
know that there are some
ebeveynden ayrılmak
countries
zorunda
in which
kalmadığı çeşitli
the
programlar var.
children are also
Ama burada
protected, and
arada köprü
they
oluşturacak
are
tabii biri
also
lazım.
kept
Özellikle
with the
sosyal hizmet
parents. But
uzmanı
we need
arkadaşlarımız bu
to
konuda
have
o
someone
aradaki
which
köprü
is
vazifesini görebiliyorlar.
functioning
Yani
as a
çocuklar ne
bridge,
durumda,
so the
nasıl
social workers can
bununla
function as a
ilgili
bridge in
o
order to follow
uzaklaşma,
up
soğuma
how the children are doing in order to avoid this kind of a falling apart with the family, especially in Yedam. The patient continues to receive visits because there is a connection with the external world, because the social worker keeps visiting this person when she or he is in rehabilitation. We can also make an emphasis on any further problem that may emerge. Actually, if the patient has some concerns about the children, this is a good sign because he or she still cares about the children. So we can build on this. One last question. What kind of work Yedam is conducting if the patient has some accommodation problem? I give the floor to Fırat because he's a social worker. Actually, this accommodation is the main problem we try to solve. In every part of the country, we face this problem, and the social worker working with Yedam in any province is probably knowledgeable about any accommodation facility available in that province, because he or she has contact with all the NGOs and also the governorates or the district governorates. So the social workers can provide such a support. However, the facilities are different in Istanbul, in Ağrı, in Hakkari provinces. So it's regarding the employment agency or being placed in a job. First, the person should start the social work procedure and stay clean for some time. And once we decide that the person is clean, we refer that person to the employment agency, İşkur. Currently, we have a protocol with İşkur, the employment agency, and İşkur trainers actually come to our centers once a week or twice a week to teach them how they can get prepared to apply for a job. Job interview trainings are conducted. So once they do this preparation period, in line with our protocol with the employment agency, our patients, once they are clean, can be placed in jobs. Sometimes this support may not be enough, so depending on the facilities of the province, we try to give further support. And if they cannot get anything from employment agency, we personally try to strengthen the patient regarding how they can seek a job and how they can find a job. And we also continue to follow up these people once they have a job. We try to explain them how they can get better communication with their mates. So it's like not giving a fish, but teaching them how to catch a fish. Rather than just making them grab a fish, we teach them how to fish. Thank you for this. And based on the previous examples in the history, a social worker can create so nice solutions. I'm a witness of this, and I appreciate the self-sacrificing and hard work of our social workers. Now we have come to the end of our Q&A session as well. So addictions, be it alcohol or drug or substance or anything else, it is a multidisciplinary area. Therefore, it takes multidisciplinary approach. Social workers, doctors, nurses, everyone, they need to be involved in this so that we can get the treatment and recovery. I'd like to thank everyone for their contribution, both the speakers and the audience. This ends the session. We would like to thank our distinguished speakers for this session. Now we will have a short break and we will come back at 2:30 p.m. in 20 minutes.
Dear participants, our Congress continues with the last session of the program. The chair of the 6th session of the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction is Professor Rabia Bilici, who is the faculty member at University of Health Sciences and scientific committee member of the Turkish Green Crescent Society. Our speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Professor Charles Perry, Extraordinary Professor at Stellenbosch University and Director of the Alcohol, Tobacco and Other Drug Research Unit at Medical Research Council of South Africa, Associate Professor Perihan Torun, Faculty Member at University of Health Sciences and the Green Crescent Scientific Committee Member, and Professor Sherry Stewart, Faculty Member at Dalhousie University. We welcome our distinguished speakers. In this session, Professor Charles Perry will deliver a speech entitled Alcohol and Trauma in COVID-19 Lockdown South Africa, Local and Global Lessons to be Learned or Missed, while Associate Professor Perihan Torun will deliver a speech entitled Changes in Alcohol Consumption of Turkish Adults During the Pandemic, and Professor Sherry Stewart will deliver a speech entitled A Study of Alcohol Use and Its Consequences among North American Couples Isolating Together During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Now, I'll leave the floor to the session chair, Professor Rabia Bilici, to conduct the session. The floor is yours, Professor.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. Since yesterday, we have attended several important panels, and now we are at the last session of the International Congress on Alcohol Addiction. We have three special speakers in this panel. For the first, our first speaker is Professor Charles Perry. Professor Charles Perry has been the director of the Mental Health, Alcohol, Substance Use and Tobacco Research Unit at the South African Medical Research Council for the past 21 years. He is a clinical and research psychologist and an extraordinary professor in the Department of Psychiatry at Stellenbosch University. He has published over 300 index journal articles, co-authored 3 books on alcohol policy, and he is the member of the WHO expert panel on drug dependence and alcohol problems since 2006. And he was appointed to board of the Global Alcohol Policy Alliance. He has also been an active member of the Scientific Advisory Board to the UN World Drug Report. Now, Professor Charles, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. The title of my presentation is, as has been mentioned, is Alcohol and Trauma in COVID-19 Lockdown, South Africa, Local and Global Lessons to be Learned or Missed. The next slide is the South African Medical Research Council's History and Health Statement, where we acknowledge our role and silence during apartheid, and we commit our capacities and resources to the continued promotion of justice and dignity in health research in South Africa. I'd like to just say a little bit about the drinking context in South Africa and associated harms. Oops, sorry, that slide always jumps. Because it's important when we understand the rest of the presentation, just what the situation is in South Africa and how we compare to other countries. If you see the second column, it shows the percentage of current drinkers amongst persons 15 and older. And you'll see in South Africa, it's only 31% of adults report current drinking compared to the global total of 43%. And we're just about the same as the Afro region level at 32%. But it does differ for males and females, with 43% of males and 19% of females who are adult reporting current drinking. And I should say this comes from the WHO Global Status Report on Alcohol and Health from 2018. But where things start to change is when we look at the amount of consumption per drinker. So not very many people, not a great proportion of people drink, but those who do drink a lot. So on average, we rank about 6 in the world in terms of the amount of absolute alcohol consumed per drinker per day at 64.6 grams, which in South African terms is over 5 standard drinks per drinker per day, and our drinks are 12 grams of absolute alcohol. It's also reflected when we look at heavy drinking episodes, where almost 6 out of 10 drinkers, 59%, report at least 1 episode of binge drinking during the past 30 days. and it's almost double for males. It's 71% for males versus 34% for females, and that's 9 percentage points greater than the world average, and 20 percentage points greater than the average for Africa. So that's the context. Turning to COVID, if we can think back to March 2020, what I call the early days, our first confirmed case of COVID was on the 5th of March. And from that point on, infections grew fairly slowly to start with. And concerns were expressed about how ready our health facilities were to cope with infected people needing intensive care, and particularly needing ventilators. And in fact, at that time, we got to know the people who had died individually. You know, it was reported that this person was number 1, number 2, and one of my colleagues was the 6th person who died of COVID. The government first initiated certain steps to really try to get on top of the situation and to limit people congregating, and also made certain restrictions on alcohol. So these restrictions from the 19th to the 26th of March for a 1-week period included, you can see there, travel bans for visitors from certain countries like Italy, requests for citizens to refrain from international travel. All of us who returned, I came back from the KBS meeting in Dublin. We were screened on arrival for our temperature. There was discouraging of domestic travel, prohibition of more than 100 people gathering together. There was contact tracing of people who were infected to see who else they'd been in contact with. Efforts were made to increase hospital capacity. And below in the red, there are certain restrictions on hours of alcohol sales, such as a 50-person limit for on-consumption premises selling liquor. There was restrictions on the hours and days of week of selling alcohol, as you can read there. The next slide, I think it's important also to get an understanding of the epidemic and the different phases it went through. And basically, you can see there, this is WHO statistics and relating to South Africa, that there were 5 peaks in infections, and the first one really peaked around July 2020, and then we had the second peak in December 2020, late December, and so forth. And then the related to that, just slightly lagging that, was our death data. And according to government statistics, we had 102,000 people who died of COVID-19. But our Medical Research Council data, looking at other sources, including autopsies and things like that, our non-natural surveillance system, it was in fact at least double that number of people who died of COVID-19. So what followed? I talked about the period 19 to 21 March, 26th of March. Then from midnight on the 26th of March, in fact, the evening of the 25th, the president there, our smiling president, Cyril Ramaphosa, spoke to the people of South Africa, and he said there were various more stringent measures that would be imposed. And he said that we had various goods that were considered essential, but alcohol was not included on the list of essential goods and services that could be purchased. And that differed from many other countries which said that alcohol was essential. And certainly it was I was encouraged by that, because we haven't always seen the support from government we would like to see on alcohol control measures. And he quoted the following in his speech on national television. And I'll read a little bit of it. The sale of alcohol has proven links to an increase in violent crime, motor vehicle accidents, medical emergencies, and results in full emergency rooms and hospitals. And in the face of a pandemic such as COVID-19, the experience of the rest of the world has shown us that hospitals need to be prepared to receive and treat vast numbers of COVID-19 patients and to quarantine them from non-infected patients. So basically, he said we need to free up hospital capacity by limiting alcohol. And then he went on to say that various premises would be closed during the lockdown, and we had a hard lockdown from the 27th of March. And among the list of premises closed to the public were on and off-site alcohol consumption premises. And obviously that was a big shock in a country where people have free access to alcohol. And the picture on this right there is the disaster management regulations that followed the next day. So I don't expect you to read this. It's a terrible slide with way too much data. But what it has, if you see, is various levels of lockdown. It has the dates, and it has restrictions on and off consumption of alcohol, as well as whether there were curfews, where people weren't allowed out unless during the daytime they were purchasing food or going to a hospital. So you can see there that there were 4 periods. The first one of 66 days from the 27th of March 2020 to the 31st of May 2020, a period of 66 days when there was a complete ban on the sale of any alcohol for on or off consumption, and that included home deliveries. There was also a hard lockdown. You really couldn't move around much. And there were 3 other periods, and in total 164 days when over about an 18-month period when no alcohol could be sold. There were other periods when there were just restrictions on either the days of weeks or the hours of sale. But I'm not going to go through that in detail because of time restrictions. So I could present many slides, but I'm just going to present one slide on data from our emergency rooms, or what we call trauma units, and a couple of slides relating to death data to show the impact of the alcohol bans, which were when accompanied by curfews. We had I got several publications, and these are just the one on the right there is one of the papers, which was from the Kruitskio Hospital. Yes, I think so. Which is a big medical facility in Cape Town where the first heart transplant was performed. And what you see there is different colors on the bars, which reflect different months. So green for February, yellow for March, and so forth. And you'll see different kinds of trauma, total trauma, trauma from gunshot wounds, and so forth. And then it's the frequency, the number of people coming to that trauma unit at that hospital during that month. So you'll see during April and May, which was the period of hard lockdown in 2020, the blue and the orange, a big drop in total trauma unit admissions to around about 300 when there had been previously about 700 or so. In March, it dropped slightly because we had that first 1 week of a sort of limited lockdown. And then you can see how it turned out for the different kinds of trauma injuries. And you'll see that the biggest drop with the lockdown on the ban on alcohol and the curfews was for violent trauma. I think these will become clearer, and we'll also look at curfews when I look at the death data. So I've got 2 slides here on that. What this is, the Medical Research Council on an ongoing basis collects information on unnatural deaths. That's people who die unnaturally. And you'll see for the previous years, 3 previous years, you'll see the dotted line. The dark dotted line is the number of unnatural deaths in the whole country. The previous data was just 1 hospital. This is death data. And it fluctuates according to different months of the year. But, roughly you see sort of about 1,100 unnatural deaths every month. And then it's got a confidence interval, the more closely put together dotted lines. And then the black line is what happened in 2020. So the dotted lines were the years prior to 2020. I think it was 17, 18, and 19, the average of those 3 years. And you'll see, and the orange bars, the darker the orange, it's the harder the lockdown and the more restrictions on alcohol sales. And you'll see a massive drop in the period April and May, for example, and then it increases in lockdown level 3, which is from May to June, where there were still some restrictions on curfew, but alcohol sales were allowed, I think, on a few days of the week, like 3 days of the week with limited hours. So clearly what the message here, without going into the detail, is the harder the lockdown, the bigger the drop in unnatural deaths. So we did some modeling of that, and the picture on the right shows on the y-axis is the weekly excess deaths from unnatural causes. And where it's minus, it showed that there was a drop compared to the previous 3 years. And the x-axis is the curfew, and then the dots are whether it's a no restriction on alcohol sales, partial restrictions, which could be hours of the day of sales or limiting days of the week. And then the green is a full restriction on alcohol sales. And the conclusion is given on the left, where I say that full restrictions on alcohol resulted in significant unnatural deaths, increasing with the duration of the curfew. And partial restrictions had less significant effects on unnatural deaths, but they still had an effect on reducing unnatural deaths. And there was a paper that we published on this, and it also looked at the effect of when the curfews decreased by an hour or two, and showed that really that didn't have an impact. The impact was most predominantly because of the alcohol restrictions on alcohol sales. So my last 2 slides here, and I'll just make a comment at the end, is I was intensely involved in all this, and my modeling led, in fact, as part of teams, which our modelings led to the 2nd and 3rd bans on alcohol sales. I did 200 media interviews during this time. It was very intense. And I came up with 10 conclusions that we learned from the liquor sales bans in South Africa over the period 2020-2021. I think it exposed the culture of heavy drinking in South Africa and the dependence of many drinkers on alcohol, and also dependence on large parts of the alcohol industry and trade on heavy drinking, because we experienced the pushback from the industry in terms of legal lawsuits, threats, all sorts of things. I mean, we should have known this from the data that I presented in that first slide, but it really brought it home to the broader public when the trauma units were suddenly empty the day after bans were imposed. And the days that bans were lifted, they were suddenly full of people coming in with alcohol-related injuries. It also raised attention on the burden of heavy alcohol use in the country. It got the president to acknowledge that alcohol is not an essential product. And he went on national TV to say there are close links between alcohol use and gender-based violence. It showed that change is possible, not that we necessarily think that it's feasible to have a full ban on alcohol in South Africa, but that we can do something to change what we now see as a normal situation, which isn't very normal, with lots of alcohol-related trauma and deaths. It raised questions about the kind of society we wish to live in, free from the weight of alcohol-related death and disability. And we had discussions on how we could create a new normal after we got through the COVID period. Last slide, it exposed, as I've said, the lengths the industry would go to in order to get their business back. They intensively used the media, and I could give a whole presentation on this. It's possible to disrupt the cozy relationship that the alcohol industry has with government. It exposed weaknesses in our alcohol regulatory environment and our dependence on industry self-regulation of things like marketing and largely around hours of sale, which doesn't work. We realized that we're in this together, whether we're a drinker or an abuser of alcohol. We were all affected by what went on. Government policies to reduce heavy alcohol affected even moderate drinkers or people who are involved in the trade. And finally, it highlighted the gaps in the way we collect and report on death and trauma data. As you will see from my presentation, I was presenting just data on trauma and deaths, not alcohol-related trauma or alcohol-related deaths. So I believe really very firmly now that most countries need to be collecting data on alcohol-related trauma on an ongoing basis, even if it's at sentinel surveillance, at sentinel hospitals, because it's a very good barometer of the burden of alcohol on the healthcare system, and in fact, a very good barometer of the effectiveness of any alcohol policy measures that we might implement. And with that, I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Charles Perry. Each of the 10 conclusions you mentioned at the end of your presentations were really very important and interesting. We will have the questions at the end of the whole session. Thank you very much again. And now our second presenter is Associate Professor Perihan Torun. Perihan Torun worked as a GP before trained in public health medicine and later specialized in epidemiology in the UK. She worked with the National Health Service in Public Health and with the University of Manchester for a European Commission-funded project. Later, she developed and taught online teaching classes, the postgraduate level with the Universities of Liverpool and Sheffield, and successfully completed the fellowship program of the UK Higher Education Academy. She currently leads the Department of Public Health at the University of Health Sciences Medical School. She is a member of the board of the Global Alcohol Policy Alliance. The floor is yours, Dr. Torun.
Thank you, Chair. Is my slide okay?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, thank you very much. My presentation is on the changes in alcohol consumption of Turkish adults during the pandemic. Before going into the study, I should give you some background on the Turkish drinking, but before coming to that, I just want to say there has been some changes in lifestyle factors during the pandemic, and alcohol was one of them. And on the right-hand side, you see one graph from a study which shows there has been a decrease in consumption. There was no change. These are the studies. There was no change in some studies, and in the others, they said that there was an increase in consumption. So it's a controversial thing now. For some reason, for many reasons maybe, in some studies reported both increases and decreases, depending on the groups, depending on the timing. So it's not something we can say, yes, the pandemic reduced drinking or increased it. And now the Turkish drinking before the pandemic, that's what we presented in conferences. That's the world, and as Charles put it, for South Africa, in many countries, abstainers, and there is a large group of abstainers. These are the countries with more than 50% 12-month abstainer population. So it's many countries, and South Africa is here. It just looks a bit different. I don't know why, but that's from the WHO report of the time. And I looked into the number of drinkers because the prevalence may be 50%, but depending on the size of your population, you either have a large group of drinkers or small. So India, for example, has a very large group of drinkers, even though they have a large group of abstainers because the population size is huge. And there are these other countries with large group of drinker populations, and their percentages may be low. If we look at Turkey, the per capita consumption looks 1.3 in the WHO report, 2018 report. But if you look at it as drinkers only the figure, it's 33.3, and that's not the newest figure, the WHO figure. And so that looks a bit odd. Either we have higher prevalence, but we don't know it, or our drinkers drink a lot, because that figure is comparable to many Western countries. How many drinkers we have in this huge country? That's the population size for 15 plus age group. And if the official figures for prevalence are used for the current drinking, we have 8 million. That's extremely modest figure, I believe, but even then, it's a huge figure. What do the Turkish drinkers drink? Beer. Turkey is a country of beer. We have spirits. We have raki, but it's not categorized as a separate one here. So it's the raki is the traditional drink, and it has its own culture. It's like ouzo of Greece and some other regional drinks. So it's mainly beer and spirits. Wine is there. That's not a new figure again. Okay, so we have what are the issues we have in terms of alcohol? We have illegal consumption of alcohol, and that's due to illegal consumption, confiscations by police. Yes, we have some warnings on bottles now, but because the alcohol issue is not something studied well, we don't know exactly what's going on there. So what is the aim? What was the aim of the study, which was conducted back in 2020? We wanted to know how purchasing and consumption habits of Turkish drinkers changed. That was the first wave when the pandemic hit. So we compared it with the immediate pre-pandemic to see if there is a change. The tool was developed by Massey University. We worked together with the university for the International Alcohol Control Study. The team wanted to do something for alcohol during the pandemic. So South Africa was one of the countries. So we were in the same study, cross-sectional study. We've done it through Facebook. Facebook is used a lot in Turkey. It's that's the list of countries with high figures for Facebook use. But we know Facebook mainly used by a certain age group, a middle age group mostly. Very young age groups, they now moved to Instagram. Unfortunately, we didn't do it in Instagram. That's why we don't have that many the small age group. So that is one of the limitations of the study. But we had a large group of participation, and this is in other countries. I think, as far as I know, it wasn't that large group. So that means that the message there is we can use Facebook, and maybe if we complement it with Instagram, we can get something, a representative sample, or maybe get closer to a representative sample in Turkey. We had some curfews and lockdowns, but we had also limitations to alcohol sales. And these are the days, of course, just wanted to show it to you, but you don't need to understand it to understand this presentation. We had on-premise closures sometime, and the study was done somewhere around that.
We missed Dr. Torun.
I have the same. I can't see her any longer.
Yes.
Yeah, looks frozen.
I couldn't understand what happened. Dear Alper, are you here? Speakers, and when Dr. Torun came, then maybe she can complete her presentation. Our third speaker is Professor Sherry Stewart. Sherry Stewart is a Tier 1 Canada Research Chair in Addictions and Mental Health and a professor in the Departments of Psychiatry, Psychology, and Neuroscience, and Community Health and Epidemiology at Dalhousie University in Halifax. She is a licensed clinical psychologist in the province of Nova Scotia. Dr. Stewart is a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences, and the Canadian Psychological Association. She is respected internationally for her research on psychosocial and motivational factors contributing to emotional disorders, addictive disorders, and their co-occurrence. Dr. Sherry Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I do see that Dr. Torun is back. Yeah. I don't know if we should continue with hers or if you want me to start with mine.
Dr. Torun, are you ready to complete your presentation?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a connection problem, I think. I don't know where did I lose the connection, but just quickly going through the findings.
Okay.
So if you allow me, I mean,
okay, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First of all, was there any change with the preferred alcoholic beverages? Can you see the screen now?
Sorry, doctor, your presentation is not ready yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay. Just sharing it again. Share screen. Sorry about that.
No, it's not a problem.
Share it. Yes. Is this okay now?
Yes.
Can you see? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Now it just went through. Okay. So, so the findings of this study, and we wanted to know whether the purchasing habits changed or the consumption amount changed. So these were the questions we had. And also the type of the beverage. As I said, Turkey is a country of beer consumption and also the spirits, especially raki. And we see raki is there and the beer is there, wine and the other spirits, homemade beer. And as we see, there is, I mean, we don't see any huge change there except that raki consumption dropped a bit, and the other question asked whether they changed the ways they purchased it. Again, we don't see much change here, but because of the closures of on-premise sales, we see there is a drop there. For us, the interesting thing is because with the, online shopping and ordering home is banned in Turkey, what we see, it's happening, it's been happening before the pandemic. During the pandemic, there is a slight increase there. So that deserves some further investigation in terms of the implementations of the policies. Online shopping, what do they purchase when they purchase online? Homemade beer, that's also purchased as it seems here. Spirits, online shopping increased, beer as well. Raki was not that much affected, but these were sold online and increased during the pandemic. The amount, we asked the participants whether they increased their consumption or reduced, that self-expressed amount, during the tightened or loosened restrictions. When these restrictions are tightened, they said they increased their consumption. We also looked into the amount they consumed in their reports, in their reporting of the amount. It's a bit not a clear picture of either increase or decrease because there were outliers. So we can't exactly say they really increased or decreased their consumption based on their reporting of the amounts. So the reasons were also reported why they changed their consumptions. Nothing very interesting. They don't want to drink with the family or children. That's a common thing in Turkey. Some people avoid drinking in front of the family, but there are these other, other reasons which we can really guess. We did the study and we also wanted to look at the sales data as well to confirm really what's being reported by the participants. That's the time of the study, and we see that's beer. Of course, beer is sold in large quantities because it's consumed a lot. Raki is here, and there was some drop there. But it's picking up. And so we are following this sales. Sales data is reliable, but of course we don't know whether some people drink more or huge amounts or quantities. But it tells us there is an increase. There is an increase in the population size as well, but it's not that huge. And finally, towards the end, 6 or more standard drink occasions between the pre-pandemic and pandemic period, there was some increase there and some reduction there. But looking at this table, we can't say there is a lot of change in the huge quantity consumption. And in conclusion, we can say there is a slight impact of the pandemic in increase. And in some other populations, we've seen in the publications that there is a lot of increase or decrease. It looks like there is not much change, but we identified the problems with the online sales or home deliveries as a possible research topic. And I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry for the disconnection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Torun. My team and I was the researchers of the multi-center study of that you shared in your first slide. And also the sales data were really interesting. I haven't seen them before. Thank you for your presentations. Now, the turn is Dr. Sherry Stewart. I have introduced her before, so you can go on, Dr. Sherry.
There, can everybody see my slides okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and I really appreciate from the Congress organizers to be given this opportunity to present. So I'm joining you from Nova Scotia in Canada. So it's early in the morning here. I'm going to be presenting not only Canadian data, which we can kind of contrast with the Turkey situation, the South African situation, but I'm going to be focusing in on couples during lockdown and how the pandemic and the situations around the pandemic impacted both their distress and their alcohol use. I'm actually going to present 4 studies from 2 different data sets. And the first 3 studies that I'll present to you are from the first data set, which was in the first lockdown, so the first wave of the pandemic. And then the second studies during the last study or the 4th studies during the second wave of the pandemic. And so the first 3 studies focus in on one quite different situation for couples who are parents, which is the situation around homeschooling or home-based learning. So when schools were closed down due to the pandemic as a way to prevent viral spread, and parents were faced with the new role of educating their children at home or supporting their online learning, and how that impacted or was related to alcohol use. Then we'll go into a little bit more detail on gender differences in the impacts of homeschooling on alcohol use in couples, and whether there are any influences between partners. And then we'll look at another stressor, which is conflict occurring between partners who are in a lockdown situation together, and how this impacts their alcohol use. And actually the 3rd and 4th study both focus in on this impact of conflict on alcohol use, and what are some of the mediators or explanatory factors on how conflict within the couple impacts alcohol use. And so we'll look again, first wave and then second wave with 2 different studies, 2 different data sets. And the final study is a more complicated chain mediational model, which I'll explain soon. Okay, so I'm going to go into the methodology of the first study, but first I'll give a little bit of background on COVID-19 and mental health. We've heard quite a bit about impacts on drinking behavior, but what about mental health? And there's quite a few studies showing that for a considerable proportion, a concerning proportion of people in the population, there was distress experienced and moderate to severe mental health problems during the pandemic. So one study, for example, showing 20 to 25% of adults experiencing moderate or severe COVID-19 related mental health problems. And I think we've heard in the last study, kind of looking across the world data, that there's not a consistent pattern in alcohol impacting, in the COVID-19 lockdown impacting drinking behavior, but at least in contexts where alcohol was deemed an essential service and was available or even more available through, for example, home deliveries, that there is evidence that at least some subset were drinking more. And I think we saw that in the last presentation in the Turkey data. Now, also some background on romantic relationships during the time of COVID-19. We were quite interested in this issue because thinking about this kind of almost natural experiment of like putting people into a situation where they're just together, their contacts with others are limited, and what kind of impact does that have on mental health and drinking. So we were focusing in on cohabiting couples who are spending a lot of time together in the home without a lot of other social contact. And there is some evidence that couples who had more COVID-19 related stressors experienced more conflict and also lower relationship satisfaction. And I think our first speaker, Charles, mentioned the whole issue of accessibility of alcohol, also the lockdown effects showing that when the accessibility goes down, the intimate partner or the violence goes down. So in a lot of regions where alcohol was still accessible and people were in this lockdown situation, we're not just seeing conflict, but we're seeing more severe forms of conflict like intimate partner violence. There was a 2 times increased incidence in one study. And then looking at pre-pandemic data, we know that conflict and alcohol problems tend to co-occur in romantic relationships. So, I mean, we're all well aware of how alcohol problems can create conflict within a couple, but there's also this bidirectional relationship where conflict within the couple can serve as a trigger for drinking behavior. So that bidirectional relationship is important, and really the COVID-19 context, the lockdown context, kind of creates this perfect storm for increased conflict and conflict influencing drinking behavior. So we're interested in studying that. I also want to mention about homeschooling, some background on homeschooling. So as I mentioned, what I'm talking about here is I'm using a colloquial term for home-based learning. So when the schools closed down to prevent viral spread, parents were put in this new situation that was a new role for many of them. And we know that new roles within parenting relationships can exacerbate work-family conflict, introducing more role strain. And we know role strain is linked to alcohol use, particularly in women. So we're quite interested in how homeschooling might have impacted drinking. We also know that parents compared to non-parents were more likely to report worse mental health when the pandemic started. And that included a study we did showed that parents were showing increased alcohol use more than non-parents during that early phase of the pandemic. So I want to tell you about the methodology we used in studies 1 to 3. So this was a study, we got a rapid response grant to do a study early in the pandemic. So access to funds to quickly get the study up and running. So this was during the first wave. 758 romantic cohabitating couples in Canada, or 16 individuals, participated in this study. On average, they were 55 years old, mostly white, largely mixed gender couples, allowing us to look at some gender differences. And they completed the survey in June 2020, that they reported on that first full month of lockdown, so in April 2020. So they were thinking back a couple of months to that period. 211 of those couples were homeschooling at least one child. The measures that they completed in this study that I'll be talking about, we looked at distress measures, anxiety and depression. We looked at optimism. We looked at role strain, so work-family conflict, because many parents were having to work from home. If they to be in this study, they could not be an essential worker, so they really were in the home. They'd either, many of them lost their jobs temporarily or permanently, and many were working from home. The COVID-19 stress scales, so socioeconomic strains, traumatic stress that they were experiencing due to the pandemic, the fears, feeling danger of contracting the virus themselves, so a number of like COVID-19 specific stressors. And then we looked at romantic conflict. We looked at the partner-specific rejecting behavior scale. So that's showing hostility or withdrawal from the partner, or negative comments, those kind of things. And then we looked at alcohol use and reasons for drinking. So we looked at alcohol use frequency, quantity, and during that 30-day period, what was the highest consumption level. And then we also looked at their motives for drinking, focusing in on coping motives for drinking. So drinking to manage negative emotions and stress. So we're going to start off with what were the effects of homeschooling on distress and on coping motivated drinking. So here we were comparing the couples who were homeschooling children with couples who were not homeschooling children. Now, you probably noticed it was an older sample in general, and the people who were homeschooling children tended to be younger couples. So we did have to co-vary age in these analyses. So we looked at impacts on mental health and on coping motives for use. And here you can see some of our results that I've summarized. The homeschooling couples showed lower optimism, increased role strain, work-family conflict, and increased alcohol, concerningly increased alcohol use to cope compared to the non-homeschooling couples. Then we wanted to focus in on the couples who were homeschooling, so that subsample of 211, and we wanted to look at how homeschooling was affecting their drinking behavior, and we wanted to see if there were any gender differences in that impact, and see if there were any partner crossover effects. So if one person's homeschooling, how's it affecting their drinking? If one person's homeschooling, how's it affecting their partner's drinking? Now, to do that, we had to find a way to quantify homeschooling amongst the homeschooling couples. So we did that through their reports of the time they were spending homeschooling. And the alcohol use behaviors that we were interested in were frequency, quantity, and peak drinking. Now, first of all, I'm going to show you just overall that the hours, this is regardless of gender, so this is all the couples together. The number of hours spent homeschooling had after effects, meaning my homeschooling behavior impacting my drinking. So we found that the more time they spent homeschooling, the higher levels of anxiety, depression, and COVID-related traumatic and socioeconomic stresses they were experiencing. There were also partner crossover effects. So the more that one individual spent time homeschooling, the more their partner was showing higher levels of drinking frequency, quantity, and peak drinking. Now, we don't know, of course, why that is, but one potential is that this distress that they're experiencing is influencing their partner, and that their partner is engaging in more, for example, coping motivated drinking to deal with the stress that's going on within the couple. Now, what about gender differences? So here we took the mixed gender couples only to do these sub-analyses. So we found some really interesting gender differences. The more time a mother spent homeschooling, the more that we saw increased frequency of drinking in the mother and crossover effects to the partner. So the father had higher levels of drinking frequency as well. It was quite different for the father. The more the father spent, more time he spent homeschooling, the less the woman was drinking. And when we took a look at gender differences in hours spent homeschooling, the mothers were homeschooling more hours than the fathers. So this looks like in couples where the fathers were taking on more of that responsibility, this seemed to be lightening the load for the woman. And one potential explanation is that that's protecting her from more frequent drinking. Now, let's move on to we've talked about one stressor, which is the homeschooling aspect, but what about couples conflict and how is that impacting drinking behavior? So what we wanted to do here was look at a model to see whether couples that are having more conflict are drinking more, and if that's explained through an increase in their coping motives for alcohol use. And now indistinguishable dyads just means we put everybody in regardless of whether they're same-sex couples or mixed-sex couples, and we don't worry about gender in the analyses at all. So here you can see that we did see this mediational model where greater dyadic conflict, so this is both partners' reports of their conflict put together at the dyadic level, influenced people's own coping motives for alcohol use. So the more the conflict there was, the more they were reporting coping motives for alcohol use. And the greater coping motives, the greater drinking behavior, so quantity, frequency, peak. In the individual, we're not seeing any partner crossover effects. But luckily we looked by gender because the pattern is a little bit more complex when you bring in gender into the equation. So here, this is again just with the mixed gender couples so that we could look at gendered effects. We can see that dyadic conflict, the more dyadic conflict there was, the more the woman and the man were reporting coping motivated alcohol use. And the more they reported coping motives, the more the woman reported coping motives, the more that she was drinking, and the more her male partner was drinking. The results are different for men's coping motives. So, like with women, the more the men were reporting coping motives for drinking, the more they were engaging in heavier and more frequent alcohol use themselves. However, we saw a protective effects or a reverse and inverse effect that the more a man was drinking to cope, the less their woman partner was drinking in terms of frequency, quantity, and so on. We were a bit surprised by that, but when we went into the literature, we found a pre-pandemic study that found something very similar for depression levels. The higher a man's depression levels, the less the woman is drinking. And one potential explanation for this is gender differences in emotion work. So meaning sort of taking on the emotional aspects of the relationship and trying to, provide support for the partner and for the relationship, that women do that more so than men. So if a woman is detecting that the male partner is more distressed, it may be that she's reducing her own drinking in order to help manage that distress within the relationship. That's one potential speculative reason for seeing that pattern. Now, I want to go back. We just wanted to follow up this finding, dyadic conflict to coping motives to own drinking behavior, a little bit further. We collected another sample, and we were interested in sort of the missing piece here. How is it that dyadic conflict influences coping motivated drinking? And looking at distress as a possible earlier mediator, so emotional distress. So this is called a chain mediational model, where you have two different mediators in sequence. Now, so this is the second study. So we got money from the Social Sciences and Research and Humanities Research Council of Canada, SSHRC, to run this study. And we tried to overcome some of the limitations in our earlier study. So this was 962 romantic cohabiting couples in Canada and the US. They were recruited online. On average, they were 38 years old. They were predominantly white. And again, the majority, not quite the large majority as we saw in the other study, but the majority were mixed gender couples. And this was completed, this was more in relation to the second wave of the pandemic. So the survey was completed in March to May 2021, and they were reporting on the period just right after the winter holidays, so January 15th to February 15th. All of the people in this study had at least one child in grades 1 to 5. So they're all a little bit more equal in terms of being parents. And then parents of younger children. And we measured conflict, distress, drinking motives, and alcohol use, just as we did with the same measures as in studies 1 to 3. So that first data collection. So here is the chain mediational model, and we've only just begun to analyze this data, so I'm showing you kind of early results. We don't have the gendered analyses done yet or the effects of homeschooling, but here was just looking at that conflict alcohol use model. And you can see, first of all, the blue lines. Let's follow the blue lines through. That shows us that the more there was conflict within the dyad, the more the distress each partner was experiencing, the more distress, so anxiety and depressive symptoms the person was experiencing, the more they were reporting coping motives for their drinking, the more they were reporting coping motives, the greater their alcohol use levels, quantity, frequency, and binge drinking. Now, the red lines show us a replication of the earlier study, so dyadic conflict leading to coping motives, leading to alcohol use. So we're seeing a replication in this study of what I showed you in the first wave of the pandemic. This is over and above the chain mediational effect. So why would there be an effect coping motives that's not going through distress. All I can say is our distress measure was incomplete. There's other things that might happen from conflict that could lead to coping motives for use, right? Like there could be anger, there could be shame, like a lot of negative emotions that we didn't even tap. We didn't find evidence for dyadic conflict to distress to partner alcohol use. It only went through coping motives. That means this is the more proximal predictor of alcohol use and something you'd want to target an intervention, right? Because it's leading up to alcohol use. We're not seeing any partner crossover effects, so that is a replication, not considering gender, there's no partner effects, but we will be looking further into the gender differences and also effects of homeschooling. So I want to go through the discussion of some of these findings, try to bring it all together. So we are seeing for some individuals that there's increases in alcohol use that seem to be related to a variety of stressors like homeschooling, like conflict within the relationship, and that parents are having difficulty managing the increased demands of homeschooling during the pandemic, and that this seems to be related, at least for women, to their alcohol use. We are seeing that pandemic distress. In other studies earlier, we showed that pandemic-related distress was more strongly related to drinking in women than in men, and this seems to extend to the stressor of homeschooling, right? The pandemic-related distressor of mandatory homeschooling. We're also seeing some evidence suggesting that more equitable division of homeschooling labor across the genders might have more protective effects on alcohol use for women. So when men are taking more of that burden, sharing more of that burden, that seems to be associated with lower frequency of drinking in women. And then we're seeing some evidence that couples are, at least in terms of their self-reports, drinking to cope with romantic conflict during the pandemic. And this seems to be in part to manage anxiety and depressive symptoms, and in turn, coping motives for drinking that's triggered by that conflict. And women might be modulating their drinking in response to their partner's distress. So when we're seeing higher coping motivated drinking in men, we're seeing less frequent drinking in women, which is quite interesting. There's some limitations in studies 1 to 3 that have been overcome with study 4. The cross-sectional design and retrospective nature, at least the cross-sectional design was overcome in study 4. So we have more data to dig into because we do have a second wave of data collection to look at longitudinal impacts in study 4 that I haven't been able to present just yet. Also, studies 1 to 3, the homeschooling and non-homeschooling couples were different, right? There was differences in age that we had to covary, and covariance is never as good as like building, equivalence into your design. So we'll be better able to look at the impacts of homeschooling itself in the second data collection eventually. And then it didn't distinguish voluntary and mandated homeschooling in the first study. And instead we got a group of voluntary homeschoolers. So we're going to be making those kind of comparisons later. So voluntary meaning people that were already homeschooling, they chose to homeschool prior to mandated homeschooling during the pandemic. And we didn't examine the effects on children in the first study, whereas we did in the second study. So we'll be able to look at the impacts of increased drinking in parents on children, because you can imagine in the environment where everybody's in lockdown and children are around their parents more often, if there's more drinking going on, it could have adverse mental health impacts or schooling impacts on the children. So there's lots of analyses that we'll be doing on this study 4 data. Now, in terms of implications of what we've seen already, it suggests that we really need to carefully weigh the costs and benefits of school closures. Schools closed for a good reason, which is to prevent spread, yet it seems to have really adverse effects on many individuals. And so some of the conclusions coming out of the pandemic were that schools should be the last to close, right? But that's one recommendation, at least in Canada, and seems to be followed since in later waves of the pandemic. There need to be more educational and psychological supports for parents, particularly for women and mothers who are taking on the burden of homeschooling more so. And it's really important to consider dyadic effects, gendered dyadic effects, not just individual outcomes, and that couple level intervention should be considered. And I just want to acknowledge the contributions of people in my lab, of our funders, SSHRC and Department of Psychiatry at DAL, the colleagues that were involved in this research, as well as the students who were heavily involved. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sherry Stewart, and also thank you to your lab and colleagues for these great studies. And 4 of them had really interesting results, and the results about the women were really interesting. I would like to read all the details about your studies. Thank you very much. And thank you all of you because you used the time well, very well, perfect. And now we can move for the questions. The first question is for Professor Charles Perry. You mentioned that during the COVID-19 period, there was a significant reduction in alcohol-related accidents and the financial burden of alcohol on the healthcare system. What are your observations on alcohol consumption in the post-COVID period after the end of the lockdown?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm glad you asked me. I actually have prepared a presentation on that for something else that I'm going to give it a future. So I'm not going to show you more slides, but I will just tell you that it slowly returned to normal. If there's anything, if there is a normal, which are abnormal, basically it returned to abnormal. And but we've perhaps seen an increase in what we call RTDs, which is your drinks, which are often fruit-flavored beverages, which appeal to younger people, to women. But basically, the consumption levels are back to where they were pre-pandemic, and that's the situation. They took a little while to come back, but that's from consumption data from industry, which I was analyzing yesterday. So all of these measures, we haven't done household surveys, so we don't know what they show. But certainly when you look at local production data, excluding take out the exports and you add the imports, that's back to normal.
Thank you very much. And a question for, maybe 2 questions for Dr. Torun. I can combine them. What's the impact of social media on alcohol use behaviors? And your research gives very good clues about the period when COVID closures started. I wonder if a similar research was conducted on platforms such as TikTok and Instagram, which are used intensively by young people in the post-COVID period. Would there be a differentiation in the results? What are your predictions about these differentiations?
Thank you. We have some plans for further research. Actually, we're looking at the results from the Facebook study. We realized, obviously, young people, we couldn't capture the young people's attitudes. But there are many studies from the universities, but they don't have the details we require to say something about youth drinking in Turkey. So our next step is now to do maybe, I don't know whether we should use TikTok as well. I'm not very familiar. Looking at my age, you can say I'm not very familiar with these environments. Facebook is something I know. I don't use it as well, but we have young people on board now in our team. So we definitely look for opportunities to do studies on alcohol consumption of the youth, because they are different. Young generation keep changing over time. and social media use, their social media use changes as well. And we know they are exposed to material more, the ads, marketing, international marketing more. So their situation is a bit different and deserves a good study. So we are now working with our team, with young people, to look into it, to see if really if we can really identify things to describe our youth drinking. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Torun. And one question for Sherry Stewart. If the pandemic-related lockdowns are encountered again, or I hope never, are there any studies to prevent alcohol use as a method of coping with stress? Can the findings of your research be used in preventive studies? Are you planning to conduct a study in these directions? There's a question for prevention.
One study that we have underway actually relates to Dr. Perry's work. So kind of in Canada, the situation was different than in South Africa. So it's provincially mandated, the alcohol regulation, so there wasn't a consistent approach across Canada, but we, generally speaking, most provinces determined that alcohol sales were an essential service. And there was some, I don't know how much influence it was from industry, but certainly there was some rationale around preventing alcohol withdrawal. They were concerned that there are many people that are dependent on alcohol, and that was one of the reasons. But there were actually, instead of making it less accessible, there were a lot of things that made it more accessible in many provinces in Canada. And this was also true in the States. So things like home delivery, which wasn't there before, pickup services, like making it very easy. Some of those things could be justified by, oh, well, we're preventing people from having to go to the store where they could be, infected. So they're like helping with the lockdown, but it also meant it was more accessible than before. So one of the studies we're going to do with this data set is looking at the impact of alcohol accessibility on alcohol use, and all so we'll look provincially and statewide, and then look at how that impacted the individual's reports of alcohol use, and also the intimate partner violence and whether there's any gendered effects there. So we're quite interested in seeing the results there. So I think Dr. Perry's data are really showing that it might be a better idea to be limiting rather than increasing access to alcohol. So I think accessibility is one thing. The distress that we were seeing in our study in the chain mediational model, so helping people manage distress through information on coping skills, alternative to drinking would I think be important. Educating people on the links between their distress and their drinking behavior, having people ask themselves, like, why am I drinking when I'm drinking, right? Like, because that coping motivated pattern is particularly worrisome. I hope that answers the questions, but that's what I would see coming out of this work.
Thank you very much. I think we are almost at the end of our session. Thank you, all of you, for your valuable presentations. On behalf of my country and also Green Crescent, I hope we can meet in person in Istanbul soon. And if you have last comments, we have last 1-2 minutes. The floor is yours.
We would like to thank distinguished moderator and the presenters for this valuable session. Now we have come to the end of the International Alcohol Addiction Congress. Dr. Esra Albayrak, a member of Yeşilay board, will not be able to join us because of her sickness, and she sent her greetings to all of us, and we wish her swift recovery. Distinguished participants, I would like to extend our gratitudes to each and every speaker, every presenter, the moderators, and the country Green Crescent organizations and the audience for being with us. Hope to see you next year, and we wish you health. Thank you.